Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, Sharoon, Bracy, and the wildest. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Wash your hands. Well,
please. Oh, let's go. Good day, everyone. How you doing? It is Fulio Friday. Man, we had a lot of fun this whole week. Yesterday was pretty interesting, if I say so myself. And we're going to continue the craziness. Who are we to stop it? I don't know. So it seems like the guy that Anton called out on the 5150 show, his name is Craig Smith. Craig's Facts. It seems like he responded. And he responded in a very interesting way. Don't be smiling. Because she had a devilish smile when she was just looking at me. Good day. It's me, Rosie. Just block me, aka Miss J. How you doing today? You know how we like to start our day. When I say good day to you, make sure you say back because I can feel that great productive energy. So he responded. So that's interesting. We're going to break that down. Yeah. Hey, what's that say? Sis ain't sleep. I like that name. Sis ain't sleep. Good day to you. And thank you. Oh. You okay? All right. And she be with the foolery. She definitely does. She loves her nonsense. What up, Ignorant TV? Good day to you, sir. And then so we also got that, and we also got this whole Minnesota thing going on. It is just crazy going on over there. Tim Walz, he did an announcement, and I want to break that down today as well. Shout out to It's Me, Rosie. Just block me, aka Miss J, with the $2 with the early productive energy. Yeah. The daycare and nursing home is now open. You're a nut. Oh, you're a nut.
39 degrees in Tampa.
It is 39 degrees in Tampa. Woo! Woo, did. I know they ain't prepared for that. They ain't prepared for no 38 degrees. Ooh, that is horrible for them. I feel bad for them. 38 degrees is pretty bad, even though over here was about like 15 degrees. So, hey, it is what it is. Yeah, and I also want to talk about this whole Minnesota situation. Tim Walz, Jacob the mayor over there, all this thing that's going on with ICE, all the protesting that's going on. It is absolutely Fulio Friday over there every day. It's really wild when you kind of think about. Also, I got a video that somebody sent me about Anton Daniels from 2016. It should be interesting. We're gonna check that out. We're gonna see if there's any relevance to it or not, because I tend not to watch the videos. I want to watch it with you so we could get that experience of reacting in real time. Where should we start? Should we start with the old school Anton Daniels video? Should we start? Let me see. One in the chat for the 2016 Anton Daniels. A two in the chat. We're gonna go with Keith Facts. Keith that is responding to Anton Dance because he works with Corey Holcomb. And put a 3 in the chat. We're going to start. No, we ain't going to start with Tim Walz. Yeah, Tim Walz is going to be later when we talk about what's really going on in the world. But we are going to tie it all together because it's all kind of, in some strange, weird way, it's all related. So what are we going to do? 1's in the chat for Anton's old video. 2 in the chat for the response video. Let's see. We got 1-1. Everybody else just cloud watching. It's okay to hop out the clouds. God damn it. All right, we got 2 1s and a 2. All right, there we go. Get some goddamn participation. So we got 3 1s and a 2. What's up, Jabba? Good day. Oh, the 2 network with the $2. Let me know when Diva goes back on vacation. Oh, that's funny. I'm not sure if she landed yet. Look at this crazy guy. Shout out to Tim Walz with $5. He says 3. We ain't there yet. Slow down, killer. All right, so
about to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Hold up, god damn it, shit. I'm slacking on my Mac, and I said put a 1 or a 2, and I don't got neither one of the damn videos pulled up and ready. Is all right? All right, so we're gonna pull up. It seems like, yeah, it is Foolery Friday. So it seems like we are going to pull up the 2016 Anton Daniel video first. Should be interesting, to say the least. To say the least. Let me see, where was it? Now I gotta find where the person sent it to me at. I know, I'm sorry. It ain't my fault.
You were ready early.
I was ready early today, and then now I'm not ready at all because I was busy writing. So sometimes I'll be forgetting to do other things. What was the name of the damn video? Now I remember. Okay, there we go. Let me see. Hopefully I can find it. Okay. Yeah, I found it. All right. This should be entertaining. Let's see what Let's see what the person wanted us to see. Y'all ready? Good day, Conversations with MJ. How you doing? I don't know why they want us to see this video, but they said it's very important. Let's see what this video is all about. His name is D.O.D.
16 between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. I thought it'd be interesting to give an open and honest assessment about who it is that I feel should be president, why I'm voting for them, in addition to giving an honest...
Yo, what a difference 10 years will make. What a difference 10 years or this is in 2016. He had a neck. Shout out to Anton Daniel. He had a neck. Lord have mercy. Oh my goodness, that is too funny. I was not prepared for that. Like, it's so hard to remember, like when you see people and you see them grow, right? You kind of always remember where they at. You kind of forget what they looked like 10 years ago. Woo. So it's me, Rosie said, drinking make you lose the neck. Clearly. She said, because it's all that drinking. Oh my goodness. Let's rewind that. Lord have These still shots is diabolical.
Clinton and Donald Trump, I thought it'd be interesting to give an open and honest assessment about who it is that I feel should be president, why I'm voting for them, in addition to giving an honest assessment as to why I feel they're best for that position. So before I start talking about the candidates specifically, let me give you a little background information.
American straight man. I'm not
what
sure.
demographic
Sure
I probably fit in and why.
No, I didn't have lots then. Yeah,
right now here in 2016, I'm 34 years old. I am college educated. I consider myself solidly middle class.
Okay.
I'm not rich by any means.
Okay.
But if I'm being completely honest, I am doing really well. I am an IT professional. I do
Okay.
consider myself somewhat of an entrepreneur. I run several small businesses. And in addition to that, I am an investor. More importantly, I'm a father of an 8-year-old daughter. I've been married for 12 and a half years.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm African-American.
Oh, shit. That's interesting. That is interesting because I believe he said that he is Christian first in 10 when you fast forward to 10 years. So that is very interesting because he already, man, shit. When you look back at yourself, man, that is hilarious. Look at the goddamn polo shirt. Look at the clothes we used to wear. Look at the clothes we wore 10 years ago. Lord. It looks crazy now when you look at it now. Like, majority of us would not be caught dead in that shirt today. He would not be caught dead in that shirt today. I think it's so interesting, man. That is really interesting to see. Like just how different 10 years can be for a human being. Already, we can see his mannerisms are different 10 years ago. His fashion is different 10 years ago. The way how he shaped his beard, his teeth, his neck. It's interesting. Oh man, but this is hilarious to see. When you go back in time, Uda, when you go back in time, it looks crazy. Yo, we even gonna look at man. This is kind of awesome. I'm glad DOD sent this to me. But let's break it down. So far, the only thing that we could really say that it has changed was the fact that in the new clip today, he is saying that he is Christian before he is black. And here he clearly identified himself as African American. And maybe also we could see we'll see that let's just see. I don't want to assume anything. But this is interesting. Let's go.
I don't know what else to tell you. I live in Michigan. I've been here all my life.
Okay.
I volunteer a lot.
Okay.
I give back to the city and the communities in which I grew up in, which is Detroit, Michigan. I am a
Okay, shout out to that. So that stays the same. So he said even 10 years ago, he was giving back to his city. That means, that was him saying he was in the streets. God damn it. He was outside. That term wasn't there yet. So he was outside. Shout out to the 150 people that's in the chat. Shout out to y'all. Make sure you come out the closet and say good day. Say hello. How you doing? 180 now. Shout out to y'all. We also got It's Me, Rosie. This is priceless. The internet is forever. It is forever.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Whew. So thank you so much for all that you do. It's me, Rosie. Just block me, aka Miss J. Thank you. Make sure y'all hit that like, hit that share button. It helps us out tremendously. Okay, we see his ideology. It may have shifted a little bit.
church guy. I'm always learning.
He's a church guy, so that's also important too, right? So he said he's a church guy, but he still said he was African American before he said he was a church guy. Interesting.
That being said, I consider myself a lifetime student. Let me also say that I don't identify myself as Democrat or Republican. So I always also say that I don't identify myself as Democrat or Republican. Lifetime student. Let me also say that I don't identify myself as Democrat or Republican. Lifetime student. Let me also say that I don't identify myself as Democrat or Republican.
Damn. So it shows that 10 years ago, he didn't have, he didn't have a side. Shout out the time while he said, y'all better be careful when y'all talking to him. He says, chamber one, please. I got you, my brother. Thank you so much.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much, my brother. He said, I got one in the chamber. Who wants problems? I want problems always. So 10 years ago, he was down the middle. Like he was a little bit more in the middle, and he wanted people that was going to do right for his community. You understand? So, but now, we fast forward 10 years down the line. We know what side of the aisle he's on. But that is very interesting. I like that. Okay.
So I always vote on who I feel is the best person for the position, not across party lines. I guess the best and most efficient way for me to do this is just to give an assessment of each candidate individually.
Why are you swinging your arms like that?
I need to do this is just to give an assessment of each candidate individually.
Why are you swinging your arms like that, sir?
The way for me to do this is just to give an assessment of each candidate
Hey,
individually.
your ass
My
still.
most efficient way for me to do this is just to give an assessment of each candidate individually. And most efficient way for me to do this is just to give an assessment of each candidate individually. My main thing that I think about when I think about Donald Trump is businessman, promoter. So to be completely honest and transparent, there are some things that he says in my mind that make sense.
Okay.
I do think that immigration needs to be tightened up a bit. And I also somewhat like the fact that he's honest about what he really feels. And that translates into what he says on a daily basis.
Interesting. So most people still feel the same way about the immigration thing. So he didn't switch on that.
I don't necessarily agree with everything that he says.
Now that's interesting. Now he was willing to say he doesn't agree on everything that he says. I don't know if he's willing to say it today. But haven't heard him speak about Donald Trump in recent times, but 2016.
I like the fact that he's candid. That way I can get a clear assessment on what it is that he's saying and where he stands. I don't really think that he thought that he'd get this far. It was
he said, ain't no way Donald Trump believed he was going to get this far. It was a play. It was a joke. He was doing it to sell another book or another business plan. Shout out to that assessment from Anton 2016. Yo, Uda, I noticed the same thing. They be talking about me with my hands. Uda, this is wild. This is hilarious. I love this.
The promotional thing on his end, and then it just snowballed into something that was bigger than him. So now he's just going with it. Win or lose, he still wins because he's a businessman and he's in the business of promoting himself. He is.
Hey, listen. Hey, Uda, those S words is essing right now. That's what I would say. Those S words are essing. God damn it. Those S words are essing. God damn it. Oh, sheesh. Lord have mercy.
The brand. The United States is the most powerful country in the world, and with great power comes great responsibility. If you look at his track record from a business perspective, and it's out there for everybody to see, especially with regard to the casinos in Atlantic City and everything like that, he's a horrible person from an ethics perspective. And when you're the president of the United States, or you hold any public office for that matter, you have the casinos in Atlantic City and everything like that. He's a horrible person from an ethics perspective. Casinos in Atlantic City and everything like that. He's a horrible person from an ethics perspective. Casinos in Atlantic City and everything like that. He's a horrible person from an ethics perspective.
That is interesting. That is interesting, Shiesty Bum. That is interesting. Donald Trump is a horrible person. Whoa, I wonder will he say that today? Damn, 10 years can change a lot. 10 years can change a lot. Whoa. In 10 years, you too can lose your neck. In 10 years, you too can lose your neck. Be careful.
when you're the president of the United States, or you hold any public office for that matter, you have to put what's in the best interest of the people before yourself. And I think the foundation of his campaign does not represent that. Whenever you can say something like,
nobody knows the system better than me, which is why I alone can fix it.
For me, that's an issue because no one person has ever become successful on their own.
Woo! That is an issue. I'm just reviewing the video. I ain't starting anything, Otis. I'm just reviewing the video. That's all. Man, oh man.
Including him. And I think that it takes more than one person, a community of people, an entire generation, people that sacrifice themselves and their own brand and their own self-interest for the benefit of the people. I think that's the ideal person for serving in public office. He just doesn't fit that mold for me. Moving over, ideal person for serving in public office. He just doesn't fit that mold for me. That's the ideal person for serving in public office. He just doesn't fit that mold for me. I think that's the ideal person for serving in public office. He just doesn't fit that mold for me. I think that's the ideal person for serving in public office. He just doesn't fit that mold for me.
Woo! Interesting point of view. Sheesh. Shout out to Tim Walz for $2 from ethics perspective. Shit. Wow. That is interesting. He does not think Donald Trump. What's that again?
That's the ideal person for their own self-interest for the benefit of the people. I think that's the ideal person for serving in public office. He just doesn't fit that mold for me.
So Donald Trump doesn't fit the mold for him 10 years ago. That's pretty good. So are you saying Hillary does fit the mold? Because I know I heard I know it's hold on. It's Donald Trump doesn't fit the mold for him. Do he consider Hillary Clinton a liberal white woman? Because I know in today's time, he believes that liberal white women is the ones destroying the USA. Woo! Interesting. Thank you for whoever sent me this video. God damn it. I need to, hopefully this ain't no goddamn. Guess when you lose your neck, you turn conservative.
Moving over into Hillary Clinton, I'm not necessarily a fan of her either. I can't really fault her for being in a position to take advantage of the fact that her husband is a former president.
Okay.
Also, you can't really fault her for taking advantage of the fact that people hired her to come in and give speeches. And they paid her a large amount of money. You have to be careful on how you straddle that line, because I do think that corporate interests, they overlap too much into the political world. I don't like lobbyists. I don't like people that can pay their way into a politician's pocket.
Woo! Okay, that's a strong moral standpoint. That's very strong. That's a very strong moral standpoint. Whew. Okay. What's your thoughts? I want to know. These are some interesting thoughts about Hillary Clinton. Shicey Bum says she's been telling me.
I think that you have to be careful in evaluating her, because there are a lot of corporations that paid her a lot of money to come in and do speeches. However, you know,
I wonder if he still feels that way about Elon.
Has also done business with a lot of people. If I'm not mistaken, I think Donald Trump also gave to Hillary Clinton's campaign when she was running against Barack Obama. Trump also gave to Hillary Clinton's campaign. If I'm not mistaken, I think Donald Trump also gave to Hillary Clinton's campaign.
Wow. 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 Incredible. The internet.
When she was running against Barack Obama. But I think that she's the best person for the position. I think when she was running against Barack Obama. But I think that she's the best person for the position. I think when she was running against Barack Obama. But I think that she's the best person for the position. When she was running against Barack Obama. But I think that she's the best person for the position. I think she's more running against Barack Obama. But I think that she's the best person for the position. I think she's more inclusive instead of putting everybody down or saying who's wrong or who's right. When I hear her speak, she's trying to find a solution.
Woo! Man, oh man. That is highly interesting to say the least. To say the least. I want to know if is anybody even surprised about this whole situation? Whew. I'm shocked. I am a little shocked. But at the same time, this is 10 years ago. People are allowed to change their ideas. But man, that is a drastic switch. To go from, hey, I'm going for the best candidate to where he's at today, where he is strictly on the conservative side. Wow. Is anybody surprised? That's all I need to know. MJ. It's me, Rosie said, my gasket is flabbered. Ooh, my gasket is flabbered. Silent. BT, this is highly interesting. Man, 10 years ago, this was a different person, ideology-wise. Woo. Nope. So we got Otis who said no surprise here. Conversations with MJ says, I told you so. Shicey Bum said, I told you so. Wow. Robin M. Easy. Wow. I did not think, I would not have thought 10 years ago he would say Hillary is the best person for the job. Woo. Woo. Let me see if we got any more to this. Let's see if there's any more to this.
Even when she ran against Bernie Sanders, and in my opinion, Bernie Sanders was really hardline Democrat. When it was all said and done and she became a clear winner, she still went over to him and she adopted some of his policies. So that just showed me that she was more open to bettering her campaign, bettering her message, actually delivering a better product on the behalf of the people, and not just necessarily, hardline about what it is that she feels. And anything that you do in life, whether you're in public office, whether you're in a corporate position, it's not necessarily about how you feel. It's about what's best for the team.
Woo, what is best for the team is how he look at things. Maybe that's why his ideology changed. Shout out to Phil James, $4.99. Your name is a yo. Shout out to the 250 people that's watching. Make sure you hit that like, that share. It is much appreciated for all that y'all do. Thank you so much for being here. Phil James, that is a yo. You need that name is filthy. Well, the left did fall off the cliff about 10 years ago with trans and illegals. Okay. That's when they fell off the cliff. Okay. I hear you. All right. Sheesh. Whew. Wow. I don't think we need to go any further. Let's see. Let's go a little bit further. Let's see. It's almost over.
The fact that she's more open to hearing other people's messages.
Ooh.
I think that I would trust her more with open to hearing other people's messages.
What?
I think that I would trust her more with the nuclear codes than I would trust Donald messages. I think that I would trust her more with the nuclear codes than I would trust Donald Trump. I think that she's a lot more respected amongst her constituents and people in the political world. The things that she said.
Wow. Man, Otis. This is a huge difference. A huge difference. Wow. That is crazy. Shout out to Time Walz for $2. Actually makes sense. Clinton was last moderate. Okay. I hear you. Woo. Woo. That is a big difference to say that she has more respect from the other man.
I can better identify with than I can with Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is a great businessman. And in business, in a lot of ways, it's not personal. It's always business. However, you start getting into speaking on behalf of a lot of people, or having the nuclear codes, or negotiating with other countries, or talking about your ethics or your moral compass. I don't think that lines up with a person that would call themselves a public servant. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be voting for Hillary.
Woo! That is wild, different points of view. Shout out to the Ghetto Store with the $4.99. Like, share, donate 5 with everybody today. SBG second B-Day he didn't know about until now. Shout out to the Ghetto Stoic. Thank you so much. I really appreciate for all that y'all do. Man, I appreciate that. Let me give you a celebration.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Whew. Man, 10 years can do a lot. 10 years can do absolutely a lot to a person's thinking, mental fortitude. Like, man, that is crazy. Shout out to DOD who sent me that video. I appreciate it. I reviewed it. Hopefully it went the way how you wanted it to go. Sheesh. That's interesting. A little less speechless. Just a little bit. You know, that was interesting, to say the least. Man. Shit. But, you know, with 10 years, things can change. You know, that's the main thing those who want me to be focused on. Things can change.
I guess Mr. Texas Dog Walker Ranger won it all.
Okay. So now... Jabba said, hey, Jabba, I ain't gonna lie, I was thinking the same thing, Jabba. Yo, Jabba, I was like, maybe that shit is early AI, because goddamn, ain't no way you change that drastically. Oh. Jabba, man. Leave me alone, Jabba. Get out my head, sir. Lord have mercy. Jabba, I was like, man, maybe this is early AI or something, because whew, to have that big of a difference, especially after this goddamn debate, Sheesh. Shout out to the #2 morning AM show. Shout out to Chaotic Truth Live. Shout out to Chaotic Truth Live. Good day to you, sir. Make sure you hit that like and that damn share button, mister. Appreciate you, though. Oh, man. And I'm pretty sure if we was to go back 10 years ago, we could probably find Chaotic Truth talking about how he just loved Democrats and how he loved black folk and how black people are the most important people in the world. They're the smartest, most gifted. I'm pretty sure somebody can find me a video of Chaotic Truth saying that he is pro-black and how much he loves the black community. That is the most responsible and beautiful community in America. And then you go 10 years back. Hey, we see who he is today. You know. Whew. Shout out to the 200 watching. Make sure y'all hit that like and that share button. It really helps us out. So now that we see early AI Anton Daniels with a neck, that's how we know it's early AI Java, because he actually had a neck. And he actually said Donald Trump is not the right person for the country. And he says a white woman is the better selection for America. Wow. Shout out to that, man. That was crazy. That was really interesting. I enjoyed that. Shout out to DOD for sending me that video. Shout out to the people that's out there sending out videos and giving me ideas to have a conversation. And so now we're going to get into his name is Keith Smith. He is responding to Anton Daniels. The reason why he's responding to Anton Daniels is because he was one of the people that Anton brought up and said that he doesn't give Corey Holcomb any kind of pushback, that he is just there. He's just happy to be there. Look, damn. I don't know. Yeah, he could be a little disappointed. So, I could kind of understand why he would be a little upset. So let's see.
All the smoke with the professional rage baiter, and you could tell by how he exited the 5150 show last night. Listen to what Craig, bitch ass nigga, I'm not a yes man Smith had to say about the situation.
I like how you did
here.
that.
Go ahead, Joe. Do your thing, man.
Oh, man. Fuck Anton.
Damn.
Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy. That was a great exhibition.
Okay. He started off with saying Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy. I wonder if anybody ever heard of this terminology in debate tactics before. We see a lot of people use it. I don't think most people actually understand what it is or ever heard of it, but a lot of people actually use it on a day-to-day basis on these panels. What it? You know what? I'll let him go into it, and then I do my breakdown of what I believe is a Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy. But we're gonna let him speak his own mind first. Shout out to Craig Smith, and we're gonna see. Well, first he started off hot. He say F Anton. Okay. We understand why. Now he's gonna explain.
Of a Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy last night on 5150, done by Antoine. Now saying recent history, the greatest exhibition of a.
Why y'all keep calling that man Antoine? Ain't no W in that man's name. Ain't no W in this man's name. Why y'all keep calling that man Antoine? What the hell? Y'all better stop. Call that man what his mama named him.
Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy with the Cat Williams interview on Shannon Sharp. What is a Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy? As I eat this apple. A Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy is when a person paints a narrative around a situation as their argument, and they frame the narrative, and they take a shot, right? They pose an argument, and they frame a narrative around the argument so they can seem accurate. Follow me. Again, Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy is when somebody poses an argument and they frame a narrative around the argument to make it seem like what they're saying is accurate.
Okay, so now we understand. That's a pretty good that is actually a great definition of it. So he knows what he's talking about 100% for sure. Make sure that 250 people hitting that like and a share. Thank you so much. If you have some time, hit a super chat. Thank you. I appreciate you. It helps.
All right. Look that up so you can follow me.
Okay.
Okay, so bam. Last night was a cavalcade of illogical fallacy. You had two men who have opposing opinions. Both have justified opinions to feel that whatever way they want to feel.
Okay.
Antoine being a conservative.
Stop calling that man Antoine. He ain't got no damn W in his name.
Pushing the narratives he pushed, he has the right to do it. Corey being who Corey is, being a comedian with a comedic point of view. That's what a lot of people who are political don't understand about a comic. A comic's political point of view is personal. It's not political. So it's a personal point of view based on life experiences, and it's your interpretation of the world through your view.
Okay, that's a good way to explain a comedic point of view versus a political point of view. That's right, I said political. So what? I got my own dictionary. If he could call him Antoine, I could say political. Leave me the hell alone.
When you have somebody that's political, their worldview is really a microcosm of whatever political party they're subservient to. So that was
and which is a very interesting position, right? Being that just 10 years ago, he was in the middle, that he just wanted to vote for the best candidate and weigh out the options with each candidate. So Anton Whitterneck, he had more of a in the middle position, and he will break down each candidate. And now 10 years later, 2026, Anton with no neck, he is all the way to the right, and he's moving his conversation strictly off of what the right believes to be correct. And so instead of having a worldview of what's better for him and what's better for the country, he has it as what is better for the right, what is better for conservatives, what is better for a Republican, what is better, saying that's how he is viewing these conversations and these debates now. I'm just saying, what's up, Corinne? All I'm saying, Otis, that visibly shown neck Anton had a different point of view than no neck Anton. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's just obvious. No neck Anton is conservative. Regular neck Anton was leaning more of, hey, let me check out who is better for who. That's all I'm saying. His ethics possibly have changed within the political realm. I'm sorry, the political realm.
The dichotomy, that was the difference. That was the minute difference in the messaging that was coming from both brothers. Corey is speaking his comedic point of view, his comedic point of view versus a political point of view. See, in politics, they always try to make the party's agenda supersede the individuals.
Woo. That is a very interesting point. Because he's definitely arguing from what is best for the party versus what is best from the nation or what's best for himself. They add themselves into what's best for the party by saying something that's, I'm a businessman, so when I vote Republican, I do better with business. So notice, when you ever hear a man say that, hey, anytime the Republicans in there, I make more money because I'm a businessman, it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy. It's just not a true statement. I don't know what you're talking about.
If I was on the show, once I sensed that Antoine was speaking in Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy, I would have ended the show or stopped the conversation, because now I understand that he has an agenda, and his agenda is not based in logic. It's based in a narrative. You understand?
Damn. So that okay, based in that. That's interesting. So he's saying Anton whole argument is based on a narrative, not on anything else. Who else agrees with that? That Anton's whole point of view is based on a narrative, not on anything logical. That is an interesting argument and is a strong argument to say 100%. Maybe I should put a poll. Maybe I should put a poll in the chat. Shout out to the 280 people in the chat. Make sure you come out the clouds and say hello, good day to everybody that is watching, so I could feel that great productive energy. Let's keep building together. It is okay to say good day to you.
Understand what I'm saying? So that's the difference.
Yeah.
People who operate and build from a narrative or within a narrative will not allow you to shadow that narrative, because that's the only thing they have to anchor themselves in a debate or a conversation. So you have to understand the agenda when you're in these types of situations. So Corey handled himself well, because I know Corey, right? Corey is
So now he better not go ahead and build a narrative around Corey. He better not. What's up, Chesney? Good to see you, Chesney. I ain't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Shout out to you. Thank you for dropping out the cards and saying good day. I appreciate that. He better not build a narrative about Corey being a good brother, and that's what. No. You cannot go and say Anton is basing his argument off of a narrative and then go ahead and build a narrative about Corey. You cannot do that. So you better not. You better not do it, Craig.
any disrespect, he's about that action. You know what I'm saying? So, but when somebody's running a play, you can't just be about that action, because if they're running a play, you can actually be carrying out somebody else's agenda by standing on something that's connected to your principles. Because when somebody studies you, they understand your principles and they base the narrative around the triggers that would be markers inside the principles you have.
Now that is a very good assessment. Actually, when we was breaking this down, when this whole thing dropped down the very first time, that was our argument and what we was watching in real time. Something that happened with me and Obsidian. When I was having a conversation with Obsidian, I realized that he was running a Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy on me. I was trying to have a real conversation with him, but yet Obsidian, he was going back to jokes, not answering questions, and he was trying to build his conversation to somehow get back to a narrative instead of just going straight up and answering questions or, having a real conversation with me. His whole conversation was based on narratives instead of what we are seeing with stats, data, facts, logic. And so I do get that 100%. And he was trying to, so my personal experience with somebody that was doing this, and I recognized it. And when you do recognize, you kind of fall back and you don't get yourself so charged up. He was attempting to charge by finding triggers that would get me all out my body. And so now I really understand what Craig is trying to communicate, saying that possibly Corey started to recognize this play because regardless, he found out too late, right? So him saying the de-essing thing, right? He knew that I was a big trigger for Corey because, Corey always talk about backdooria. This is a new word that I learned in the past 2 days. I had no idea this was a term. The backdoorians. We going on the trip and a magic rocket ship. Going to the sky, the backdoorians.
It's backdoorians.
Huh. All right, let's keep it moving.
instance, if you're a Christian or if you don't agree with a homosexual lifestyle, they will say things. It's called a dog whistle in politics. They will say things that trigger you and evoke a response that makes it seems like you're being emotional. That's why Antoine started being very direct.
Man, stop calling that boy Antoine. God damn it.
And started being very accusational because he was trying to trigger Corey. And it worked for a bit, but Corey...
It absolutely worked for a bit. It worked for a long bit. Actually, they couldn't get off the bit. The Backdorian's been tripping for a while now. So, yes, and it did work. He actually got Corey Hubble to get up out his seat, moved the young lady to the side, and said, I need to speak with No Neck Antoine face to face. I mean, Anton. See, now what you got me doing? Now you got me calling the man Antoine. God damn it. Anton. Keith. And they got face to face. So, and Corey played into, I don't believe Anton believed it was going to go that far where they was actually going to go to fisticuffs. However, Anton knew that it was going to get into a heated and he could move Corey around with this emotional situation. Yes, be right. You can ask me a question. What's the question? I would prefer you ask me the question in a form of a super chat. $2 super chat would be awesome. But you know how my black folks do. But go ahead, ask me your goddamn question. What's up, Lamar Black Attack? Oh, shit. Who? Yeah, all poop. Sorry, yes. I put the water in my coffee. I didn't mean to. So go ahead, sir. Ask me the question. I would prefer it in a super chat, but nonetheless, go ahead. While he get his question together, let's run the tape.
Corey caught himself and handled himself like a G. I hope they can get back together and do it more, because at the end of the day, what we need in our maybe they could get past the whole. I don't know. They could get past the things that they said together to do something in a physical conversation again. Maybe if they do it from the safety of their own homes behind a computer, then yeah, I think they could probably have a conversation. But face to face, I think it's too much animosity between those two people to have a conversation possibly face to face again. But if they would have to really sit down and communicate about all of this tension that happened between the D sucking and possibly dry snitching on Anton or causing a problem in a possible problem in his household by insinuating that he brought his side chick to the goddamn place. That was diabolical. Calling the young lady the B word. He don't know the young lady. He don't know what their situation is. So that's a lot of disrespect that went down. So, I don't think they could get back together unless it's on a computer screen. What up, wrong class? Good day, sir. Our community is not niggas that want to be right. We need niggas that want to push an intellectual agenda that furthers the common consciousness of everybody black.
Okay, so now with that being said, I like that approach to it because we do need to be pushing more of the thinking combat. And instead of this, he should have punched him and all these things, he got up, he didn't do nothing. That should not be the main topic at hand. The main conversation should not be about if he punched the man or not. Who is a punk and who is not? These men are both well in their 40s. We should not be talking about who is a goddamn tough guy like at this age. if they was to get into physical, nobody wins in that at all. Let's be clear. Nobody wins if those two supposedly millionaires go ahead and scrap and fight it out on the big stage, because clearly it is a big stage that they are on. People can try to downplay it all they want. Them two arguing and going to an almost fight had the black YouTube and the black internet in a goddamn frenzy. So what we do need to get people to communicate more about is about the intellectual part of what they was attempting to communicate, instead of trying to analyze strictly only and focus on the non-punch that was thrown and who's a punk and who's not. Because that's not going to help anybody in our community, that if those two was to fight. It doesn't help anybody. So let's get it together and start pushing more intellect, pushing more reading, pushing more education, pushing the fact that people even understand what a Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy is, so we can recognize it and deal with them properly. So shout out to him for bringing that up.
Do your research on most cult leaders or most dictators or most people who rose to power and did some absolutely heinous things. These are people who willed their way into that position and dealt with a lot of rejection. So when you're dealing with somebody that has an agenda, they will sacrifice the greater good of themselves. So one day they can position themselves to be able to tell you what to do and run your life. I'm telling you, you can't stop just you can't just come with the buster bitch nigga talk, hoe nigga talk, rat, coon talk. You have to understand what's going on completely. Even
I ain't gonna lie, that was funny. Like, damn. I'm sorry, little boy. Texas is all up in this. Shout out to Otis Who with the $2. He says 2026 YouTube season is open. This is a week of content. Yeah, maybe. God damn it. Can we like how are we not at goddamn 50 likes? Y'all can't be serious. This can't be for real. Is this real life? That's crazy. I don't believe he's. Shout out to the over 250 people here that don't want to hit the like button. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Let me get in my goddamn preacher. Close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors. Close. Thank you. Yes. Close the doors. Hit the damn like button. Hit the damn share button. It is no reason why the best person to break this down clearly has been Sharon Bracey. Clearly, I have the best takes in all of YouTube, but nobody knows because y'all want to be selfish and keep me to yourself by not hitting the damn like and the share button. This is insanity. You know what I'm going to do? While y'all figure out the goddamn likes, we're going to play y'all a goddamn song. Y'all kiss my ass, so what? Hit the like, hit the super chat, goddamn it. What's wrong with y'all?
Wireless wake up show. We get it cracking, no acting. Say what you say, but bring facts with it. I'm Sharon Bracy, come face me. All love. But we saw the case be. Boom. Boom. Hey, this the Wilder Wake Up Show. Lights on, case closed. With sips on deck, no capping. Just proof exposed. Facts. Challenge me, let's see what's happening. We don't pretend. Nah. Sharon Bracy, come face me. Truth gon' win. Night turns to evidence. Mics, receipts in the file. We talk that street gospel. Broadcast live. Wilder's Wake Up Show. The truth unfold. Ain't no games, we chasing facts, we taking hold. Lights low in the studio, the tension thick. Chat scrolling, comments heavy, they expecting this. Look, I drop a jewel, it explodes, scatter in the crowd. Boom, 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 boom. You talk tough in the ends, but vanish when it's loud. I've been smelling smoke, fakeries and fraud. Boss fronting in the streets, but the paperwork flawed. Receipts stacked tall, timelines.
All right, we getting it together or what? Are we getting it together or what? Are we getting it together or what? Yeah. Shout out. Thank you. I appreciate it. Shout out to Nightish. What? Shout out to the Chicago Rilla gifting 5 Wake Up Show memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate for all that you do. Anybody that received any of the memberships, please maintain your membership. And everybody that got a membership is people that's here damn near every day. So hopefully you can and you will maintain your membership. And thank Chicago Rilla, God damn it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Rilla. Always holding me down. Thank you. And shout out to the people that just upset that I get any kind of, that I even got 5 people watching. They get so mad. God damn.
Why Royce M wants to do a beauty pageant competition with you? Like he wants to do a morning routine competition. See who's prettier.
Shout out to Royce M. I got you.
If it don't match how you feel. If somebody is dealing in narratives and speaking in fallacy, they're trying to evoke emotion to make you seem hypocritical and control people's view of you. But it ain't over though. I hope it ain't over. Man, look, man, it's so many great things that come from niggas putting their differences to the side and saying, okay, nigga, all right, let's do what we got to do now. Let's get back to the agenda. I already know Corey's thing is helping black people, helping black women and young men see the light. I don't know much about Antoine, but he says some things. I mean, we need that type of niggas should be scared of a little bit of conflict. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. That's what this shit is about. Every movement has conflicts, man. But respectfully, niggas, like, at the end of the day, 2 niggas standing on business, they stand on business. It is what it is. Now, I was all the way.
All right, so I think he's about finished with what he's saying and everything. And I think we got and I believe we got all the people that just hate watching it. You know, it's so interesting to see the hate watchers. All you gotta do is mention that there's a bunch of people in the building and hate watchers running. Like, no, I cannot be one of the many people watching the goddamn show having a good time and not commenting, not liking, not sharing. He knows I'm watching. Yes, we know you watching. Yeah. We know. It's okay. We can tell by the content that you have, the content that you watch, the things that you say. It is okay. Just hop out the closet and say, good day. If you want, you can even ask me to drop the link. And I will have a conversation with you. I'm willing to have a conversation with anybody that's willing to have a clear, coherent thought. It's okay. I don't know why y'all be so pressed. Now we're about to move into the Tim Walz situation about it. Right? So, because I got a lot to say about that part as well. You know what I'm saying? So, and I do find it highly interesting about this whole situation as well. Because this whole situation, you know, like Antoine, whatever you want to call it, right? Anton and Corey arguing. It was like watching two uncles fight over who makes the best ribs. They both swear they got this secret recipe, but neither one wants to admit they burned the meat. In public discussion between them, right? People online, they are cherry picking clips, only the moments that support their favorite guy. This is what's going on. Ignore context, ignore nuance, ignore the full conversation that that we having about, right? This whole Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy in action. Raw class, whatever. And someone would say, see, Corey destroyed Anton. Meanwhile, someone also posts a different clip. Nah, Anton cooked Corey. Both sides drew their own bullseyes around their favorite bullet holes. Because, see, that's how I want y'all to understand it, right? So they go, get their gun, they shoot at the goddamn barn. Boom, boom, boom. And then they look at the bullet hole, and then they paint the target around and then say, see, I hit it dead center. That's what this whole Texas sharpshooter situation is. You shoot the target, and then you go paint the target around the hole that you shot. It's not the time. So now, also, before we get into the Tim Walz versus Donald Trump and the federal government, politics is just this, this sharpshooter fallacy with better lighting. Politics is the only place where people argue like they're watching two different movies. One side is watching Black Panther, and the other side is watching Sharknado. And somehow they think they're reviewing the same film. When people talk about political figures, any political figures, right? They often highlight only the quotes that support their side, ignore the quotes that contradicts their side, focus on one event and pretend it represents the whole. Right? And they keep these isolated moments like universal truth. That's the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Again, people would say, look at this one clip. This proves everything. No, it doesn't. Only thing it does is proves that you like the clip. And you cannot judge a whole politician off of one clip. That's like judging a whole marriage off of one text message. Like, who's Keisha? World class. And he say, baby, that's my cousin. No, that's just his cousin. So we got different people, right? Anton and Tim Walz, same fallacy, even though the situations are totally different. One is entertainment beef. The other is a political discourse. The pattern is the same. You know that's true, Lamar. Thank you, baby. I needed some water. I really appreciate it. Thank you. These people don't care about me, baby. They just want to see the drama. That's all they care about. That's it. And the pattern is the same, right? So Anton versus Corey fans, they cherry pick clips to prove their favorite is right. Walz versus Trump supporters, they cherry pick statements or events to prove their narrative. Both people draw the bullseye after the shot. You drawing the bullseye after the shot. Everybody's a goddamn lawyer now. Everybody wants the truth. But in reality, nobody wants the truth. They want the clip that makes their guy look like Batman and the other look like the Joker. Why people do this? I don't know. Why do people do this? Because admitting you wrong hurts. Admitting you wrong hurts more than leg day. That's why. If you ever had a leg day, you know what I'm talking about. You can't even walk. It hurts. And that's why it's so difficult to get y'all to walk 15 minutes this way and 15 minutes that way. Do at least 2 push-ups a day. That would keep that estrogen away, my brothers. God damn it. People would rather fight to the death than say, maybe I didn't have all the information. The fallacy feels good because it protects your ego. It confirms your worldview. It makes your favorite person look like a genius. It makes the other person looks like a villain. This is emotional comfort food for y'all. Clearly. And everybody's a damn sharpshooter until the target shoots back. Look, if you only look at the parts you like, you can make anybody look like a hero or a villain. You can make Mr. Rogers look like a gang leader if you cut the clips right. What you mean, neighborhood? Beautiful day in who neighborhood? Neighborhood? So before you pick a side, maybe watch the whole barn, not just the bullet holes you like. Man, if I was on stage, I'd drop the mic and walk off. That was a bar. That was bars right there. Shit. If that don't deserve, man, listen, if that don't deserve a like and a 99 super chat, I don't know what I could do to ever get one, to be honest with you. If that doesn't deserve it, I don't know what I could ever do to get one. Because, man, I just cooked up. I ain't gonna lie, I just cooked up. But, you know. You know how it go. You know how it go. Now, let me go ahead and find this this Tim Walz thing. Let's break that down, and then we're gonna open up the panel. That's how we're gonna do it. Let's check out Tim Walz. What Tim Walz was saying recently. Maybe we agree with Tim Walz, maybe we won't. I don't know. But we're gonna find it real quick. Hold on. Let's see what Tim has to say.
My fellow Minnesotan.
Hold on, Tim. I got you, Tim. All right, so now with that being said, shout out to Shadow the Time Walz with $2. I respect you because you fire back. Boom, 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 boom. Shout out to Shadow the Time Walz. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, so let's do this. Let's see what Tim is out here talking about. What's going on over there in Minnesota, Tim? Hopefully Tim is saying some truths and he ain't out here Texas sharpshooting.
What's happening in Minnesota right now defies belief. News reports simply don't do justice to the level of chaos and disruption and trauma the federal government is raining down upon our communities.
God damn, Tim, you start off hot. Come on, Tim. What do you mean the federal government is doing that? You saying the federal government, Tim, that is wild for you to say, bro. You are the governor of this place, bro. You are not supposed to be. You know what? Let me not jump into judgment yet. That was only about 10 seconds into it, but already I see it is something wrong with you framing it as the federal government is trying to do something to your city. That is a wild statement to say to start off, especially when your city is in turmoil. That is crazy. Come on, Tim.
2,000 to 3,000 armed agents of the federal government have been deployed to Minnesota.
Okay.
Armed, masked, undertrained ICE agents.
Wow. How you gonna say they are undertrained? That is crazy. That is wild to say. That is a wild thing to say, that they are untrained. This is what I'm saying. They shoot their shot and then they'll paint the target around it. Shout out to Trey Amir with the 199. Thank you so much, my bro. Thank you. I really appreciate all that y'all do. Thank you so much. It means a lot. Seriously. Shicey Avengers. Ashton with the 199. Sharon, go whoop Corey co-host for Fight Club. Hey, Shicey, tell Anton and Hamp to set it up. I got him. Oh, that's funny. Thank you so much, Trey. Oh, man. Oh. Davey says, a Proud Boy working for the ICE. God damn. Let's keep it going.
Are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live. They're ordering people, masked, undertrained ICE agents, are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live.
Come on, Tim. You cannot be serious, Tim. Are you saying ICE agents are knocking on people's door and say, hey, where do the illegals live? This is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's crazy to say, Tim. Right. And then you also painted looking of people of, man, Tim, this is a wild thing to say as being the governor of a place that is going up in flames.
They're pulling over people indiscriminately.
Come on, Tim. Come on, Tim. You saying they just pulling people over? Tim, you saying they just pulling people over? Tim, you are painting it out that they are looking for people of color and not illegal immigrants? Come on, Tim. What are you doing here? What are you trying to do to Minnesota? Are you trying to calm the temperature down? Or are you trying to raise the temperature up? Because you pissing me off, so I can imagine anybody that is on that side, what are you doing to them? Now they're just pulling people over?
Including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers. And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools, they're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street.
Can somebody please find me the video of ICE dragging a pregnant woman down the street? It better be more than one. Because the way how you are framing it, Tim, is that they just pulling over any and everything that is non-white. This is crazy, Tim. This is Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy. Two different scenarios, same goddamn actions.
Plane grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into unmarked vans.
Wow.
Kidnapping innocent people with no warning.
Wow, look at the word in kidnapping. Woo!
And no due process. Let's be very, very clear. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement.
What is it
Instead,
about?
it's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota.
Why?
By our own federal government.
Why? That is some strong words. You better tell me why. Tell me why. Tim Walz is just making excuses. Tell me why. Tim Walz, you gonna go to jail. And now I see why, sir. Tell me why Tim Walz need to go to jail. Tell me why you are inciting riots. Tell me why Tim Walz, I never want to hear you say. Damn it, Tim. Tim, tell me why. God damn it. I did it justice. I did it justice. Ain't nobody ever gonna sing it as good as I just did it. Woo, Detroit, you better show the proof. I'm about to drop the link. Who want that link? I'm gonna drop that link.
Last week, that campaign claimed the life of Renee Nicole Good.
Ooh.
We've all watched the video.
Ooh.
We've all seen what happened.
Ooh.
And yet, instead of conducting an impartial investigation.
Wow. And this is where the sharpshooter fallacy is really. See, conversation with MJ said, please, Sharon, sing again. She said, Sharon, please do that. Hit me, baby, one more time is what conversation with MJ with the top. Please continue singing. Here's $2. I got you. Hit me, baby, one more time. Come on, Tim.
So we can hold accountable the officer responsible for Renee's death. The Trump administration is devoting the full power of the federal government to finding an excuse to attack the victim and her family.
Shit. He said they are attacking the victim. Oh my God. Tim, that is freaking ridiculous. Tim, that is freaking ridiculous. This cannot be for real. Is this real life, MJ? Is this real life? Come on. This is... Wow. Crazy.
Just yesterday, 6 federal prosecutors, including the longtime career prosecutor leading the charge to investigate and eliminate fraud in our state's programs, quit their jobs rather than go along with this assault on the United States Constitution. But as bad as it's been, Donald Trump intends for it to get worse. This week, he went online to promise that, quote, the day of retribution and reckoning is coming. That's a direct threat against the people of this state who dared to vote against him 3 times and who continue to stand up for freedom with courage and empathy and profound grace.
Wow. Tim, this is just crazy to me, Tim. Welcome to the show. It's me, Rosie. Good day.
Good morning. You can hear me?
I can hear you well, yes.
Okay. I had to make sure I plug in my I keep unplugging it because the mic that uh, I got BB barking. I sent you the video of them dragging I typed it in and it came up. Them dragging the pregnant woman. It's like a short. I found it. I don't like the fact that he said they're knocking door to door looking for colored people. That's disgusting. I tell you, I don't do politics very well, so I just don't like that line. Everything else, I don't understand. I don't get it. Where KT at? KT, I need KT up here. KT, come out and play. As much as y'all don't like KT said something yesterday that was so true, but matches what Craig said today. Craig, you know what Craig is doing, Sharon? He's doing PR. He's diffusing the problem. He's preparing everyone to say they're gonna teach Corey the new age, fast forward 2026, because Corey is 57, by the way. Y'all keep saying 40s. And Anton is 43. So him teaching the Texas lingo, because I have that issue with you guys, right? When you all debating and I can't keep up and I'm lost, I'm trying to understand how this debate nonsense go. But the thing is that everybody stays with this debate, and y'all just don't talk truth. Y'all always trying to correct yourselves and whatever. Like you said, everybody wants to be right all the time. Like I say stuff that irritates people, and I can care less because, in life, everything is not a debate, and they don't want to hear the truth. They want to hide the truth. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, you could come. She's still barking.
No, she's good now.
Okay, she's good now. Okay.
All right.
So
I'm gonna get back to
Jamal, we're taking your mic. Don't do that again. Don't kill Backstreet. I did it, Jabba. I'm gonna take his mic.
I'll put the video in the private chat for me as well.
You want me to put it in the private? Okay, let me get it because it's still on my screen. Okay, I got it. Hold on.
Across Minnesota, people are stepping up to help their neighbors who are being unjustly and unlawfully targeted. They're distributing care packages and walking kids to school and raising their voices in peaceful protest, even though doing.
I can't believe he said peaceful protests. That is wild to say. They are not peacefully protesting at all, not even close to a peaceful protest. They are literally taking over cop cars and stealing guns. That is insane for you to say. This is the governor saying these things.
But you know why he's doing that, right? You didn't notice what he was doing? He's asking for the colored people to help because nobody's fighting. We're like everybody's sitting behind and saying, "You deal with it. You created that monster. Now you deal with it." You guys wanted him to take out the illegals. You understand? If that's what you wanted, that's what you voted for.
Okay.
So has made many of our fellow Minnesotans targets for violent retribution. Folks, I know it's scary. And I know it's absurd that we all have to be defending law and order, justice, and humanity while also caring for our families and trying to do our jobs. So tonight, let me say once again to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, end this occupation. You've done enough. Let me say 4 critical things to the people of Minnesota. 4 things I want you to hear as you watch the news and look out for your neighbors. First, Donald Trump wants this chaos. He wants
Wow. Wow.
You know they're coming to New York,
And
right?
yes, he wants more violence on our streets. We cannot give him what he wants. We must protest loudly, urgently, but also peacefully. Indeed, as hard as we will fight in the courts and at the ballot box, we cannot and will not let violence prevail. You're angry, I'm angry. Angry is not a strong enough word, but we must remain peaceful. Second, you are not powerless.
That's crazy for them to say we must remain peaceful while they are not remaining peaceful. Clearly, they're not remaining peaceful. We see the videos of them spray paint cars, flip them over, stealing cars, jumping in front of the ice way, being antagonists, putting water on the goddamn street so it can get icy. You cannot be this double-minded to say that they are protesting peacefully and saying that ICE agents is trying to occupy Minnesota. What is going on with this governor? His ass need to go to jail. This is insane.
But Sharon, remember when for George Floyd, when they were upset and everything, isn't that what they talk about all the time? That, they burned down, everything, out of outrage. What are they doing right now? They burning down their own state, right? Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Remember that everybody over there, every single time I hear them, they always say, "Oh, they fight when George Floyd and BLM and they burned down this." They doing the same thing.
But you can't say it's the same thing because they was going after illegals, and then they started to impede in investigations.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same thing because George Floyd, somebody was on his neck for 5 to 6 minutes until he, or the whole situation was a completely different situation. No, that's a completely different situation. Let ICE do their goddamn job, and the people that is pulled illegally, let them fight their case properly. You're supposed to win in court, not with violent protests in the street. No, it's not even close to the same argument. 9 minutes and 37 seconds on that man's neck. That is completely different than illegal immigrants taking advantage of a system in America, hiring people and voting people in that is pushing the fraud even further. And then also, it's vastly different. It's not even close.
But he said they're knocking door to door looking for colored people.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say illegals.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, that's crazy.
That is absolutely insane. This is the governor saying this. That's wild to say.
You are not helpless, and you are certainly not alone. All across Minnesota, people are learning about opportunities, not just to resist, but to help people who are in danger. Thousands upon thousands of our fellow Minnesotans are going to be relying on mutual aid in the days and weeks to come, and they need our support. Tonight, I want to share another way you can help.
Okay.
Witness. Help us establish a record of exactly what's happening in our communities.
And again, he's inciting civilians to go outside and follow ICE and to record them. That is wild. That is not being peaceful protest. That is not helping the situation clearly. People involving themselves in government, official government manner is not helping the situation in Minnesota. This needs to be this is scary to me to see a governor say these things and we acting as if this is anything different from when Donald Trump did the same thing with January 6th. There ain't no damn difference. This is inciting people to react negatively against law enforcement within that state. And this is somebody that is shooting the barn and then painting a bullseye around the bullet hole. This is wild and crazy to me. And I would like to see anybody that have a disagreement hit the panel and please explain to me how I got it wrong.
You have an absolute right to peacefully film ICE agents as they conduct these activities. So carry your phone with you at all times. And if You see these ICE agents in your neighborhood, take out that phone and hit record. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans, not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution.
Wow.
The third thing I want to say to you tonight is we will not have to live like this forever. Accountability is coming at the voting.
And I wonder, do you believe accountability is coming for you? Because this is wild to hear. It's just crazy to me. I don't understand it. Also, welcome into the show, Kulu. Good day, sir. How you doing as well? Go ahead. It's me, Rosie. You wanted to say I stopped you from saying something?
But didn't that weird AI voice the other day bring out that Renee Good was part of that group, that the whistle group?
Right.
Isn't he doing the same thing as the group? Isn't the group, this is what I'm saying. He's enticing them to do what she was doing, when they deleted her, no?
And I just want to understand, HT Ball One, what am I? I'm not defending Trump. How am I defending Trump? Just that what I just said. This guy, Tim Walz, and Trump is doing this. The same thing Donald Trump did on January 6th is the same thing that this man is doing now. He's not saying it, but he's saying it. He's saying turn up. In my opinion, he's inciting the people to act out and act up in his city. So I do not understand what you mean, HT Baldwin. I would love for you to let me know, what do you mean by me defending Donald Trump? Welcome to the show, Kulu. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts?
Good morning, Sharon. Happy Friday, chat, man. Make sure y'all like the video. Y'all share the video because these are some great conversations. Hey, Rosie. So real quick, I think I can, because you asked like if anybody had a disagreement. I think maybe I can not change your mind, but I think I can provide an argument in defense of Tim Walz. Not to say that he's perfect and he didn't do anything wrong, obviously, you know what I mean? But I want to ask you, what is your argument or issue specifically with Tim Walz?
My argument right now is the things that he's saying right now. As he's saying it, because this is my first time watching it, so my problem is with what he's saying right now. And the things that he's saying is not very accurate. For example, knocking door to door looking for people of color. They are looking for illegal immigrants. You got to say a thing is what a thing is. Him also inciting people to interfere with official federal investigations. I think that is not a good thing, especially after all the recent evidence what happened with the young lady Renee Good. They are overstepping their boundaries and they creating more chaos in his city. And he's inciting them and giving them the approval to continue this thing, because it's only going to escalate. Because once it started with just whistles, now we went all the way to traffic stopping, and then now it's into rioting, and it's going to escalate to when people is going to really get hurt. In my opinion, he is not bringing the temperature down. At least with this video, he is bringing the temperature up.
Okay, yeah. So you said a lot of truth there. I think where we diverge is, so didn't JD Vance say they're going to be doing door to door, right? So you agree that they're going to be doing door to door looking for illegals, right?
Illegals, not people of color.
So when you say people of color, you're referring to black people only, or you're referring to Hispanics and other melanated people?
I think that's what Tim is trying to do. I think he is trying to infer that they are just looking for people of color instead of immigrants that are illegal in his state. And I think that's not true, that they are just looking for people of color.
Okay, so I might agree with you there. Do you think going door to door is wrong though? Like them going to each specific door knocking and then is potentially searching a house for illegal immigrants?
Yeah, if they don't have no valid proof that it is like a safe house,
right?
If they are just literally just not gonna do, hey, I'm searching your house to look for illegal immigrants, then that is crazy. And I don't know if we have any proof of that, but if that's what they're doing, that is absolutely insane. What I think is happening, they're paying attention to the houses that have 10 to 20 people in there, and it's only designed for a 3 to 4 family household. That is a big red flag.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I agree with you there. If they go door to door, just everybody's house, you know, just knocking, asking, for entry to search, to me that's definitely like a big red flag and definitely wrong. So I agree with you there. Do I think Tim Walz is inciting people? Yeah, he like like in my opinion, like when I heard him say that, I took it as him just making the Minnesotan population aware. Hey, if you see something, record it. It's protect your neighborhoods, it's protect your cities. But I don't view it as him telling people go out and interfere with ICE, because that's definitely wrong, right? Like if they're in an operation, don't go over there trying to record, don't go over there trying to interrupt, obviously. But if you see something wrong happening, don't be afraid to film, don't be afraid to take a record of it and let the authorities know so that they can have a record. Because I honestly believe that is the reason why he's saying that is because he believes that his party is going to get control in 2028, and they're going to go back, and all these people that have recorded issues that got problems, is they're going to do some major, I guess, retribution against ICE, in my opinion. But I don't disagree with you there. So do you think Tim Walz is like one of the worst governors in America?
I don't. I would say he did a horrible job with the fraud situation, and with this speech, as we are uncovering the things that he is saying, he is doing a horrible job from those two things. That's the only two things I can actually judge him on at the moment.
Okay, and so do you acknowledge that in 2022, that Somalis were arrested for fraud for like the food program and all the other programs? Like, about that, right?
I think that is great if that's the case. But now, I didn't know when they started arresting people. But for him to act like this thing wasn't going on, then that will show again that he have a part or a hand in it of who he want to win and who is going to get locked up for it. So again, it make him look a little crazier to me with that extra information.
Okay, so I agree with you. As I think that in 2022, like there was like 60, 70 some people that were arrested for fraud in Minnesota, and he was the governor then, and that was the buying deal, like DOJ. Do I think that he knew about all the fraud that was going on? No. But do I think that he knew about some of it and maybe let it slide? Probably. There's a lot of like governors that do it, especially the governor of Mississippi with Brett Favre and the whole welfare thing that he was doing. So they know about fraud.
Great point.
And I definitely think that what's happening in his city is definitely honestly his control. And I think that Trump is potentially playing checkers while he's playing chess. For example, is we know that a bunch of Republican governors, they bust and flown out a lot of illegals into New York, Chicago, LA, it's Minneapolis, all these different like sanctuary cities. And now it's just funny how all these ICE operations are taking place in those same cities that they bust them out to. So I definitely think, and this may be my conspiracy theory side, but that, all of this is kind of performative. And it's being used as a way to further military in our streets, like make it normalized, and also potentially could result in Trump using the Insurrection Act, which is something a little bit more serious. But to your point, yes, a ICE vehicle was vandalized and weapons were stolen. I think it's being reported, but it's not confirmed that it was potentially a Latin king, like a couple of individuals that were doing it. But we don't know if it's tied to the protesters specifically, you know what I mean? And how, it's correlated. It could, but like I said, if Tim Walz gets arrested or indicted and is proven in court that he knew about it, unless the emails, texts come out, then definitely he's guilty, arrest his ass and lock his ass up. But I definitely think he's on the defense right now when it comes to the game that Trump and his team is playing right now, for sure.
And I just don't like the idea of inciting civilians to impede or to even tell them to go ahead and watch cameras and pull out your phones. And that is wild to say. Can you imagine? I just think that is a dangerous thing to do, especially
sure.
after we see it ramp up to somebody losing their life by doing that very same thing. Right,
Yeah,
a lot
yeah,
is
yeah.
going to get crossed. Right, so you already have somebody died within your city for doing the very thing that you inciting people to do, and you acting as if that is the peaceful thing. That is wild. Welcome to the show, Jabba, the Rainbow Boogeyman. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing, Sean?
You came to compliment me on my singing. I'm pretty sure.
The devil is a lie.
What's your thoughts, there, Jabba?
You off. I'll just put some pushback to what Kulu's saying. You got to think about it this on a macro level. People are not going to hear what he's saying and be nuanced like you are being. They're not going to take a second and really assess the situation and think, oh, should I just record or should I do something? Especially when you come back from the George Floyd situation where people were being told, if you see something wrong, take action, do something. That's where people's head is at. It's very volatile. And the fact is, like, when he's saying colored people, we know that blacks have a volatile relationship with law enforcement. So when you hear something like that, you're not going to be thinking, well, is he referencing illegals or he's just saying people of color? Or is it BIPOC or is it just immigrants? So I think the point is you have to address it. Like, no, what you're doing is wrong. You're inciting people who have no business being incited for something that doesn't really pertain to them, and it's none of their business. If you want to protest, go ahead and protest. But don't like, you can't, him as a governor, as a public figure, should know what he's saying is wrong.
Okay, so can I ask you real quick, do you think most people are gonna go out and actually do something, or do you think most people are gonna stay at home?
Absolutely. That's what they're doing now. That's the situation.
So I said most people, not like the protesters.
Not most people in general, but the most people who are going to go out and protest, yes, they will take action. That's why we're in this situation with the ICE agent and the woman being deleted now. She was technically protesting.
Okay, so are we saying that people shouldn't be out, like allowed to record outside their house, or maybe when they're going shopping, if they see something wrong, or are you referring to like actually impeding on their operations?
No, I'm talking about impeding on their operations. But what I'm saying is he needs to choose his words a lot more carefully.
I can agree with you on that, for sure.
He's being very arbitrary intentionally right now because he knows exactly what he's saying is going to trigger the wrong kind of people. He wants people to get animated. He wants people to go out and quote unquote riot. Because he realizes that's what's going to take action. It's not like if he was saying, make sure that you are mindful and don't impede on the situation. Yes, record. And if you see something, contact your local law enforcement. He's not saying any of that. He's being very obtuse with his words right now. And then when you have something like this situation that happened the other day, then it's like, oh, well, that's the ICE agent's fault. Granted, the ICE agent does have responsibility in that, but it's like, hey, she needed to check her behavior too.
I can agree with you on that, and yeah, he should definitely be more articulate about what he wants his people to do. Where I disagree is I don't think most people are going to take his words seriously. I think most people are working a job, like they're going to do their daily routine. If they see something, they may record it.
I'm not talking about society. People who want to do shit are looking for an excuse to do shit.
Yeah, I can agree that there's going to be like Antifa and other groups that want to create division and chaos and maybe get on the news. They're going to take that as like an act. Yeah, you're right.
He fed into that when he said colored people. This is like I said in the chat. I don't agree with current Anton. I'm like still baffled by that was him in 2016. I'm convinced that was someone else. Like that's AI generated because that's crazy. But when he's talking about Democrats using black people, this is exactly what he's talking about. Case in point, this right here. So you know what? Like he can say colored people, make sure you specify immigrants. not U.S. citizens. When you say colored people, that's a blanket statement. That can be anybody. Hell, that is even some white people.
That was intentional verbiage.
It was. Damn, you got me thinking like a freaking Republican now. I'm
Look, you don't understand. I've been smiling the whole time because you've been talking major Republican talking points. Good job, homie. You finally transitioned.
Let me go back in the chat because now I'm not gonna independent. I gotta register Republican. Hell no.
Welcome to the show, Shadow, the Titan. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Hey, I'm gonna go get him a "Make America Great" hat. He's good.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Bullshit. We ain't going that far. We just going by what we see. We ain't going that far, goddamn.
Maybe we'll do "Make America Colored" again. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on everything that's happened so far today?
Look, y'all know how I feel about Walz. So, I mean, Walz was on bullshit, and he knows he was. He said what he said because he is intended. Because didn't we have this whole conversation less than a week ago about Trump saying but not saying exactly what he said on January 6th? So we're going to pretend now that Tim Walz is saying but not saying, hey, you know, if shit gets down, burn some shit up. Like, if you know what he's saying, you hear what he's saying, and you're like, bet, we're going to do this right. Like, we're going to start a riot because we're going to riot. Let's get it. This is how we're going to protest. We're going to cause some damage. And, you know, that's fine for him to say that. But then if he's going to pretend that that's not what he's saying, because now he's in his feelings because Trump's like, hey, fuck around and find out. An insurrection act. I got you. Don't worry.
That would be
we can play the game and I got the bigger stick. Trump made a whole tweet about it last night. He's like, if y'all follow this direction, I will invoke the Insurrection Act because you will intentionally be impeding federal law enforcement. He had a whole post about it. I was like, good job. That's the thing. So that's what we're going with this.
But you don't think that was his plan all along, though, Shadow? Was to invoke it by sending, you know, way more ICE to all these cities, knowing that they were going to respond, knowing that they were going to protest. Like, you don't think he was like did that intentionally?
No. Well, here's the thing. I think you're giving Trump a lot more credit. At the end of the day, like, he went with ICE to do a very specific goal. Like, hey, this is exactly what we're going to do. And this is exactly how we have to do it. And I'm not going to argue with anybody else when I do what I'm supposed to do. So he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. And y'all got to keep in mind, like Carter SU, most of the people who were in that card hacking group were Somalians. When they got that case locked up, that was a major Somalian issue. But again, we're talking about a major thing that's now public knowledge. Like, people who know. But if you don't know, like, I believe he saw an issue and he's like, what can I do personally? Because Trump is very personal about what he does. He's not trying to go through people. He's not trying to go through no red tape. He's saying, fuck your lines. If this is constitutionally gray, I'm going to shoot my shot because then at least you got to challenge me on it. What they say, he's a habitual line stepper. Like, he will find the line, know you can't do shit about it, and then toe that line just because he's like, is this constitutionally illegal? Could be, but I'm gonna do it anyway just to see.
Now you good there, Kulu?
I understand what he's saying, and I just think that if you're always making people play defense, if you're always trying to get a reaction out of people, it's not going to always look great. Like, for example, if Trump was to do the Insurrection Act and send National Guard and they were to really go down there, like, that's going to kill his shot at midterms. Like, that's going to destroy, in my opinion, the Republican Party because of the optics of it.
But who cares? Trump's a lame duck president.
Well, but like, it should matter to you and your movement because what, like, after Trump, right? Like,
he's not worried about
right?
Right. He's not worried about that.
That's the problem, though. But you're MAGA, though, right?
No, not at all. Like,
okay, but let's just.
I'm close.
But you support Republicans, right?
I support some Republicans. I'm
right.
center
So,
right.
Okay. So my argument don't really work with you, but from like the people that we've seen in the panel that is majority right wing, this is gonna kill the 2026 and potentially 2028 chances. And for what? Just to have a couple eyes. And it's like it's not even mass reporting. It's a number that Obama did. So it's like, what is he really doing? Like, it just seems like it's all show and to show force and show how strong he is and show him the power he has. But it's going to end up bad. Like, for example, right, the Greenland situation. Trump saying what he said in that video that Sharon played. Now you got Germany, France, Denmark, and the UK sending troops over to Greenland right now. You know what I mean? And if he was to get more serious, that's going to be bad for him.
All right, I like it. I'm gonna see. Let's see what else Tim is talking about, because Tim is wilding right now. This just happened last night, by the way.
Booth and in court. We will reclaim our communities from Donald Trump. We will reestablish a sense of safety for our neighbors, and we will bring an end to this moment of chaos, confusion, and trauma. We will find a way to move forward, and we'll do it together, and we'll not be alone. Every day, we are working with business leaders, faith leaders, legal experts, and elected officials from across this country. They've all seen what Donald Trump is trying to do to our state, and they know their states could be next.
That is crazy to me. Like, what do you think Donald Trump is trying to do to your state is my question. Like, that's the part that it mind boggles me, Kulu. Like, what is it that he's trying to do to just your state and to the rest of the states? Are we saying that he's trying to be the dictator of the United States? There's going to be Trump states of America? Is that what he's trying to suggest? And again, if that's what he's trying to suggest, he is inciting people to have an uprising in his own city, which they are already doing. It's already been ramping up for the past 2 weeks. It started off as just whistles, and then it went to cars, and then it went to stopping traffic,
and federal buildings.
and then with when is it going to stop? This is crazy, Tim.
And that brings me to the fourth thing I want to say tonight, Minnesota. How incredibly proud I am of the way that you've risen to meet this unbearable moment.
Wow. So he's already saying that, all right, so what y'all been doing so far is great. Keep doing that. Go even further, because I'm proud of you. Let's take it a step further so we can get the whole nation to do it. That is wild. That is definitely inciting.
But I'm not at all surprised, because this is who we are. Minnesotans believe in the rule of law, and Minnesotans believe in the dignity of all people. We're a place where there's room for everybody, no matter who you are or who you love or where you came from. A place where we feed our kids, we take care of our neighbors, and we look out for those in the shadows of life. We're an island of decency in a country being driven towards cruelty.
Damn.
We will remain.
That is crazy. I can't believe this is the governor saying this after what's going on. That's dangerous. That's very dangerous.
An island of decency, of justice, of community, of peace. And tonight I come before you simply to ask, don't let anyone take that away from us.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean, HT? That is wild. Hold on, let me play that back.
Island of decency, of justice, of community, of peace. And tonight I come before you simply to ask, don't let anyone take that away from us.
Woo!
Thank you, protect each other, and may God bless the people of Minnesota.
Wow. And then he did not say God bless America. Is that a key part that we picked up? He didn't say God bless America.
All right, so what part of that wasn't insightful? I'm just asking.
to me,
Just curious.
That is clear to me that man was attempting to incite the thing that's already going on over there. It's already going on over there. So, like I'm confused about it. Why are we trying to act as if we don't understand this?
Sharon, he literally praised the violence so far and then proceeded to say, no, we're going to go harder. And we're going to, every sentence he used incited some kind of emotion in somebody, whether it was defiance, anger, joy, pride, or revenge. Every single thing he said punctuated with like emotional plea, emotional plea, emotional plea. This is how people get people to fight. That's when you go bitch ass nigga, because he's supposed to hit you in the mouth.
She's pregnant. She's pregnant. You don't see her stomach?
All right, so they sent me the video. Let's check it out together. So they said, hey, look, Sharon, here go the pregnant lady. God damn it. What you talking about, Sharon? They shutting me up. All right, let's see what this is all about.
As ICE agents dragged this pregnant woman across the street, Tanika Dortch watched and recorded.
They chased her down to the corner and they took her and they were really forceful and brutal with her.
She's pregnant.
So, how are we supposed to know that woman is pregnant? Because they screaming it?
Pregnant. You don't see her stomach?
Dortch and others shouted at agents to stop, but they didn't.
They had busted the window open and snatched people out of the cars.
They're attacking people. They're attacking people.
The chaos started around 1 o'clock Monday afternoon at the corner of 29th Street and Pillsbury Avenue. ICE says it went after a car as part of an operation when rioters started throwing chunks of ice at them and shouted death threats.
So we cannot act as if
Oh, we missed that part of the story, didn't we? Oh, shit.
Like we cannot. That's just wild. Like, why are we not understanding what's going on? Like, that's craziness. To act as if we don't know what's happening just now, right? You cannot. Come on, y'all.
That's when they say the woman you see on the ground here tried to vandalize an ICE squad car.
It was a really crazy moment.
But Dortch says she saw the whole thing and insists that's not how it happened.
Oh, hell nah. All right, let's go.
That's a lie. She didn't rush. She didn't try to vandalize any of their vehicles.
And ICE says it stopped trying to arrest the woman for their own safety, but they arrested 2 others who they say assaulted agents, and some of those agents even required medical treatment.
She's pregnant. She's pregnant. You don't see her stomach?
Man, I don't know. That's wild. That's wild.
Hey, Sharon, have you seen an instance yet where ICE has busted somebody's window for absolutely no reason at all in this entire debacle? At any one point has ICE smashed a window, which is a very physically forceful thing, for absolutely no cause? All right, cool. We can keep gaslighting though.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's definitely crazy.
So throwing snowballs warrants breaking windows at Shadow?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
A snowball, bro.
Got
hey, price of tea in China. You're throwing. So you can spit on an officer and get assault of an officer, but you can't throw a snowball. Like, come on, bro. Let's be real.
Spit's different.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah, way different. Because that person could have a disease or could have, something that could actually harm it. A snowball's not going to kill an officer.
Nope. but it can hurt.
Okay, so here's the thing. So we cannot say like yes, it is a attack on them and it's going to agitate the situation. However, them trying to do an investigation on if this lady is whatever the case is, and then the people around them is the ones that is attacking the officers. They did not help the situation. They didn't stop the young lady from getting arrested. They didn't stop the young lady from getting dragged. And actually 2 more people got arrested. And also ICE officers got got injured. So this idea that Tim Walz is protecting anybody is just a fallacy because it caused more chaos. And then so now you also present it as ICE don't have no jurisdiction. They should not be looking for people for whatever the reason is. Whatever this lady was being targeted, we need to investigate that. And if she was wrongfully targeted, then we need to go ahead and do the proper procedures after that. And stop acting as if we do not have due process on both sides of the fence. We are putting citizens in danger that we saying no, everybody's supposed to go. Hey.
So can I ask Sharon and Shadow? Because I agree with you on that final part, Sharon. You know, we should put people in danger, but at what point do the American people stand up and start taking back their country? Like, for example, right? And I'm not saying that Trump's administration is tyranny and dictatorship, but let's say, you know, these people in Minnesota feel like what ICE is doing is like on some, you know, Nazi, shit. They feel like, it's some tyranny shit. At what point do they have the right to start defending their, their land, their houses, their bodily autonomy? And what level of force should they use? I'm not saying that they shouldn't be arrested for using the force, but at what point should the American people stand up if they feel like the government is impeding on their constitution or taking over?
Right. I think once you can show it that is actually happening. The problem is they not showing that is actually happening. The whole reason why ICE is there is for illegals, right? So the whole situation when they was like a couple of years ago when they had that knee on that man's neck, hey, that looked a little different. That's like, hey, what do we got going on here? In New York, when they were just stopping and frisking certain group of people, and that's all they did, and it did not result into any more guns off the street than normal. Hey, that's something that we got to look into. Like, this is not working out the way how y'all trying to make it seem like. You keep on doing this, hey, now we're going to have to rise up. However, when we talking about looking for illegals in a state that have a problem with illegals fraud in that state, changing flags to represent, they get more, it's looking like it is not what they're trying to fight for. It look like it's something different. It doesn't look like that state is all about American values at this moment. It like that state is about something else.
And my sentence is even easier. You're free to do whatever the hell you want. If you feel like your state's under attack, go attack back. But get this, understand that there's consequences to those actions. And if what you're saying is still gonna violate the law, then go do what you're gonna do while understanding that you're violating the law in the process. That's how rebellion works. And a lot of these people are jumping out there, getting ready to play jumpy without being ready to deal with the consequences that come with it. Because I don't know if this lady was specifically part of the investigation or not. But if she was out there to protest, first and foremost, lady, you're pregnant. Go the fuck home. Like, what are you even doing out here? Like, we keep having these conversations about why people are out there. Do what you got to do. Feel how you got to feel. But understand, every action has a consequence. It's Newton's law. So fuck around and find out. But if she was being investigated by ICE, everybody else impeding it just made it worse. Because again, it's not like they just walked up and bust the window immediately. That's not how any federal law enforcement works. Like, at all. They're not just coming in unless they got a no-knock raid. If they're coming in to arrest you, hey, you're surrounded. Oh no, you're not gonna stop her. All right, bet, watch me. At what point do you as a federal officer have to be like, you know what? I need to let y'all understand something. You're telling me I can't do something that I'm legally allowed to do. So let me show you just how far I can go, and not get penalized, because what I'm doing is for the law, and what you're doing is against us.
And shout out to the Cash App. It says Kulu talking points is going to get people deleted. Sheesh, that's harsh. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, I'm not telling people to go out and do what Tim Walz said. You know, obviously, I agree with you, Sharon. He should articulate himself better. But I'm taking the same argument that MAGA did with January 6th. They felt like their country was stolen. They felt like, the China and like the government shut down and COVID was an attack on America and, things like that. And what did they do? They went up to the Capitol. They brought guns and all types of shit. You know what I mean? And for example, right, at the BLM protests, when they thought that Antifa was taking over, I saw a bunch of like MAGA guys with AKs, or not AKs, but with ARs and shit like that, just like patrolling the neighborhood, and nobody said a thing. So I'm just taking the same, like the same logic as MAGA did for January 6th. And MAGA feels like what they did was right, and they don't feel like those people should have been arrested. So it's the same people in Minnesota feel like their state is being taken over by ICE and Trump's so-called dictatorship, which I don't think it is, but that's their their ideology. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. So, and I think just like the January 6th, they was wrong for what they did. These people are also wrong. So like I'm still holding a stand on Donald Trump incited those people to do the wrong thing. Tim Walz is also inciting these people to do the wrong thing. They need some more. There's no backing that all these things that's in their mind is actually true. This is all part of that. This is why I'm having a whole show about the Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy, right? You shoot the shot and then you go paint the goddamn bullseye around the bullet hole instead of the other way around. And this is what is going on. There's a playbook that it's been going on for a while, clearly, right? So we have January 6th where it worked, and now we got this whole situation in Minnesota where it's clearly working as well. It's getting people more emotionally charged instead of logically charged and say, hey, what is actually happening here? And let me take my feelings out of it and not lean left or right, not have a decision on what I'm seeing because I dislike Donald Trump. And I think a lot of people are just making the decision on what is going on in Minnesota strictly because they dislike Donald Trump.
I agree. Shadow, do you think what Trump did at January 6th was wrong or the same as what Tim Walz is doing?
No, I still say that they're the same thing. Like they're not.
Okay, so you say the same thing?
They're not saying go out and do it. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Then we're in agreement then. I'm not saying they should go out and do it, but yeah, for sure.
Like
I'm not saying that.
What my point's gonna be. If Tim Walz is gonna then turn around and try to do the sleight of hand, like Trump when it said, "Look, I'm gonna try to order more National Guard." If Tim Walz is like, "Hey, I'm gonna try to do something for the state to protect the people more," then fine, I'll include it in the same. But right now, it looks like there's a phrase, they're pulling the string in your back, right? I feel like Tim Walz is pulling the string. He knows what's going to go down. They literally tried to light a federal building on fire yesterday. Like, at that point, it's destruction of federal property. And as the governor, he should have been like, yo, y'all are taking it a step too far. But he wants it to go as far as it is. That's why he's using all the language that he's using. The same thing we said about Trump on the 6th. Fine, you know what? Both of them are fucking up. But as that super chat just said, look, if you say that one was right and the other was wrong, you're gonna get people killed.
For sure. So do you agree that most MAGA and people in Trump's administration that's in power now, they think like you, or do they think that a January 6th was justified?
You're asking me to consider somebody else's mental state on certain situations, which is harder. I can say that there's a lot of people that are on the conservative side that believe January 6th wasn't as bad as it seems. But they're basing that on numbers, like the amount of people who actually did real damage.
But would you agree that those same people that think that January 6th wasn't a big deal or that it was justified are now going ballistic, like calling this an insurrection?
Oh, absolutely. But that's
And do you think that's wrong? Okay,
yes,
so you say
I think that's wrong.
okay, all right.
But
It's
you got
definitely
to
seen
keep
if your
in
logic
mind
is true.
with gang timing now. Now it's about the gang time. If my gang shoots you, it's one thing. But if your gang shoots me, I got cops on my side.
Yeah, I mean, I got no argument, and that's why I said this wrong earlier about 2026, 2028, is that, you know, like Trump's opening Pandora's box, and let's say Democrats win in 2028, they're going to do the same tactics, if not worse, than what Trump did when it comes to is retaliating and getting everybody back. You know what I mean? So it's just like, and then when they get back in power in 2032 or whenever that may be,
right?
Like it's going to be the same thing, and then we're slowly losing our freedom, we're slowly losing our rights because of this political back and forth of this tribalism.
Kulu, can I challenge you on that real quick?
For sure, for sure.
I don't believe that this is going to have the same weight as you think it is, because a lot of people there's two ways to view what's going on, right? Way one is the Republicans are stepping too far, and they're trying to impede on people's freedoms, and it's going to affect America's freedom as a whole, right? That's one of the things you said, right? But here's the opposite side of that coin. Hey, right now, we're trying to fix a problem that Trump ran on, which is dealing with immigration that's causing crime. What he's doing right now, by literal definition, is exactly what he ran and got voted in on. So realistically speaking, people who would have already voted for him for standing on what he does won't take the vote from him or his people, because they're doing exactly what they said he would do. And they're going to try to prevent him from being a lame duck president so he can finish his agenda before he leaves. Like that's looking at it politically, right? Like there's a weight that a lot of people who are left or right aren't considering, that the moderates really care. And you got to keep in mind, $9.8 billion is a lot of money.
Right, and we do need to get down to if that is the actual amount, and we need to have more understanding of what has actually happened. I think the issue that I'm having, Kulu, with this whole situation, we are more focusing on these minor things as ICE is going around with investigations about illegal situations. They are knocking on doors where I got 20 people in a 3-bedroom house. We understand that this is happening, right? Because we had a conversation all the time. The Spanish people are doing it right. There's 30 people in one house. That's how you keep on moving. But we do know in reality, majority of people that's doing that, they are doing it because they have no choice. Because they, you know what I'm saying? Because they usually is because there's a bunch of illegals in that household. It ain't a bunch of citizens living on top of each other in one house, 20 people at a time. We know that, but we keep trying to act like just to have an argument for argument's sake that this is not happening.
So okay, so Ron, I agree with you there, but so this is where like the MAGA side loses me, because I'm all about immigration and getting illegals out, but it's, to me, it started out as 5 million, right? Oh man, Biden let in 5 million, then it moved up to 8 million, 11 million, 20. Now they're projecting 30 million people like came in under Biden. I'm like, bro, like honestly, I feel like they're just making up these numbers. It's just to have an excuse to do what they're doing, right? And you know, and on top of that, like if there were so many illegal immigrants, how come they haven't got more out? Like how come statistically Obama has got more out at the same very time than what Trump is? And it's like, if Trump's policies were working and ICE was doing the job, they should have almost double than what Obama had. It's like, especially if 30 million like illegals came in, it's the way that they said they came in. Like it just seems like it's just all made up.
Yeah, and so I think the main problem is that with Obama, people wasn't sending illegals on buses and sending them to other states like how they did with this situation, right? If they wasn't putting people on buses, we probably wouldn't have this problem. It'd be easier to get those people out because they'll be in the states where it's easy to get in and out of the border. So now that they moved them all the way to these different states, that makes it a little bit difficult. And number two, people was on the side of Barack Obama and his policies about immigration, because it was such a big deal about the extra immigrants that are here, is making it more difficult. And I believe we all agree that Donald Trump is not handling it in the best way possible. I'm in agreement with that. It is not the best way to do it. However,
I disagree.
What Tim is doing is absolutely asinine to the situation. We need to be improving, making adjustments on how to execute this immigration situation differently, not impede on what is going on the streets of this immigration situation. Also, welcome into the show, the Man Williams.
How you doing, brother? Mr. President, how you doing this morning?
Good day, VP.
How you doing? I just want to make sure I heard you right. You said it's cool when they did it. It was a problem when I did it.
No, I'm saying that he had backing and he had better execution than what's going on now. And people,
I agree. Listen, Obama was so smooth. He was able to deport all those people and nobody knew. It was almost like I compare it. You know what I compare this to? I compare this to the underground slavery. I mean, on the Underground Railroad. Obama had the Underground Railroad out the country. He was with the people out. Listen, nobody knew. So yeah, you're right that
the execution.
I think that Obama was real polished. He was a polished politician. He knew the things that will offend the people. He knew the things, like, he was polished. He was just on the wrong side. I would have loved to see Obama as a Republican, right? I think that would have been an amazing experience for us for 8 years. But I do get it though. I get what you're saying that y'all don't like his delivery.
Yeah,
we kind of hear that. We kind of hear that on these panels. So if we see it at our level, we definitely can have that same critique at the presidential level. So I get that, but it's not different. The biggest thing is a lot of people's like, it's different. It's not really. They was kind of doing the exact same thing. One just did it in private and one is doing it in the public. And I was always taught your integrity is measured by what you do in private, you know? Like so if Donald Trump, the same person behind doors, is in front of doors, it almost seems like he's consistent. But what we found out about Obama, and like I said, I ain't got no shot against Obama, he was doing a lot of stuff in private and telling the American people something totally different in public.
That might be factual, that he's two different people. However, his execution, the way how he implemented his policies, made people react differently. And sad to say, Donald Trump is not understanding the temperature of certain situations, and he needs to do better.
I think you just don't care.
Tim Walz is not helping the situation by inciting people to be rioting against federal agents. Like, this doesn't make any sense for Tim Walz to act as if Donald Trump is trying to take over, I don't know, be a dictator to just Minnesota, or he's saying that if they don't be the first resistance. None of that shit makes sense.
But he's still a little salty. This is a lot of this stuff, these reaction that we see in the Democrat Congress and they're doing it's a reaction to, because they still upset that he got elected. So some of the pushback, like I went back and I started looking, I was like, was this person for this or against this? And a lot of the things, now I'm not saying they agree with everything that Donald Trump is doing, because Donald Trump do some crazy stuff. I think we gotta be honest, right? But there's some of the things that they agreed upon in the past, and now they're just pushing back on it. I strongly believe it's just because it is him. It's like, I don't like him, so I ain't gonna do nothing to make it seem like he can be successful in this term. And I think we have to have at this point, this is his last 4 years. We need to be able to accomplish as much things that are positive, and they need to take out the person to be able to make some effective laws in America.
Do you think the people actually care about politics for real?
Nah, absolutely.
They only care about it when it's hot.
Yeah, like I think the reason a lot of people are talking about politics now, like if it was to still old boredom politics, I think people wouldn't even be talking about it. I just think that people think they can get paid on YouTube now. That's why we see the politic conversation. Like I was talking to this YouTuber, and he was like, when he started talking about Donald Trump and the election, he went from 200. I mean, like he went from like 2 people in his chat to like 250 people. So it's a trending topic. You know, we see trending topics get talked about a little bit more. But I'm telling you, if it wasn't, believe it or not, Donald Trump have made so many people so much money. This is what we don't talk about. Him being elected. I went back. You know who we wasn't talking about? Sleepy Joe Biden. We was not really like if you. I mean, for the longest stint, we might covered it that he got elected, and then we kind of went away. So he's good for money.
Fair.
That is so fair. Listen,
And the
Donald
reason
Trump is good for money.
The
For
reason why that's
YouTube,
not fair to use Biden, right, is because he had a unique situation going on. And that unique situation made us stay in the house for a couple of years.
fair. What I'm saying is,
And dementia.
no,
Let's not forget that unique.
no. Okay, that's fair. Listen, that's fair. What I'm telling you is, if I would go back the last 10 presidents, I still would say from a media point of view, Donald Trump is the most popular, hands down.
Yeah, I can't argue that.
So that's what I'm just saying. He's good for money, regardless if we agree or not.
That I'm BSing, either man. Do you think that this situation is bigger than Minnesota and is happening all across America? What's happening in Minnesota?
No, I don't think it's an issue. Like the thing that's going on, and this is like I said, it's a chance to kind of retaliate, right? We know that, like, I was not against, and I know Chicago really not, I was not against the National Guard going into Chicago, right? I have been hearing since literally from the beginning of time. I don't remember a time that Chicago was safe in my lifetime, right? We've been hearing about,
you mean?
No, I mean, like, I've been hearing. I remember hearing stories about like people. It was like 5 people was dying a week in Chicago. Like it was worse. It was worse than the war zone, right? And regardless if, well, it wasn't dying. That's not true. It's like people was getting shot. They was getting shot. I don't think they was dying, right? But to each his own. We knew that we had a serious problem in this city, and then we start asking the question about, hey, let's get the feds, so let's get the federal government involved. And people keep saying no. It just makes sense. It's like one of those things is, are we doing what's best for the country? Or are we doing what's best for your ego? Do you think what's best for on us as a country is to get the majority of these illegals out?
Right.
So that's just the mindset that I'm asking people is, what is best for the country? If I was able to get rid of Donald Trump and say I was able to put your favorite president, what would be your policy and things that you would stand on? And you know what I did when I started having conversations with people offline, President? When I started having these conversations, people would align with a lot of policies that Donald Trump was saying. They just didn't like the man because he was racist.
I like that understanding. That's an interesting understanding, without a doubt. I think that's why people are allowing this Tim Walz thing to slide by. Like this is something different from the January 6th speech. Like, to me, it's exactly the same thing. It's just one party is Democrat, one party is Republican. But he took a play out of Donald Trump's playbook with this.
That's a great take. That's a great take, that you believe the Democrats have kind of got down to the Republicans' level. And then if that's the case, hello, Tim, you know what Tim Walz really did? He showed us that either January 6th was not really that bad in his eyes.
Damn, that's crazy.
If you really think about it, if he's doing the exact same thing that Donald Trump is, he's saying January 6th wasn't that bad. I'm doing it right now. I believe that this is actually
that's crazy.
That's
crazy. Because one is protesting against ICE or writing against ICE, Another one is actually trying to stop the certification of the entire election for the country. Like, I mean,
what did they see it as?
His rhetoric may be the same. His rhetoric may be the same. His rhetoric may be the same, but the two situations are completely different.
Okay.
Because one is like trying to stop an actual federal election to name the next president, while one is just like protesting or rioting against ICE. You know what I mean, in their state. And also, like, I thought Republicans were all about like little government. Why are they using the big federal government to go into the states and do what they do? Shouldn't the states have rights to is protect their own cities?
Great question. Go ahead, Detroit Coalition. Good day to you. What's your thoughts?
Can I cam off now? Did y'all see me? I'm a real person today. I'm driving, so sometimes I can be distracted seeing myself on screen and shit. So I'm cam off. All right. I just, I want to kind of go back to like where we started, Sharon, with your monologue this morning. So the sharpshooter fallacy, right?
Yeah.
So, if you look at like both sides, let's just say the protesters and ICE, there is room there where both can probably fall into that fallacy, right? But and if you are saying that the protesters are the only ones, I would say, well, ICE has also done things where they're shooting first and then trying to put the bullseye around it later. Because like them going door to door, them going, just going up to people on the street trying to see if they got ID. That's not like, that's not legally how we were actually supposed to be like getting people, right? ICE was supposed to be serving warrants, right? And doing investigations. And investigations, as far as I've ever known, like New York's maybe different because, y'all got cops that kind of walk around a lot, right? But in most of these cities that use vehicles to get around for the officers, they're not walking down the street, checking people for their ID and seeing if they don't have proof and they look like they're suspicious. So I think that, no matter whichever side, maybe both can do that. But the higher burden is on the officers and always will be and always should be. Obviously, if they're being assaulted, now protests and assaults are different. The majority of what you are seeing, if you are actually watching things that are going on in Minneapolis, the majority of the things that these people are doing are blowing whistles and recording with their phones.
Okay.
That's what they are doing.
That's a great take.
So I don't know how that distracts away from them doing their investigation. I'm not finished with mine. I don't know how that distracts away from their investigation, but to me, that seems like it would never be an issue for trained ICE officers. I could lead that into some of the standards being lowered for some of these guys getting approved by ICE, which has been reported here recently too, but I'm not going to go into that yet. But I know that far as that fallacy, whatever it kind of fits what you want it to be, is kind of what people want to put on it. So coming from a different point of view, just coming from trying to be as centered as possible, right? What I heard from Tim Walz said nothing about like interfering with ICE. It was about observing. It was about observing ICE. I mean, I went back and watched it without the cuts. I went back and watched it without the cuts.
It's good,
okay?
Detroit.
I went
cooking. Keep cooking.
I went back. Sure. Okay, stop, bro. So what I do know is that, in that speech, he talked about like what I would expect from anybody. Be vigilant. If officers were out here beating on people, you know what I'm saying? And we told people to put your phones away. You know what I'm saying? Don't watch this or whatever. How is that different than what was the gentleman in New York who got choked out for selling loose cigarettes? How is that different than
well, you gotta let us respond.
I'm saying, hold on, eat a man. I know you vice president, dog. I know you are.
Because you don't understand how
you have no idea when people have finishing their statement or not. You just went on with some kind of idiotic soliloquy just a second ago, and I'm still in here, like you just said, cooking. Go ahead. I'll respond to you. Go ahead.
Go ahead. We talking
about no.
Okay.
Just imagine us telling people don't go out there and record. Go ahead, man.
So listen, if it sounds like Detroit is the Democrat of the Republican who have defended January 6th. He said, what did he say? Like we just had this conversation a week ago. That was the Republican biggest argument. He said,
Which was what?
What did Donald Trump actually say? And Sharon said, well, we understand what he said, but what was the actions from what he results? Even if I go to January 6th, I can say they was protesting. The majority, I can literally say exactly what you said, and I can take that same argument and
Right.
move it to
You can
January
say that.
6th. Hold
But
on.
you can
I'm gonna
say
let it
that.
here. I'm
But
gonna let it here real
logically,
quick.
say it. I mean, we'll start with some logic.
It
Start with
sounds
logic,
like
because you going on this.
it sounds like we're
Go
game
ahead.
banging. One rules apply to one group, the Democrats, but doesn't apply to the Republicans. Your
Okay,
turn.
so let me clear you up here. Let me clear this up and put some logic into your world. Okay, if you break the law, that's illegal. Can we all logically say that that is the fact? If you're breaking the law, that's illegal. Can we all logically say that fact?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so when you look at January the 6th, can you not see multiple people breaking laws, even if it was in a guise of protest?
Yes.
Can you look at videos from Minnesota and see where somebody has broken the law in the guise of protest, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so now let's talk about the ones who were innocent, the ones who might not have been guilty of something, right? Well, no. I'm just saying. Listen. Hold on. You brought this shit up. You brought it up. Okay. You get a rise out of me because you a smart dude that say some of the most illogical bullshit that I be hearing, dog. Okay, and I'll get on your Anton Daniels type shit too, because you don't have a balanced view of anything in this world, it seems like. But if somebody was not doing something illegal and they got treated that way, will we all have an issue with it?
Yeah.
I'm
Not if
asking a
they was
question.
white. Not if they was an immigrant. No, I would have.
Yes.
Well, that's your thing. That's your thing. I'm just saying in general.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. We'll
Okay.
have a problem if somebody's treated bad.
What if it's an officer that's doing something illegal?
Yes.
So with that, I would tell y'all to go back and look with that guys, not by the politics, just by the rule of law. If these were officers out here on your streets, whatever, you in Atlanta, if this was, or in Georgia, if this was officers on your street and you saw them doing something like pulling somebody out of their car, banging on somebody's door without a warrant, would you not record? Or you probably would. Now, let me not even put you in there.
Yes. Yes. The answer is
I
yes.
just
Yes
morally,
to that question
morally,
too.
you probably.
I'm answering all your questions. So yes.
I'm just making sure. Morally, would you record if it was something illegal that the police were doing?
Yes.
Okay. So now we have these things out here. You have videos that people have been putting out here of ICE operating. I just saw one the other day where they shot a kid in the face with a pepper ball, and he's gonna be blinded for life now. They said, that lady who got drugged lost a baby. You know what I'm saying? So we can sit here and say all this stuff, but at the end of the day, the one who is the most orchestrated is ICE. They are the ones who have been deputized by the government. They are the ones who are out here in the streets. If they weren't out here in the streets, I don't know if these people would be out here protesting, because they wouldn't have anything to protest, because ICE wouldn't be in their neighborhood. And it's not about them getting the illegals. It's not about them getting the illegals.
Hold on. You got to let me get in. Like I feel like I'm being fair.
Why?
Okay.
Why?
Because let's go back.
I didn't cut you off in your mid sentence. I waited till you were done and then jumped on StreamYard.
No, let him respond just for the sake of the listeners. It's all right.
Yeah, the listener, because I'm answering your questions and I'm letting you make your point. So let's not talk about the protesters or the people involved. Let's talk about the politician, because you want to go to only the people that's doing the positive thing. So is Tim going to be held accountable for the people that's doing the illegal things? Detroit. Yes.
Tim Walz, the governor of the state of Minnesota.
Yes.
Okay, and this is what I be talking about, and y'all wanted me to respond to this shit.
You see how I
because it's illogical,
yes,
bro.
no.
Stop for a second. I'll wait, Sharon. I'll wait.
No, just answer mine yes or no.
This shit is ignorant, dog.
Yes or no.
This shit is ignorant, dog. You talking about, is Tim Walz going to go after people who did crime in his state? Is that what you're asking?
I cut people off because I answered all of his questions yes or no, and he can't answer mine yes or no.
Because mine is a simple yes or no question.
Mine is a simple yes or no question too.
Okay, ask it again. Let me see if I can pick up on what you're asking, dog.
We're not talking about the people who was not doing illegal things. The people who did illegal things, are we going to hold Tim Walz accountable for his speech for inciting them to do those illegal things? Yes or no?
Once again, if there
Yes or
was something
no?
in that speech that was considered to incite, what was in that speech that was considered to incite?
Yes, I just want a yes or no. Can you please?
Then I'll say no, because I didn't. I went back and
No.
listened to his speech
Okay.
without
Now let me
cuts,
make my point.
and I didn't see anything there that was inciting people, like you
Okay.
saying, to do crimes.
All right. So thank you. So basically, what you're saying is you don't see it, just like the Republicans did not see it in January 6th.
Damn.
So this is the point that people keep
That's not,
understanding.
bro.
Hold on.
Man,
Let me
turn,
land it.
man,
I got you.
man,
And I'm gonna turn it
man,
back
this
over
shit
to you.
is so dumb as
The
fuck.
whole. I don't know why he gets so offended by
This shit dumb as
conversation.
fuck, dog. This shit is dumb
But
as fuck.
No,
So
no,
how
let
let me
us
just
talk
let me.
though, brother.
standards.
So he
It's
can
two
pass the
You're
different
right.
mic.
Let me let
They got
dumbasses
it, y'all.
set themselves up on some dumb
They'll
shit.
work
You're
it
right.
out. Let them work it out. They got it.
All right,
They'll work
so
it out.
this is what I'm saying. This is you know why when I heard Sharon make that statement today, I said Sharon is fair. He had the same smoke for Donald Trump that he had for Tim. He said he believed both of them made a speech. He sent some people down there, and he said he's gonna hold Donald Trump accountable for the legal actions that his people did. And then he said Tim got to be held accountable for them too. That's called a consistent thought process. Now, when it comes down to Democrats, they start game banging. They said, since now we got somebody doing the exact same activity, the politician is doing the same thing, inciting people to go out and do these things and make these things happen. Now we want to take away his responsibility. I don't care what side of the fence
Oh,
people are
that
on.
soft
Hold on.
talking shit that you be
Oh, see,
doing, Edith, man,
I
is
told you
so
he had to work. He
irritating.
had to interrupt.
Because what actually
You see
happened
that,
was Tim Walz
Sharon?
came out
Listen,
yesterday with that statement.
Sharon.
Did January
Didn't he
6th
ask
happen
me,
before?
Sharon, not
Hold
to
on. Did
interrupt
January
him,
6th?
Sharon? I told you.
Did January 6th happen
He want
after
me
or
to hold.
before? Hold
He
on.
want me
Let
to
me go back to your
handle.
January 6th
Hold on. You
analogy,
didn't let
right?
me
And
finish.
I'll do
You
it in your
asked me
voice
that we
too.
was gonna let me
I'll do it in your
finish.
tone. I'll do it in your tone. Did January 6th happen before or after Trump made that
It doesn't matter.
plea
It's
for
two
people to
people
show up?
doing the
Why doesn't
exact
it
same
matter?
thing.
Why doesn't it matter?
I'm gonna tell you
That's the
why.
part
If you
right
want
there
me to
where you
answer
get
your
into your
question, I'll
biases,
let you
bro.
know.
That's where it is.
No, you're
January
the
6th
one
was
being
being set up
biased.
weeks and months before. Hold on. January 6th was being set up weeks and months before it actually happened. And then you had the final speech the day of. Tim Walz came out in response to what's going on in Minnesota. And you're saying those are the same?
So January 6th was a response to the election, and Tim Walz is responding to ISIS. Like I get that you want to keep making it seem like one person is doing something different than the
And I
other.
know that
They
somehow
incited. Both of them incited. I told you, you got to
them
cut me
balls
off.
hanging over
Like,
your head, man,
listen,
bro.
I learned that
This shit is
once
irritating,
you
though. Like,
literally start cooking them. Listen, when I put my Chef E-Man, Chef Boyardee hat on, they gotta interrupt me. They gotta say, he over
you
there
ain't
saying,
cooking, bro. You serving us
listen,
garbage on a garbage can
he's
lid.
literally over there
That's
doing
what you're
slave
doing.
hymns.
You ain't
Have you
even
ever
serving
heard
them
him
good
say
food.
slave hymns on here? Like, it is crazy. The only point that
Yep.
I'm making,
But
and I'm gonna let
it
him
makes
get to
sense,
his
dog,
point.
because the same people can't separate Anton's content about bag chasing versus his content about politics. They can't, or about
Yes,
black
we
culture.
can.
They
Yes,
can't
we can.
separate the two
We
because he
can
teaches you how to
separate.
chase the bag, which is a good thing. Y'all attached to all the other shit. Got to be this in the black community, got to be
We
that
said that. You
in
literally
politics
made
and
my
stuff.
point from yesterday.
Y'all
Sharon,
bank on that, right?
didn't my
Mm.
point yesterday is some things that
Mm.
Antons do I agree with, and there's a lot that he do that I
But not
disagree
enough
with.
where you can sit here and disagree with them on camera because it's too much. Yeah, right.
Oh
I
God.
understand that part.
Hold on, Sharon.
Yeah, I know.
Sharon. You was at Fight Club. I never disagreed with Anton. That's the narrative now.
No,
Hold on,
yesterday
no,
I don't
Sharon.
watch Fight
No,
Club. I'm talking
Sharon,
about
hold
yesterday.
on.
I'm talking about
Sharon.
yesterday. You talk about how you talk bad about black community and things like that, right?
All right. So
Mm.
all right. So hold on. So the audience want to hear both sides, y'all. So even if the person is wrong with it, please let the other person finish their full thought. Get either man finish your full thought. Detroit got right out there, and please, the audience want to hear both sides of the argument. So allow the other person to finish, no matter what they are saying, please, because the audience actually want to hear both of y'all arguments. Get either man and then Detroit.
So this is literally an example of it was cool when they did it. It's a problem when I did it, right? I literally everybody have said that Donald Trump is wrong for his actions. January 6th was the worst thing that ever happened to this country and different things like that. And I'm okay with accepting that, Sharon. But then if I have another politician do the exact same thing, we can't then go to a point where we're trying to excuse the actions of the politicians. If we're going to hold politicians accountable for the things that happen in these protests and riots that they incite, we have to be able to be standard across the board, regardless if it's a Democrat or a Republican, based on our feelings. And I think the great part that Sharon made is he said he didn't have to say something for something to be implied to do. That makes sense. And so when Detroit was being disingenuous and say, let me go each word on what he said, because if I was to go to January 6th and go to each word that Donald Trump said, he did not say go into the Capitol. So that's the point that I feel like he's being disingenuous.
Go ahead, Detroit.
Okay, at any point did you hear Tim Walz say anything about fight? They're trying to steal your country. Fight back.
Yes.
When did he say that in that speech yesterday?
We literally watched it together.
I just watched it too. At what point did replay? At what point did he say fight?
He said we got to fight for our state, and we can't. He literally said that.
Right. Okay. Let me go back and watch it too. So maybe I'm using the wrong word. But what I know is what he talked about doing, right? Once again, happened after all this has gone on. It didn't happen before. It wasn't like he got on stage, said all this, and then the people of Minnesota rose up or started showing up at protests and stuff like that. He came out as a response to it, because it had to be a response, because he was talking about instances of what ICE was doing, right? So, I mean, the January 6th thing started with Trump and online, and then it ended with his speech and them people walking down to the Capitol. So that's disingenuous when we try and make both of them the same. Let's say both of them have people inside of them doing things that are illegal, right? Everybody who's doing something, if you are vandalizing and doing all these things during the ICE, let me say operations for the sake of this argument, then that's a crime. But you know who handles that crime is the actual prosecutors in that state, right? So it isn't ICE that handles that. It's, let's play the video. Sorry.
So before you play the video, I want to point out that Detroit said that they was already doing what they wanted to do. They was peaceful. Tim Walz made his speech, and then that's when they started doing illegal stuff. So he incited.
Why do you lie on me, bro?
I'm just saying, because you said they was already there.
Either you were a liar or you were a media man.
Was happening.
And I keep residing with the latter, dog. I don't think you're trying to lie.
Hold on, listen, bro. I let him make
what part of that did you catch on that? Did anybody else catch that from me? Did anybody else with some good common sense catch that from what I just said?
Hold on, Detroit, but
you caught that, Josh? You caught that from what I said?
Listen, okay. Are we following rules?
I can be wrong. Let me step myself back here.
I can be disorderly.
I can be wrong.
I'm just telling you,
I can be
I
wrong.
can be like him.
I got both of y'all. Hold on, but Detroit, allow him to finish, and then you could correct it after he finished. Don't correct it in time. Like in the moment. Correct it after he finished and point it out. And he's got and Eda Man, please keep on allowing the conversation to go back and forth. Thank you. Go ahead.
So first thing what Detroit said, and I'm a great listener, Sharon. First thing he said, when it comes down to what happened January 6th, Donald Trump brought these people, he did a speech, then after they did the speech, it was some violent activity. That's what he said, right? And then he said, which was interesting, the next thing he said was Tim Walz was different. The people was already there. They was peacefully protesting, right? And then next thing you know, he did this speech, then that's when the fighting started. That means that these peaceful people was incited by this speech to start doing violent stuff and fighting for their state. And so if anything is, I think that proves evidence in the court of law of the SBG nation that he incited this people to do illegal stuff. So if we going to hold politicians accountable, we have to hold both of them at the same standard, not a different standard. And I'm gonna rest my case here, Sharon. I just truthfully and honestly want us to have one standard for all politicians and not
No,
one
you don't.
standard for Republicans and a different standard for Democrats. So Judge Sharon, I hope you, consider my case. I'll give it back to the defendant.
Got Detroit, and then we're gonna bring in KT to go, and it's me, Rosie, and then Joshua. So that's the order. Go ahead.
Well, I felt like I was a prosecutor this whole time, so I guess we both just prosecute and do two different cases. But no, if you're gonna say that, right? If you're gonna say that what I said was that Tim Walz incited people, keep in mind his speech was a day ago, right? So if you want to start pulling evidence and proof of that protesters turned violent against ICE last night, right? Then that would be the equivalent of January 6th. Since you don't have that, right? And since you don't have proof that these protesters weren't doing something about like we got for January 6th, where we got videos of this shit, right? Then they're not the same standard.
Play the video of Tim,
please. Yeah.
Okay.
What's happening in Minnesota right now defies belief. News reports simply don't do justice to the level of chaos and disruption and trauma the federal government is raining down upon our communities. 2,000 to 3,000 armed agents of the federal government have been deployed to Minnesota. Armed, masked, undertrained ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live.
Damn.
They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers.
Damn.
And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools.
Crazy.
They're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street.
Goddamn.
Just plain grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into unmarked vans.
Wow.
Kidnapping innocent people with no warning and no due process. Let's be very, very clear. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. Instead, it's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota by our own federal government. Last week, that campaign claimed the life of Renee Nicole Good.
Shit.
We've all watched the video. We've all seen what happened.
Yes, we have.
And yet, instead of conducting an impartial investigation so we can hold accountable the officer responsible for Renee's death, the Trump administration is devoting the full power of the federal government
to do it,
to finding an excuse to attack the victim and her family.
Shit.
Just yesterday, 6 federal prosecutors, including the longtime career prosecutor leading the charge to investigate and eliminate fraud in our state's programs, quit their jobs.
Why?
Rather than go along with this assault on the United States Constitution.
Okay.
But as bad as it's been, Donald Trump intends for it to get worse.
Whoa.
This week, he went online to promise that, quote, the day of retribution and reckoning is coming.
Damn.
That's a direct threat against the people of this state who dared to vote against him 3 times and who continue to stand up for freedom with courage and empathy and profound grace.
Okay.
All across Minnesota, people are stepping up to help their neighbors who are being unjustly and unlawfully targeted.
Shit.
They're distributing care packages and walking kids to school.
Wow.
And raising their voices in peaceful protest, even though doing so has made many of our fellow Minnesotans targets for violent retribution.
Targets.
Folks, I know it's scary, and I know it's absurd that we all have to be defending law and order, justice, and humanity while also caring for our families and trying to do our jobs. So tonight, let me say once again to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, end this occupation. You've done enough. Let me say 4 critical things to the people of Minnesota.
Go ahead.
4 things I want you to hear as you watch the news and look out for your neighbors.
What's that?
First, Donald Trump wants this chaos.
Wow.
He wants confusion.
Wow.
And yes, he wants more violence on our streets.
That's crazy. That's
we
number 1.
cannot give him what he wants.
Okay.
We can. We must protest loudly, urgently, but also peacefully.
Okay.
Indeed, as hard as we will fight in the courts and at the ballot box, we cannot and will not let violence prevail. You're angry. I'm angry.
Yes.
Angry is not a strong enough word.
Okay.
But we must remain peaceful. Second, you are not powerless. You are not helpless, and you are certainly not alone. All across Minnesota, people are learning about opportunities not just to resist, but to help people who are in danger.
Wow.
Thousands upon thousands of our fellow Minnesotans are going to be relying on mutual aid in the days and weeks to come, and they need our support. Tonight, I want to share another way you can help.
Okay.
Witness. Help us establish a record of exactly what's happening in our communities. You have an absolute right to peacefully film ICE agents as they conduct these activities. So carry your phone with you at all times.
Okay.
And if you see these ICE agents in your neighborhood,
what should we do?
Take out that phone and hit record.
Hit record.
Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans.
Got you.
Not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution. The third thing I want to say to you tonight is we will not have to live like this forever.
We don't?
Accountability is coming at the voting booth and in court.
Okay.
We will reclaim our communities from Donald Trump.
All right.
We will reestablish a sense of safety for our neighbors.
Okay.
And we will bring an end to this moment of chaos, confusion, and trauma.
Let's do it together.
We will find a way to move forward.
How we
and
gonna
we'll
do
do
it?
it together.
Oh, together. Okay.
And we'll not be alone. Every day, we are working with business leaders.
Who else?
Faith leaders.
Who else?
Legal experts and elected officials from across this country.
That's a lot.
They've all seen what Donald Trump is trying to do to our
seen it
state.
too.
And they know their states could be next.
Wow.
And
What
that
else?
brings me to the fourth thing I
Number
want to say
4.
tonight,
Okay.
Minnesota. How incredibly proud I am of the way that you've risen to meet this
Really? You
unbearable
are?
moment.
Okay.
But I'm not at all surprised
All right.
because this,
You're not surprised.
this is who we are.
Oh.
Minnesotans believe in the rule of law.
Okay.
And Minnesotans believe in the dignity of all people.
And what else?
We're a place where there's room for everybody.
Really?
No matter who you are or who you love
Okay.
or where you came from.
What else?
A place where we feed our kids.
Yes.
We take care of our neighbors.
Yes.
And we look out for those in the shadows of life.
The shadows?
We're an island of decency in a country being driven
You're not an
towards
island.
cruelty. We will remain an island of decency.
You're not an
of
island.
justice, of community, of peace. Okay. And tonight I come before you simply to ask, don't let anyone take that away from us.
Okay, I got
Thank you. Protect each other, and may God bless the people of Minnesota.
Oops, sorry.
I think our panel is.
All right. So we watched the full video, uninterrupted. You mean to tell me none of that there sounded like he was inciting anything?
No.
All right.
That is crazy.
Hold on.
Hey,
So,
I rest my case, Your Honor. I rest my case.
Okay, hold on. So we're gonna let KT go first. I'm gonna do what the January 6th what was the name of that speech?
I don't know.
Yeah, we should hold on before we say
Precursor to insurrection. That's the name of that speech. Precursor to insurrection.
It was called Give 'em Hell.
I really don't. I didn't even want to get in all this.
Go ahead, KT, to go.
I just wanted to point out, first of all, the main thing was you were supposed to be pulling it up because y'all were saying that he literally said fight and he did not. So we shouldn't say that no more. He did not say shit about fight, nothing.
Well,
Matter of fact,
hold on, KT. KT, I'm with you though. The only place he said fight was in the court of law. That's where he said.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm saying, well, you're right. So I'm saying,
So he didn't say
hold on, he said and take back. He didn't say take back, fight in the court of life and take back. Did he say that statement?
in the court of law, fight in a
And
court
tonight,
of law.
I got the transcript right here. And tonight, I come before you simply to ask, don't let anyone take that away from us. That being everything he just spoke about, peacefully protesting everything he had in the speech, right? This was how he closed the speech.
He even started the speech speaking a lot about how he's saying, like, let's have peaceful protests. Don't become violent because that's what Trump wants. So I don't understand how, like.
But Donald Trump said peaceful protests on January 6th. That's what I'm telling you. It's words.
Did he not say fight?
No, but listen.
How is fight peaceful?
Why are you?
No,
having
he
a
said
peaceful.
peaceful.
No, stop. Why are we having a peaceful protest on January 6th? His protest comes from lying, saying the election was rigged. The protest that this man Tim is talking about is because they're literally taking their state funds. They're literally sending more
It's up
ICE
to
officers
Congress
there.
to confront this egregious assault.
Okay, so let's see. I think I found the actual video, so we could have a compare and contrast. I think it's only right.
He said take to Congress, which is like inside right there.
All right, then he also said take his city back. So, all right, but let's see what he say.
On our democracy. Up to Congress, 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 this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Today we will see whether Republicans stand strong for integrity of our elections.
Okay, so now they're just going to rewind it to the peacefully, and they're going to again, so are we saying that is that different from what Tim Walz said?
Yes.
Surely.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Okay, hold on, Ron. It's only you 1 point, right? If Tim Walz says specifically that they're gonna take back their state via voting, like if you go back and read the transcript and listen again, if he said like take the streets back via voting, that's what his his context was when he said that. But Trump said march. If he said take to Congress.
Okay, that's.
Oh yeah, he said march.
He
it is. It is.
He literally said
march is march.
Hold on, Let Kulu finish his thought, please. We don't need to.
Yeah. So.
Go ahead.
So Trump's was definitely insightful. I can see how Tim Walz could be to the extreme leftist or the radical, but to the average intelligent person, they see it as just record and just keep on like a lookout. But Trump was definitely more insightful.
That's perfect, Kulu. Kulu made a perfect statement. You gotta let me respond.
Hold on, E. I want to know, Uda, did you hear both speeches?
Nah, not in full.
Oh, right. You gotta catch up. You gotta catch up.
Damn.
No, Kulu ran through. I
really want to hear Udu's thought on both speeches. Okay, so I'm
gonna check him in the background. Go ahead, Edelman, KT, and then Detroit.
Yes. So he said Donald Trump said march. That's violent. I didn't know marching was violent. Then he said peacefully protest. All right, and then Kulu, what Kulu messed up at, he said the regular people heard this, but the extreme right people, left people heard something totally different. I can make that same argument with January 6th, Sharon. I can say the regular people on January heard march down and be peaceful. The extreme right people heard go into the Capitol and do all that stuff. It's extreme people on both sides of this conversation. If we gonna hold one politician accountable for the extreme people, we have to hold the other politician accountable for the extreme people. That's the whole point that we keep trying to say. It's like,
Sharon, can I respond one quickly to the email?
Yes, sir.
So Trump.
I also want to say before you respond, Kulu, Malcolm and Martin, they also said march, and I don't think nobody looked at that as doing something violent. Go ahead, Kulu.
So just real quick, so Trump was never held accountable. Like matter of fact, he got promoted back to president. So if we're gonna hold like Tim Walz the same standard, then Tim Walz should be promoted to president or vice president based off that standard. And second, I agree that both can be seen as insightful by the extremists in both parties. But where I differ, no. But where we differ at is real quickly is that most of MAGA that's in Trump's administration still believe that January 6th is justified or that it wasn't a big deal. So if they still want to believe that, then I'm gonna play tribalism and still believe that this wasn't as insightful as well.
Perfect. That was perfectly said.
No, it's not. It's not.
The reason it was perfect.
Hold on. I want to pass it around because that was crazy as well. I want to make sure everybody get a voice on this one, either man, because this one is pretty charged up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We got Joshua and then Detroit. Go ahead.
Bro, hold the phone. So I'm gonna try not to have a nigga moment right now. So let me get this shit straight. You're saying MAGA, there's a bunch of MAGA people who believe that January 6th was okay, but we can't go online right now and find a bunch of Democratic Congress people saying the exact same thing about Tim Walz at this exact moment, right? You're gonna say everybody's not co-signing this. That's absolute BS, and you know it. So let's talk on some real. Like, we're gonna actually do a real comparison since for some reason we're missing a lot of pieces. One, you're right. January 6th came after Trump's speech. You want to know the actual contrast in this conversation? People in Minnesota have already been destroying shit. Then Tim Walz got online and decided to say, hey, it was cool. Keep doing what you're doing, homie. But, just in case, fuck them too. So we're going to pretend that that's a thing, right? So since we're going to talk about order of operations and how things went down. So they had lit an ICE car on fire not 2 hours before Tim Walz said, we need to continue fighting for our area. Damn. We need to continue to peacefully protest.
Damn.
Keep in mind, peacefully protest while lighting cars on fire, peacefully protesting while setting up and lighting a federal building on fire, peacefully protesting while fighting against the ICE agents, peacefully protesting while intentionally impeding on a federal investigation. It's straight. But yeah, so let me understand, since we're talking, words have meaning. So let's have a real meaning then. At what level did Tim Walz condone the continued, peaceful protesting, the continued taking back our streets, the continued warning of our neighbors? Because keep in mind, they're saying protecting our neighbors.
Close it up. Go ahead.
I'm landing because I'm pretty sure my point's been made.
All right. I'm sorry. I skipped KT. Go ahead, KT. I apologize. Thank you, Detroit. Go ahead, KT.
I apologize for jumping in. I know y'all was in rotation. Let me just get this out really quickly. So when you even say something like make the comparison of the extreme right and left, well, factually proven, like through American history, most quote unquote like domestic terroristic violence come from the extreme left, not the right. So we can't even make that comparison to say, well, you got to hold each other accountable and it be at the same level, because it's far right people than it is the other. So even beyond that, when we're talking about comparison of what just happened here in terms of their speeches and if it's inciting something, you cannot sit there and say that he's inciting something by saying, let's literally have peaceful protests. He's not demonstrating or acting in any type of way. Even if we want to say the Trump video, he says, okay, we'll have a peaceful protest. He says before that, we're going to walk down on anyone we want. That's not really peaceful protest. You know what I'm saying? And after that, he literally
Trump
says,
is not
fight.
from the hood. He did not say that.
He literally said that. We just watched the video.
He literally did not say that.
He literally walk down on anybody.
So do y'all want to make a bet on this?
Yes.
Okay.
I will put
please
$100 on it right now.
Put it back, Sharon.
Where he says walk down on anybody.
Okay,
You'll drop $100 too?
Okay, so what's the exact words you said he gonna say, KT? So I can put it in the chat.
We're gonna walk down. We're gonna walk down.
No. Say what you said.
We going to walk down. So that's it.
Mm-hmm.
So that means
you gotta take his whole statement on anyone.
Hold on. Okay, so you want to prove that he's going to say we are going to walk down. So that statement, we are going to walk down, means what?
Well, like I said, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't want to say this was verbatim, I'm pretty sure he did say anyone though afterwards. But he did specify some
so what can we accept? We're gonna walk down on any one person type of thing, right? That's what you mean, like like.
And what do you specifically mean by walk down?
I don't know. After we said the Congress and stuff.
All right, so what is it that you're saying? This is inciting, so we can say, this is closely to this or that with these inciting words. Walk down on any one. Let's see if this is what he says. Okay, that's pretty much it. You good with that? Walk down on anyone?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
They won't let me type it in. I don't know what happened, but walk down
you
on
can play
anyone.
the video back because he said it in the video.
Okay, start from the beginning.
Well, you can skip the DJ moment, but yeah.
You ain't like my DJ? What?
Confront this egregious up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy.
Mm-hmm.
And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Okay, he said walk down anyone you want. Is that what you want to?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's not particularly something to protest. That seems to be a little bit more like, because we're typically protesting against like a sentiment or ideology. When you're specifying, like, and even after that, like I said, he's talking about, he even said the Congress. So that's what I'm saying. It is more direct. Like the things Tim's are saying is literally through courts. We can still have peaceful protests. That's not the same level of inciting or even. This is an insurrection. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know how we're comparing like even some kind of insightful to a literal insurrection. It's kind of wild. But that I lay my plane there.
Okay, and so what I would say is the difference is that we see. Do I need to play the videos or what they actually protest and how they acting, or we all gonna concede that they are creating fires, they are harassing the police officers?
No, we're talking about what Tim's inciting them to do.
Right,
and that's what I'm saying. Y'all were saying that was already happened before he even spoke. And when he came and spoke, his main thing that I seen, and again, I'm not Democrat or Republican. I just seen somebody saying like, if anything, y'all may be doing violence, but we have to maintain the peace because he wants us to be violent so that way he can enact these things.
Okay, so now so we are going to say that yes, they are burning police cars, they are burning buildings, they are attacking officers. Is these things actually happening already?
Somewhat, yeah, for sure.
What you mean somewhat? Why are you saying somewhat?
Yeah, somewhat. Like some of it.
What part of what I'm saying is not actually true?
I mean, I think it's not what you're saying isn't true. I think it's how they're presenting is like people are out here like the ICE agents are getting murked up every day. Like it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like these arguments sometimes it's like how they're placed, right? Like even how we say, well
I'm talking about the right to be there. No. You talking about what somebody else is saying. I'm talking about what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying how it's being placed, like how it seems you're saying in the implying the implication of it seems that you're implying as if it's happening like
because I know you don't like implementation, so I want to understand what are you trying to say. I'm saying when I said that is people literally impeding and attacking officers, burning cars.
Mm-hmm.
Like what is I'm saying that is wrong?
No, I'm saying it's happening. I'm saying it feels as if you're implying it's happening like at a very, very high rate. Like I'm not saying it's not happening.
All right, okay. So the Chicago-rilla drop Edelman back chasing ass on GP. Fucking apologist for goofball activity. I hope I said fucking goofball the way how you like it. So if people's already doing a certain thing, you tell them to keep on doing that because we are going to fight in the court. You think that's not inciting people to continue to riot?
Well, he literally stated don't do that. Let's have peaceful protests and don't fight. So because that's giving Trump what he wants.
They already doing it.
and he's saying don't do it. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know how we're saying he's inciting something when he's saying don't do that.
Because if I'm already burning stuff, and he says, yes, I'm proud of y'all, and we got to keep on doing what we've been doing. How is that not inciting the same situation?
No, because see, that's why I said this is where you're implying as if most people are actually burning and fucking up, like the ICE agents. Most people are having peaceful protests, correct?
Yep.
So why would you not say like, yeah, keep doing that? Like I wouldn't have to,
because
he's literally even specifying don't do the violence part.
Protest is not the problem. It is the people that's literally attacking federal agents, burning buildings and burning cars is the problem.
And he's saying don't do that. So that's what I'm saying. I don't get how y'all saying he's inciting something when he's saying don't do that.
Okay, so how can you imply that he's saying don't do that? But he's not implying that
he verbatim said don't have violent protests. This is what Trump's want. When we do that, we're giving him what he wants so he could put more people here.
Correct.
So that's literally him saying don't do it. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm confused.
So what is
real quick, when did he?
And what is Donald Trump literally saying when he says peacefully and patriotically protest?
Like peaceful patriotic protest, like how most people are doing, having regular just protests.
Okay, so okay, so are you saying? But when you saying that he's inciting something, I'm going by their words, and I'm trying to understand where is the difference in. I'm legit confused about y'all logic at this point.
Okay, let me
logic. Like seriously, I am confused how y'all could look at Donald Trump and say that he incited, and then we listen to Tim Walz and say that he
about to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Time Walz with 20 Boy said it's cool, bring him back. E the vice president. E the man, you are free. Go ahead. I don't understand that. This is crazy to me.
Can I layer the logic here?
Please.
Okay. So can we all agree that before and January 6th is such a clean cut and dry thing to me. Can we say before January 6th that online that Trump was saying things about the election being stolen and rigged and about you have to fight for something, don't let them take it away. And and even I'm looking at like from this is December 19th, 2020 on Twitter, be there, will be wild. These kind of stop the steal, all these different things.
Right.
You don't see those as being more layered than just Tim Walz, what he said?
More? No, I don't see it as more layered. No, because the reason why is because all the thing that's adding up to when Tim Walz is saying this, it started off peaceful. And it led up to somebody getting literally deleted. That's what led up. This is what before Tim said all this, it went from just people in the street to people blowing whistles to them throwing snowballs to them burning cars, burning buildings, and actually in front of ICE officers' face to where one of them got shot. And then the governor goes and say, "Hey, I'm proud of you. Keep on doing what you do." So the people that is peacefully doing it, keep on doing that. The people that are not peacefully, you want to keep on doing that too. So both sides got to be held accountable for the radical side of what we are talking about. We are not talking about just the peaceful ones. That is freaking crazy to me. Shout out to the Chicago Rilla. Sheesh. He said he ain't playing with you. He said with the big old 50 ball, go ahead and show us that sanitation workers payday, Josh. You sticking your nose on something you shouldn't. I said, drop this snicker. This ain't Corey Holcomb. God damn it. Shout out to Chicago Rilla. He ain't playing with y'all. How you say it, little goofers? I think I said it right. I don't know if I said it right. So yeah, that is crazy to me. Detroit.
It shouldn't be, man. It's just you go by that speech that he just gave. Okay, he talked about why the prosecutors resigned yesterday. He talked about that, right? He talked about different incidents that are happening, that have happened to people in that community, right? Right, and he talked about why it's happening. He gave a reason why why he thinks Donald Trump wants all this to happen. And if you start looking at other places around the country, look at Los Angeles, right? Send ICE into Los Angeles, people protest, sent the military there, right? Didn't he do the same? I think he did the same thing in Chicago. Send ICE there, people protest, you sent the military in, right? So now here we are in Minnesota, right? You send ICE in, people protest, and he wants to send the military in. So I believe that what he was saying is a causality, or he's showing the causality of these decisions that ICE is making in reality. So like without war. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So the problem is that besides Portland and Minnesota, it was no physical rise of people being attacked. Once you start attacking ICE, that's when the problem starts. When you throw ICE snowballs at the officers, that's when the problem starts. When you literally got people investigating, and then you have a bunch of random civilians following ICE around, blowing whistles, say, no, run, illegals. If you are in danger of being deported, run. That is a problem. You are literally impeding on investigations. That is,
and I guess you are saying that without
that is definitely inciting conflict. That is inciting chaos. It's not saying, hey, let's peacefully do this. Let's go in front of a building and say, protest and explain why we upset and why y'all should not be here, because we don't have a problem of immigration, illegal immigrants. You cannot say now we are going deep. They are going door to door looking for people of color. No, they're looking for illegal immigrants.
But that's the problem.
If that's the
you
case,
accepting what they're saying in full totality and acting like that's the truth. Fucking Minnesota only has 2% of immigrants, Somali immigrants, period. The whole state, and 90% of them are legal Americans. So when you say it's some problem, we got to get rid of Somalis. This is why I pointed out earlier, the implication, which y'all are accepting, is that it's this massive problem. It's not. 2% of people there are there, the whole population. And out of that 2%, 90% of them are legal. It's not some major Somali immigration crime problem. Like, you have to accept what you're being told in order to say this makes sense to you.
So, but okay, so why are you not accepting what's being told that ICE, whenever they go in, they look for the illegal immigrants, whatever is 2%, 10%, whatever that percentage is, they go ahead and handle their business and then they leave. Like Detroit just said, they go in and then they leave.
I ain't say they leave.
No, yeah,
don't put that in there.
I can't name a place they done went that they done really left out of. So that's what I'm saying. You're ignoring the facts of what I just said. 2% of the population there is immigrants, so it can't be that major of a problem. First of all, second of all,
okay, so
they're literally pulling more than just.
Slow down, please. Slow down, please. Do you think immigration is a problem in this country?
Not really, no.
Okay, Detroit, do you think that immigration is a problem in this country?
No, not to not to be enforced in this way. No.
Yeah, that's why I said not really. I'm not saying it isn't a problem at all.
Yeah,
but
not saying right. Not saying it's not going on. Right, but you know what? I'll tell you. There's a representative from Michigan who came out yesterday, and he was saying how ICE was more effective. Like in I forgot what year he said, without them being on the streets like this, they were able to actually apprehend and like make it stick. So the thing that I guess we're forgetting, you're talking about getting all these illegals off the street, right? You get all these people, then why are so many of them being released?
Because
if it was
whatever time you're talking about, when was it a time where they put them on buses and gave them some cards so they could get housing and food stamps? Has that happened before?
I don't think the food stamp thing, because you can't get food stamps without Well, I don't know. In emergency cases, hold on. In emergency cases, a state can provide food assistance and things like that for people who are coming in. Okay, I got you on that point.
Okay, so we understand that it is a different situation. So we cannot compare.
But right, it's different. So why are you comparing it though?
When
most people don't get that.
When literally the red states sent these people to certain cities where they couldn't handle them, and those cities attempted to house them. That is
which the original movement that you're talking about is illegal. Them governors sending those
no argument there.
Okay.
However, regardless of the fact, we still have a problem that we need to handle, correct?
No, like this is what I'm talking about earlier with your implications. You're making it seem like this massive problem that's killing us, right? Most immigrants don't get food stamps and stuff like that.
Please, stop. Do not imply something I didn't say, right?
No, you're implying. You're
I'm
saying it as if like most.
No. Hold on. I'm saying exactly what happened. That's why you said yes, you agreed. And then now you add in some massive thing to make your argument work, right? You shoot a shot, and then now you are painting a goddamn target around that bullet hole and say, see, I'm right on target. No, I'm saying that.
No, this seems like self-projection,
Party,
man.
let me say it again so we can have an understanding of what I'm saying, right? The Republican Party sent a bunch of people on buses to Democratic places and say, hey, you handle them since you have a sanctuary city. And then those people tried to house those people. And so now it created a problem where we now have to get those people out there because we have an illegal problem because those illegals were sent there. Whatever that percentage is, I don't care if it's 2% or 100%. Those people are a problem. Or we are not in agreement that those illegal people that are there are a problem.
No, we're not in agreement there. No.
Right, so
and I'm also not in agreement that because you're saying this is if most immigrants
just say what
stamps
you're saying
and
instead of trying to frame what I'm saying. Please, that shit is annoying. I don't frame what you're saying. I'm talking to you.
Sharon, why did you ask about immigrants receiving food stamps and stuff?
Because that's what happened.
Okay, so and that's what I'm saying. Most immigrants are not getting food stamps and stuff, right?
Which no, those people that was on, yes, most of them are getting food stamps, yes.
No, see, this is exactly why I said you were framing it to make it seem as if, and now you're making a lie. Most immigrants are not receiving food stamps and federal aid. So that's the point. When y'all make this argument against them, that's why you're saying they're harming us.
Slow down. We are talking about the illegals that was sent to these places, right? Most of them got food, shelter from the government. Literally, Chicago is in a whole uproar because they spend billions of dollars on this thing. I don't know why we trying to act as if you
all
don't
the
understand
illegals
what
that
I
came
am
on
saying.
the bus got food stamps and federal aid from the government and free housing.
Well, state government.
Yes, to New York, to Massachusetts is no denying about it. Y'all protecting rapists, killers, and everything. That's what y'all doing.
Hold on, Red. And Red, when you say
these are rapists.
Hold on, Red. You can't use that word on YouTube. But what I'm saying is that I'm literally talking about the ones that I'm talking about a very specific group, and then now, KT, you're trying to turn it into every immigrant, and I that's not fair because that's not.
Well, we were talking about the immigrants.
I'm literally talking about. Hold on. I'm literally talking about. I'm very specific of what I'm saying. The ones that came on from Republican states on buses, those majority of them are absolutely, they got goddamn housing and food stamps. And then you try to turn it into all immigrants. That's the issue.
No, we started with all immigrants, Sharon. You literally were talking about. You asked. Listen,
hold on. I want you to be. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Detroit. Did I not be very specific?
No, that's what I'm saying. You're not even asking the question.
I want us to have a real conversation. I do not want to.
If you stop interrupt, I'm trying to respond, and you just like, nah. Let me ask somebody else. So listen, I'm gonna point this out, and then can you ask that?
Hold on, please. Hold on, because we're not having the same conversation. We're not. We're having.
I know you changed it.
I did not. Okay, so Detroit, did I not very specifically say the ones that came from Republican states that was put on buses, they got housings and food stamps? Was I specific?
Just now, in this last 3-4 minutes?
Yes, the last 3 minutes or so. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all. I just wanted some honesty in this conversation. Please don't make me go
So the
crazy.
honesty, can you be honest and say that you asked me in Detroit, do we have an immigration problem in America? We said, no, we don't. We don't think it's an immigration problem. We understand it's some. And what you pointed out in order to say, well, no, we do have a problem is, well, didn't these ones get on the buses? Again, going back to implying, because the conversation from the beginning was about, do we have an American immigration problem, bro?
Again, so I'm right. So, okay, so now we're in agreement. You in agreement as well that we talking about a very specific thing, and you are trying to make it back into all immigrants when I'm very specific, is what I'm saying. So regardless of what you're trying to, I don't know, what are you trying to do? But
so how do we have an American immigration problem if you're not?
I made it very specific, and you try to make it broad. That's crazy.
Can I ask you, Sharon, should states have the rights to give like illegal immigrants food stamps and housing? Like, do you believe in state rights?
No, not in that sense. No.
Okay. So you disagree with like the abortion being back to the states, right? So
yes. I think everybody should have the opportunity to have baby deletions if that's what they choose to do.
Okay, so you're consistent in that. But a lot of people that would support like abortion being back to the states, they wouldn't, they also wouldn't support states being able to give food stamps, but states do have the right to choose, you know what I mean, if they want to do that. Do I think they should? No. You know what I mean? But that's why you should locally elect your leaders that don't have that ideology,
Yeah. So. And let me just say something. So KT, hopefully KT can get back to what I'm actually talking about instead of the whole immigration thing. And Eat a Man, they put $50 on your head. Eat a Man, Chicago Rilla put a 50 ball on your head. Eat a Man, yeah. Go ahead, KT to go. We got KT. We're gonna bring in Unlikely and then Detroit.
Yeah, but if anything, we could just move a little bit forward if that's okay with you. The thing is, even if you want to say that you believe it's a problem in America, I even seen somebody point out in the chat was tens and millions of illegal immigrants. We are a population of 300, almost 400 million. 10 million, even though they can make an impact, to say in totality they affect us to where we're harming, like they're just destroying our country, is facetious. And when we point out something like Minnesota and say, oh, well, ICE can be there because they have all these immigrant problems, we're lying. Furthermore, when we're saying that it's okay for them to have the overreach, I'm not going to say that Minnesota is correct in burning down anything. However, I find it really disingenuous to skip the fact that people are protesting because they've done incorrect things already before that happened. Like, people aren't just getting up today and waking up like, you know what, fuck the government, we destroying this shit. Like, people are literally being in protest because they are saying we don't want this. As American citizens and how America should function, that should be enough in how we should function to say, okay, they're saying they don't like this, let's back away from this, especially when it's something that the government itself is doing to cause that strife. I land my plane.
Unlikely. Good
Wow.
day.
That was hilarious. What's going on, everybody? I hope everybody having a great day. What's up, Sharon? You getting fatigued up here like crazy by these two, man. It's insane, bro. I mean, like, KT sounds, like he's trying to make sure everybody's happy, but the truth is, you don't know what the fuck going on at them higher levels. You don't know what's happening. We know this, that Somalians took 19 billion from the country. We know that. We don't know where that shit went. Nobody collected it. We don't know where it went, right? We know that when Biden was president, he bust thousands, hundreds of thousands into New York and gave them food assistance and had them up in hotels and everything, right? So we saw what happens when you just allow the reins to just get let go and just let anybody in type vibe, right? So I just think that we got to, stop being anti-American is how I kind of look at it. When you going against your country, you know, that's like your coach saying, yo, this team on some, yo, this team bringing in new players we ain't seen. And that's your coach. And you like, nah, you lying. You know, like, I just think like the way y'all be thinking be so like, y'all the reason why those people out there. And on top of that, it's a psyop, bro. Like I don't know if y'all ever went to these protests, but it be hella white people there that's paid to be there, bro. Like I went to one in New York and I literally seen it. It was like 10 years ago. And look, if you got titties and when you move your estrogen moves, like don't talk to me right now. But I saw it, okay? It is bullshit. They really doing this to try to make Trump look bad, right? Why would they be out there if they in this country? It just don't make sense. To me, I am fully on the American side. If my coach, who is America, is saying, yo, these immigrants fucking up the money, they do that in the third, I'm just believing them because I've been doing well believing them this whole time. So to all the anti-Americans, I say, man, get out there in the fight then. You know, get off the internet, get off all, stop talking and go join the protest. But that's not what they doing. You know, you just talking. So I just let them talk. That's all I got to say.
Go ahead, Detroit.
Yeah, we all just talking, just like you were just then. So I don't think there's anything wrong with people just talking, right? Hopefully we could talk before we have to put
you
in
just watered
action,
down
right?
everything I just said, though, brother. I'm saying like
It was
y'all
very
talking
watered
like,
down as it
y'all
was,
talking,
but he said it was
yeah.
my turn.
Yeah, no, I didn't say. Nobody said it was your turn. You just started talking, so you just adding stuff. Like, what are you doing? You retarded or something?
Did Sharon just not say go ahead, Detroit?
Yeah, Sharon said Detroit.
Yeah, I did.
See, listening skills are important, brother.
Well, I can't hear
But
that.
go ahead.
Good.
I want you to go ahead. What you was go ahead. I'll give you
Just
some of
don't
my time.
dilute what I said. Like I know y'all anti-Americans, y'all love doing that, but just don't dilute what I said to me. Just saying talking to be like, aren't you talking? Like that's just stupid, man. Like that shit make me want to not even be
Don't
in these
gaslight us
conversations.
and call us an American or we're against America
No,
when
I said
basically
you're
we're fighting for
it's not a gaslight.
anti-American,
It's
right?
actually me believing what you are. That's what I believe that
Right.
guys
But that's
like you
okay.
are.
Your
It's not a
beliefs can be
gaslight.
gaslit too, right?
What's that?
That's why I like to stick to facts. Opinions can be gaslighting too. That's why I stick to facts.
Like you just
so. I mean, I'm just being honest. I could sit up here and say
I think
all
it's
this
a little
stuff
too
about
much,
who.
too much estrogen in the room. Hold on.
Hey, yo, she'll ride this shit. Never mind.
Hey, easy, killer. With the $50 super sticker. Thank you so much for all that you do. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It means a lot. Thank you.
Insurrection Act is crazy though, man. This whole situation is crazy, man. Situation is crazy.
So I just want
What you saying, Detroit? Yeah, Detroit.
Yeah.
All right. So just man, I forgot who we were here, but so yeah, man. Hey, all I want to do was the cowboy, you know, so this is what I would say. Like, you know, as far as these accounts, so first off, if you have, you know, anybody who's here under refugee status or, you know, coming in and don't have anything, then we have had policies, and we do have policies that are kind of based off of international law, where we don't want people who are coming here who are asylum seekers and this and that, who are, we know, have to go through the court system. We don't want people here that don't have some kind of housing, because if we don't, then we got people living on the streets who don't have some kind of food, because if we don't, then we got children that maybe are coming up here as asylum seekers that are going to end up in our hospital some kind of way, and now who's paying the bill for that? So a lot of this stuff has been already in place, and each state, especially border states, you know, bear that responsibility. And what you were having is that border states, like Sharon was saying, we're sending these people to what they consider sanctuary cities, right? So the same treatment that they probably should have got in the state that they arrived in, they did not get. So they still end up in a sanctuary city where that is still what is there for them, right? Or hopefully is there for them. And it's just to keep other things from happening, right? It's not supposed to be a long term, like they are on, because they don't even, they don't, most of these people don't have social security numbers. So you can't, you can't even get on stamps and stuff like that without that.
Yeah, what's your point?
Going back to what Sharon was talking about, the people that are in that state, like the people that were immigrants that came in there or whatever, like there is a certain duty that this is what we need to take care of. Now, we might not like it, right? But that's what it is. What's going on now is instead of going through the court system, right? You send ICE up there saying that everybody up there is illegal, right? And now you go and try and you don't have warrants for all these people, right? Right? So you just doing like sweeps of neighborhoods, right? Which is a dragnet, right? So even that by its terms is something that's not like normal means of doing the job. And now what you have is actual citizens that are just like, yeah, if this is wrong, you're doing this, they cancel schools in Minneapolis because of ICE activity, not because of protests. You know what I'm saying? Because if ICE wasn't there, then the protest wouldn't be there. Once again, that's what kind of KT was talking about. If you don't have ICE there, you didn't have these protests going on. The fraud in Minnesota, yes, anybody who is guilty of fraud, even if it's Tim Walz, right? And this is an independent saying that. So some of y'all that just think I'm a Democrat and shit like that. No, just because some of them views just are totally opposed to what Republicans talk about. But if he is, yes, everybody should be convicted, tried and convicted of whatever they did. And the cases in Minnesota, there was a lot of people, I think up to like 90 people that had been convicted of the fraud that was going on in there. What I'm saying is ICE is operating as their own little mini Gestapo for Trump.
Wow.
They are going door to door. I mean, listen.
So what? What you gonna do about it? What could you do about it? What could you do about it?
Little Negro.
Just talking.
Little Negro.
Little Negro.
The only reason why you here is because people actually fought for your rights. So you can sit up here and act like that shit didn't exist.
Please, bro. And please.
Or you can sit back, smoke weed, and be chill and stuff like that, and act like you the toughest motherfucker on the planet.
You're the one that sound like you're so angry to be in America.
And you the one that sound like you're so pussified by America. You have been pussified by America. You believe that all I gotta do is just follow what they telling me to do and everything will be okay. And that hasn't been the case for your people, dog.
Hold on 1 second.
I don't what people? My people are Americans, and particularly my people are New Jerseyans and New Yorkers. Fuck the rest of y'all.
All right, hold on.
And maybe Philly.
And that's un-American, and you claim to be an American.
No.
That's un-American, and you claim to be an American.
The thing I said was, I'm American. You gotta listen. And
that's un-American what you just said.
You're an idiot. This guy's an idiot, bro. And he's fat, bro. And he's fat, bro. I'm sick of talking to people that, like you're a grown man who built like an auntie, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, hold on. Please
you out here committing gluttony, bro. America.
Put the can on me, dog, because I'm crying. Sharon, put the can on me because I'm crying.
Trump's fat. What are you talking about?
Look how
Trump's
fat he is, bro. You sit here talking about, you sit here talking about your country. Look how healthy you got, bro.
We seen your ass struggling with 225, nigga. We seen you struggling over there lifting this shit, nigga. I still flex your ass. Listen, man, Anton is the soft nigga out of Detroit, not me.
All right,
trust
look,
that, nigga. You better get that shit straight, nigga.
All right, a bunch of talk.
Get out the car, nigga. I don't twerk for niggas, dog. So don't get me to get up and show my body and shit, nigga. What type of shit is that? What type of shit is that, nigga?
Ayo, Shadow Titan. You see these dudes who don't work out? They talk all this crap. Get out your car and do 20 push-ups.
Didn't I do 20 push-ups on this live? Did I do 20 push-ups before, Sharon? Sharon, didn't I do 20 push-ups on this live before? I've done 20 push-ups on this live before. I've done 20 push-ups on this live before, so
okay, what they gotta do with now? You challenging me now, though. You brought it up. Talking about you do, but you're challenging me now, though. Why you talking about what you did before? What are you talking about? I can do 20 now. I can do 20 tomorrow. I can do 20 minutes later. What are you talking about, bro? You fat, you nasty, you built like an auntie. Get out of here.
He said you're struggling with 225.
Dudes don't call you for the war. They call you for the arguing, the bickering, the fighting. That's what they call you for.
Oh, Lord.
Like an auntie, bro. You saying I did 20 push-ups before. I bet you ain't do no more push-ups since then. Get out of here, man. Respect your country, bro.
All right.
I want to see Trump do 20 push-ups.
All right, so before
I did 20 push-ups a week ago. That was the last couple push-ups you did. The fuck out of here.
All right, hold on. While he's frozen, I'm gonna get Uda in there because I think people don't realize how crazy it was in New York City when they brought those people here. Like we had had an uptick in scooters and scooter robberies. They just roll up on you, grab your chain, your pocketbook, and just keep on scooting away.
Still doing it.
And so I understand maybe in some of y'all southern states that you might not have experienced it to see how this influx of people that don't have jobs affected the city. But man, it really changed a lot of things that was going on within a city when you had busloads of people that are not documented and that did not have jobs, right? It is a big difference between a documented person that's here the proper way versus somebody that got shipped here and that person was illegal. And then now we're saying that ICE is designed to get illegal people out of here, and that's not the right way. That is a very interesting thought. We'll start with Uda. Go ahead, Uda.
Yeah, man. This whole situation just got me just doing a lot of research on this whole situation, you know, and it's been leading me down the road. You know what I mean? I'm not that much of a theorist, that much conspiracy theorist, that much, but it's been leading me down the road. Like, why Minnesota? Like, what's going on here? Like, why is all of this happening here, though? You know what I mean? Because sometimes we just see things from the surface level, but we never see things behind it, right? And as my research, I don't know, because I want to just run some things by y'all, and y'all tell me what y'all think, because these are some of the things that I found, right? But it said Minnesota is a pressure point state, not a power center, right? This is one of the reasons, right? So I was like, a pressure point state? I never heard it. I'm like, what's that mean? So they said Minnesota is not a coastal elite power like New York or California. It's not a deep red symbolic power like Texas or Florida, and it's not a Washington, D.C. So that kind of can make it a testing ground for policy. Reactions are tested there. Narratives can be trialed there, and public response can be measured there. You know what I'm saying? So when we look at something like that now, we can say, what could be really going on probably? You know what I'm saying? Especially with the autonomy that especially with the immunity as well, that the ICE agents have as well, that supersedes even the local officials. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, from years ago, we've been talking about zero tolerance, martial law, and things like that. And if now we got these agents that got immunity, you know, because with the police, we suing them and all of that, we getting lawsuits. With these people, who you suing? Like, these people running around masked up, you don't even know who they are. You're looking for badge numbers, some letters that look like a serial number, CRV, some lines or something. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of things like that. You know what I mean? They said Minneapolis became a symbolic power in 2020. And symbols don't go away. They said after George Floyd. So also remember, George Floyd happened there. So this is where that unrest happened. So now we test it again where it happened at, see how we respond to it, possibility. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to go too deep in the theory, but it sounds like it could be, you know what I mean, not a far-fetched thing. You know what I'm saying? And they said, once a place becomes symbolic, protests concentrate there. Media show up faster there. Activists mobilize there. Counter reaction also show up there. The important distinctions is symbols don't need new intent. They attract attention automatically. You know what I'm saying? And there's mad little breakdowns though. We could go into, I don't want to go too far all down the road, but we could stop there and then get back to some more little things. But I don't know. Just got me looking for some, you know, what the hell is all of this going on? Yeah, again,
you don't. I just wanted to back Sharon when they went to New York, and I was out there last time. I go there every summer. Like Central Park was packed with homeless people, packed absolutely to the gills. And these dudes that don't be from the main cities, like this dude from Detroit trash. We all know it. Like the immigrants wouldn't even want to go there. They come to the cities that are really actually popping, right? And I guess since, you know, you in the house all day, you eating bagels and donuts, you know, you ain't really outside to really see it. So you end up being like, oh, it's nothing going on, but it's definitely a huge issue to taxpayers. And you hear them on the news all the time in New York, talking about how they about to get hit with a scooter, how they got some homeless dude trying to sell them old grapes, all type of stuff. So, you know, I'm looking out for my Americans. I'll end it there.
But that's the state though. Like, you got to go to your local government and vote people in that don't have those policies, man, because that's your state.
You're not responding to my you're not responding to I was just adding to what Sherrod said. That's it.
Nah,
and,
bro, you was being
and, but I hear you complaining about said when KT said that we don't have an immigrant problem. That's all. I know what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. And you are right.
So, and I
In a
agree,
way.
you know, like they shouldn't be doing it.
We got,
but that was the president at that time, Kulu. The president was doing it.
All right, so we got Kulu, and then it's me, Rosie. Got.
So, like, real quick. So, as I recall during Biden's administration, that it was Greg Abbott, DeSantis, and a lot of the Republican governors spending their tax dollars to bus and fly illegals to the sanctuary cities because they didn't want them in their state. It wasn't Biden doing it. It was, you know what I mean, the Republican governors doing it. And I don't agree with immigration. I think it's a problem. But do I think there's 40 million here that came under Biden? No. You know what I mean? Do I think there's better ways of doing immigration? Hell yeah. But my issue is that let's not blame the administration or use the federal government. Let's hold our state representatives and state like politicians accountable. Let's vote people in that don't have the ideology when it comes to sanctuary cities that can change the policies, and it'll fix the problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's easier said than done, because we all know, if you're really digging deep into this, you understand the money is controlling the politics, right? So yeah, we could say our votes matter, but honestly, if you're talking to somebody like me, I don't really think our votes matter. I think that the super rich pull their money together to get what they want to go. So if at that point they want the immigrants in there, they're gonna pull the money together and they're gonna get whoever it is, whatever mayor you vote in, whatever president you vote in, to go along with what they're doing. That's how it's always been. It's called capitalism, baby. So what you're saying isn't like the perfect world where our votes actually work and all this. It doesn't, bro. The money, cash rules everything around me. That's been the game. So the moment y'all start actually talking the game and stop talking about what we could do and if and when, talk about what it really is.
No, so aren't what you saying is that the system doesn't work how it should, right?
Wait, hold on, I ain't hear you. What you say?
Are you saying that the system doesn't work how it should? Because how the system should work is based on our votes and things. And
No. I'm not the system is working how it should work, bro. The system is capitalism. You're talking about a different system that you want to change it to, and it seems like that's what y'all want to do, right?
Democracy is a different system.
What?
Democracy
Why are you changing your
is
word?
a different. I'm not changing. I said vote. The vote is how the country's supposed to work.
No, the vote. Like, all right, man, I can't talk to you, man, because you're not understanding what I'm saying. It's cool, bro. I get what you're doing, but like,
I'm doing. You're going
yes,
in
it
your
is,
own
bro.
mindset,
Because you're basically trying to make it seem like I'm saying the votes
question.
don't matter. They matter.
You just
but
said they don't.
No, I never said. Yo, listen to me. You gotta listen, bro. Okay.
I am. That's the problem with you. The problem with people that talk like you. Like, we do listen, and then when we say something to what you said, you like, well, that ain't what I meant or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, my nigga, you said the comment.
because you're anti-American, so you really can't hear it, right? What I'm saying is this. Yes, you're okay. I'm gonna say it again. Your votes matter, right? But like, your votes matter. They put your votes in. You heard me say that, right?
Okay, I'm hearing you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
But what happens then is the rich come in with their money, because this is a capitalistic country, and go, this is what we want. Do that. So your votes matter, but even if we get in the right president, like right now they got McDonough in there, and he was acting like he was going to change all this shit. What he going to do? He's going to follow where the money wants to do. That's what I'm saying, brother. Talk to what I'm talking about. Stop just taking one part of what I said. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we both smoke weed, but I don't think the weed doing that to you. Listen to everything I'm saying instead of just taking one part, because I see that this dude did the same thing. Oh, you're talking right now. He just took the last words I said instead of listening to everything I said.
Well, no, I literally said, you're saying, you just repeated how the system doesn't work correctly, because at the top. No, I'm moving it forward. I'm saying,
don't talk about.
You're still saying that people would. Well, come on, bro. We having a conversation. So if you're saying, though, that the rich people are who get the most influence, I'm just saying that means the system isn't working how it properly should, because our system isn't based on if you're rich, that's how you make the most power. It's supposed to be that if you make your vote, that's how we make change. So if people are protesting, that's why I think most of you people who are so American, you're missing that people are not protesting for simply no reason. They're protesting because those things that we consider how the system should work, and they told us how the system should work, is not working. So they're trying to stand up for change, bro, to make the system work correctly.
Can I address KT on that? because I want to actually contest what he's saying.
No, yeah, you can contest it. And shout out to the 200 people that's in the chat. Make sure you say good day to us. Say something. Hit a like. Hit a share. Go ahead, Joshua.
So, KT, you just said the reason why people are protesting is because they believe that whatever's happening is going against what they believe the system is, despite the fact that we know for a fact
the system is
fine, fair, okay, but we also were taught to obey law enforcement. We were also taught that there's a legal way to immigrate to America. We were also taught that fraud is actually against the law, especially large-scale fraud. And the people who are protesting right now in Minnesota are specifically protesting to protect the people who are committing the crimes. Where in our history is that supported?
So the Constitution literally teaches us that you have the right to make militias and things, and the reason it points that out is in case the government starts overreaching. So that's the first thing. We're taught to adhere to law, but not just because you're a cop, that means you are. Like everything you're saying, that might not be true. Just because you're in a police officer suit doesn't mean that everything you're saying is the law. That's why lawsuits happen and stuff. So we're also taught, follow the correct law. When you talk about things like fraud, I love that the fraud thing has been brought up again, because I wanted to point that out earlier. Everybody up here said in the last year, 18 billion. The study, first of all, that number is not official on any record. That's what they're estimating it to be up to. And that's since 2018. So that means about 4 million in fraud, actually, like 4 billion in fraud per year. Every year, it's over $98 trillion in fraud, mostly committed by white Americans. So when we talk about even how like the fraud thing is something we should, it is, but it shouldn't be selective outrage. I pointed out a bunch of times, it seems black people up here, well, not black people up here, but a lot of people that we've gotten to these arguments with, they're not saying that the fraud was wrong. They saying, well, shit, we could have got that. We could have been doing that fraud. It seems more like people are like, well, shit, we ain't get to eat off of it. They shouldn't either. Fuck them. That's not how shit's supposed to be. We're supposed to be balanced, as people have said plenty of times. So I have no problem with a lot of the things you guys are stating, but it's where we try to choose to all of a sudden feel we have to enforce that. Because this fraud been going on in our nation way more than 18 billion over the last 6 years. It's way more than that going on from those rich people that Unlikely was talking about. And we're not saying, oh, let's stop them, but we're going to turn to the Somalis and make it seem like they're the problem. That's just disingenuous to me.
So my issue is that, like, yes, they are part of a problem that we need to get corrected. Especially if if 9 billion came out of the 18 billion, came out of, you know what I'm saying, like came out of one state, that is a problem. I mean, it's way deeper than just the people fraud. And that means we probably have a government problem over there as well. Exactly. And then also when we move into the fact that when the ICE come in and try to get rid of the illegal, and I believe 87 out of the 92 of them that committed all of this money fraud over there were a certain group of people. And it's okay to put that jacket on them, right? And then now we have a governor that's inciting the protest to continue to be the way how it is. That is a problem. I think people, especially the radical people, the people that just want anarchy, they're going to take what Tim said and they're going to continue to do it and maybe even ramp it up even more, because history has shown that these guys been ramping up this situation over there in Minnesota. It started off with just people in the street, and then it started with whistles, and then snowballs, and then cars parking in the middle of the street, and then now somebody got fatally shot. So it's a progression that we are seeing, and we cannot act as if we could just ignore the progression and ignore that Tim Walz is saying, hey, I'm proud of y'all. We got to keep on doing what we've been doing. So the peaceful people, they're going to keep on being peaceful, and the rowdy people, the chaotic people, they're going to keep on being chaotic. And that is the problem I have with Tim Walz. That's why I'm saying he's inciting riots.
I could understand that.
I agree.
But that's all I'm saying. If we can, we have to do it on a balanced basis. So again, like I just said, in Ball, shout out to HT, he pointed this out in the chat. FEMA had over 100 billion stole. This is in Katrina. We could point out real, and I'm talking about that year. We could point out real fucking mass fraud. It's not just a Minnesota
Wait. But hold on. Where's that mass fraud coming from? America?
Yes. Yes. Like
okay, to go back. Okay.
Literal governors.
Okay, so did you see why I say you're anti-American?
So my point
like, why you want to keep fighting against your country, bro?
I just don't understand what is the point of bringing up. All right, so this kid is making dirt. Why are we talking about the other kid making dirt? Let's fix this kid doing dirt, and then we can get to the other kid next. So I don't understand why bringing up what other people's doing. It makes sense in this argument. It still doesn't take the fact that Tim Walz is citing the protesters that keep on blowing whistles and impeding in investigations is not a good look for his state because people are in chaos over there.
Did he ever answer my question?
It damn near looked like Iran over there.
I seen it. You talk about that little drive-through video that they showed.
And they burnt down, and they burnt down Texas with the BLM riots and shit like that. We know how this
again. You don't need to add in that. What I'm saying is like, why add in other things when we talking about a very specific thing? Like
exactly, Sharon.
They also burned down LA at one point because of something, right? So
right,
things happen.
What you're saying is very and extremely exaggerated in order to give it justification.
Focus on what is happening and assess the problem properly. Why we can't assess one problem properly? We cannot defend every single thing that happened all the single time. This happened yesterday. Let's talk about what happened yesterday and how we can move forward and not try to add in extra things that have nothing to do with the situation at hand.
Okay, let's stick at the situation at hand, Sharon. Tim Walz it's nowhere. You keep saying he's inciting violence. He literally said
you're inciting violence. I agree that you're inciting violence.
That's your logic. I know that's your logic.
Yeah, but that's why Sharon is able to say it because of
the government. If we don't suck off the government, we're being violent. That's your logic. Period. So
no. It's not just that. It's not just that. It's not just that. No. You're not gonna do that, bro. Like every time Sharon just said it, we're talking about one specific thing, and I just got you to acknowledge that you brought up the government's fraud or something of 100 billion. Why are you bringing it up when we're talking about this, bro? That's why I'm saying you're anti-American. Because every time we're talking about one, bro,
enough is enough. Them Somalians taking fucking 9 million in 6 years, bro. That's too much. Niggas been stealing 100 billion in your face.
This guy's stupid. Y'all don't know why you be having this guy. Like, yo, it's constant with this guy, bro. Like,
wait, hold on.
Something wrong with you, bro.
The insults on your behalf because you can't actually challenge the point.
I was going
right back to it.
I know how to stop this conversation.
Slow down, y'all. So I need to understand the point of bringing up the other fraud means what? That we need to just allow anybody to keep frauding? What
it means like why are you mad at this one particular group? It's hella groups doing it more besides them Somalians. If we talk about correcting
why are you
America,
defending them so hard?
Hey,
Hold on.
Everybody
slow down. So yeah, we are mad at the other fraud as well. Why you never came to me and brought up these other frauds?
What I literally said I ain't got no problem with it.
Oh my, now he ain't got a problem with. Oh my God.
Hold on. So look, what I'm saying is that if I'm expressing the thing that I'm having a problem with about the fraud that they're doing and how they are affecting a major city within my country, that's what I'm upset about. And this is what I think that the government officials in that state are doing wrong with that situation. Why I have to talk about other things today? Why you, HT, or whoever, bring up, say, hey, Sharon, here is a story. Can we talk about this story of this amount of money being taken out of Kansas?
Why would I bring that up?
Thank you. Because you don't care about it.
No, you're asking why would I bring it up?
Why don't you?
Because I did. Y'all just said don't. We're only talking about Minnesota and Somalia. I pointed out at the very beginning of this last year, 197 trillion in fraud was taken.
Hold on, you missing what I'm saying.
That's not real.
Now it's trillion. He lying.
So what I'm trying to get you to understand, if I'm talking about something today, I say this hurt me. This is bothering me. I got punched in my face. And then you said, well, niggas get punched in the face every day. Sure, let's talk about the other people that got punched in the face too. I don't understand why we doing that.
Yeah, because that's a part of that's literally why you're mad, right? You're mad because somebody punched you in your face.
Because I'm talking about a certain situation now, but you want to talk to me about how Jake Paul got punched in his face.
That's literally not. That's really bad kind. I mean, like even comparison. Because we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about fraud in different states. Regardless if you want to say this is in the same state.
So why am I talking? If I'm talking about this fraud today, why do I have to talk about the one that?
Because your justification for why ICE can do all this is because they've done the fraud, correct?
No.
I digress.
Okay.
Can I please? Because there's a stark difference.
Okay. Go ahead, Josh, and then Detroit.
Detroit, I'll be real quick. Literally, Americans can steal $120 billion. 8 out of 10, that $120 billion is still spent in America. The $8.9 billion that was stolen in Somalia, most of it went back to Somalia. It literally affected our overall gross economic growth, economy, and all the money that was used outside of America. There's a stark difference because one, while it affected individual companies, didn't affect us as an American whole. Literally, whenever it happened with Somalia, everything that was taken out of the country to somewhere else. So it ends up affecting us grossly.
Let me ask two things just real quick. I'm going to make it quick, Detroit. I promise. It's going to be real quick. I swear to God. I see your face. I swear to God. It's just two things. First of all, where's the proof of that?
He asking questions and saying there's going to be two things. Go ahead, Detroit. Go ahead, bro.
It is.
Like, go ahead, Detroit.
Stop. I'm just asking, like, because you're making a statement as if it's truthful, and I'm just
saying. Bro,
saying,
you be making statements and nobody asks you what's the proof of it. You just said somebody stole 100 trillion, and nobody said what's the proof of that, bro. Stop doing what you doing, bro.
No, I said.
You just did it, bro. You being a hypocrite, bro.
Yeah,
go ahead, Detroit. If you ain't gonna keep it short, go ahead, Detroit.
Go ahead, Detroit. Jesus, it was a quick question. I know it hurts your feelings, like, because you don't get
no. You just ridiculous, man. Like you gotta listen to what you be saying. You just be sounding crazy. You say, hold on 1 second. Let me just say something real quick, and then you ask a question that creates a whole nother conversation.
It didn't.
I don't think you realize that you're doing that.
Quickly answer that. The second thing would be, we can prove many fraud in America. Matter of fact, the last recession we had, the Great Recession, it came from American fraud. Pyramid company, Bernie Madoff. That's an American. So we cannot say the American fraud doesn't affect America just because it happens in America. It does.
Oh my God!
For the
Whatever,
most part,
bro.
it's more detrimental.
Whatever, bro. You cool with you cool with another? You cool with a whole like, bro?
You can't even let somebody
crazy,
speak,
bro. You ain't saying nothing.
I'm done. Is it a lie? Is it a lie?
You'll be.
Is it a lie? Unlikely. All right, then let it go, brother.
Yo.
All
right, bro. You got it, bro. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, Detroit.
Okay. So first, Josh, the fraud of any kind doesn't benefit us. It doesn't benefit the people. It doesn't. So I don't care if it's Somalis committing fraud. I don't care if it's Americans committing fraud. Fraud is fraud. It's a crime, right? So no matter what, like we can agree on that. What you brought up earlier, though, was do what ICE tells you to do, right? But you, as an American citizen, have a right to not adhere to unlawful orders. So if it's an unlawful order from ICE, you as a U.S. citizen have the right to not obey that order, correct? If I'm wrong in that, y'all let me know.
It's wrong.
Right? So if somebody want to enter your home, I suppose the first person who said it was wrong, which was, I think, unlikely, right? So if the police come to your house or ICE come to your house without a warrant and ask to get entry to your house, do you have to?
You asking me?
Yeah.
No, you don't have to. You can ask for a warrant. Okay. Oh, you know what's crazy about this, Detroit?
Wait.
Oh, sorry. No.
My time. I just wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah.
So if they say that there's a dangerous situation, you know what I'm saying, and they need to get into your house, are you supposed to open the door for? I mean, do you have to?
It's all up to your discretion. I know. Yep.
Okay. Okay. What if they come run up in a workplace, right? Without, like I said, no warrant, just doing.
Come on, where this
just
going,
coming in
brother?
to
I don't
try
want
and
to keep
see if
asking a
they.
bunch of questions, you know.
Well, the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm answering Josh's question. But you were the first one who said that's wrong. So, Josh, like, if they are giving you an unlawful order, you have the right to not adhere to that, regardless of whatever they job is or what they're telling you that they're supposed to do. So there's been a lot of cases of that, these unlawful orders on video. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to go by independent people, not by like Fox or CNN.
I don't even
There
care.
are independent sources, even in Minnesota. There are independent sources who are reporting on this stuff if we look it up. But this is what is going on. You know what I mean? So now you have people, no matter what where you stand on it or whatever, you got people in these cities that feel a certain way. That's not, they know that that's not the law. They see the stuff going on in their neighborhood and they protest. Now,
Detroit, pause. Hold on.
Hold on.
Because you addressed me, but you said something that I have
Yeah,
to
you
stop
kind of
you on.
go.
Go ahead.
There's an identity of reliability when it comes to law enforcement orders. Hey, is this officer talking to me in good faith? Because they believe that the officer is not talking in good faith, they're responding as such. But if you actually look at what's going on, the law ICE is in the process of their actual duties and they are proceeding as such. That's something that we're arguing about. That's a perception thing. I'm seeing it from the letter of the law. From, hey, this is the yo, I got him. Yeah. Okay. So and now you gotta, right? Now you gotta put it in perspective. If ICE is doing what they believe is right, and you believe what they're doing is wrong, they still have in court an identity of reliability saying that they are still in the right, whether you agree to or not. That's why you can be charged with obstruction of justice if you are intentionally withholding a criminal in your house and the ICE comes after you to your house and you prohibit them from coming in, and then they realize you intentionally kept them away because you're literally impeding law enforcement. I understand where you're going, but you're ignoring major points in this.
That's correct. And you're talking about that law that you're talking about, though, has to do with like almost like domiciles. It has to do with like actual homes or even in some instances, businesses, if you're housing somebody. It does not apply when you're talking about these wide sweeping dragnets, which is what ICE has been.
Why not?
Okay, hold on. So are you hold on. So are you saying that they don't have no warrants, and how do the people know they don't have any warrants?
Because you would present a warrant when you go to try to arrest somebody, right?
And how you know they not presenting warrants?
Because I've seen multiple videos of officers going to people's doors.
Oh my God.
Once again, if you don't want to go by video, hold on. I'm sorry, I was still answering your question, but let me say this.
Yeah, so I want to understand. So I got you read as well. So you saying that these officers that's going to houses, they do not do no kind of investigation. They are not getting any kind of warrants. They just go into random houses, knocking on the door, no rhyme or reason.
The ones with no warrants, yes.
The ones with no warrants.
Okay, so that's fine. So the ones with no warrants. So the ones with no warrants.
The videos I've seen.
Okay, so the ones with no
show the videos of them serving warrants.
Okay, so the ones with no warrants, we 100% agree that's illegal. But are they doing it with warrants as well?
I'm gonna assume that there are some warrants. I can't sit here and say I'm not gonna do like what y'all want me to do and say there's absolutely no warrants and stuff. I'm not gonna say that.
Can I ask a question?
Hold up. Hold on. If you look it up, ICE does have warrants, but they're not official warrants. No ICE warrant is signed by a judge. They don't give you
all right, guys. Yeah, we get it. Anti-ICE. We get it. Sharon. Detroit, you said that you watch videos, right? No, because that's how y'all. It's no way around. Like every time we talk about them, y'all gonna like take some stance. So it's cool. Could you find one of those videos
where put the answer in the back? I put the real answer in the back. What everybody's saying.
Because look, but this what I'll tell you. Tracy, I got a video that I'm gonna put it in the back chat, right? And since we talking about videos, I got a video where ICE try to go a Amazon worker ended up being illegal. She ran into a house. The people in the house did not let ICE in, told them to go get a warrant. ICE respected the warrant. They was trying to like be like, yo, why won't you let us in? We saw her running your house and they was on this liberal stuff, right? They let a woman in their house around their kids that they didn't know and left ICE outside and left her in the back. I'm gonna get the video for you. Now, while I'm doing that, since Detroit is talking about all these videos, Detroit, you find the video. Okay, bring it up. We're gonna both put them in the back. Bring up the video where ICE busts in somebody's house without a warrant. Huh?
Yeah, we're agreeing on the video, right? In that video, they did not have a warrant, right?
Correct.
But they didn't go inside the house.
Okay, hold on. I want to see where
they can't go in the house.
I'm about to get the video. No, get your video. Let's not. Let's just.
Okay, hold on. So we agree with the premise that they was trying to get this illegal immigrant. She ran into somebody's house, and then now those people in the house is housing an illegal immigrant, and they did not have a warrant. Is that what the video is about?
Without a
Yes,
warrant,
they didn't have a warrant, and they did, and eventually they let them in under the owner's discretion. So they respected all the laws. I just want Detroit, the guy that's saying that he saw a video of them break into somebody's house illegally. Go get that video because it should be easy to find. Go to your history.
And I just want to understand, Detroit. You saying that if a criminal runs in your house and you say, "Hey, come in," that the police should not be able to go and get that criminal because they don't have a warrant to come inside your house, even though they've seen that criminal or illegal, whatever we want to call them, right? I don't want to get caught up on the illegal.
If there's proof that it's a criminal, then that's a different thing, right? If it's proof that it's a criminal.
Okay, but you wouldn't,
coming in the back.
Hold on, but you wouldn't have the proof that they're a criminal neither.
All right.
Because it's
the person in the house, like the person that like let them in the house.
No, so I'm saying I'm the criminal. I'm just running in the street. They came and tried to get me. I ran in your house.
You're door dashing. That's what that video was.
I'm Amazon. Right. I got my
Amazon DoorDash. What is it?
All right. So right. And then I run in your house and say, "Hey, ISIS."
Man, these little 22-year-old niggas. It's crazy how they just can't
understand. Please, y'all
shut
can't
their mouth
make them.
sometimes.
Okay, hold on. Jesus, this is insane. I can't believe this is so difficult to get an answer to. Phil James with the 499. ICE warrants are issued by an immigration court, which is an executive branch function. Thank you.
Yes.
With your crazy Ayo name, Phil James. I ain't feeling nobody named James.
James, that's my boy Phil's, man. Pause.
Shout out to Phil James with the
that's
big
my boy for
Ayo
years,
name.
man. Shout out to Phil James. But yeah, Phil is right in that sense because they could get two warrants, a judicial one and another one. But what they saying in this, they said, yes, in some situations under federal law, ICE can actually make arrests without any warrant if they have probable cause to believe that someone is violating immigration law and might flee before a warrant can be obtained. That's similar to how regular police can arrest someone in public if they see them commit a crime. So it's kind of like similar to that. But even in those,
or reasonable suspicion.
But even in those situations, though, entering a private home would usually still require a judicial warrant or some kind of consent to do it, though.
Okay. Red, you want to jump in on this part of the conversation?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for having me. First of all, we're dealing with federal agents. Second of all, it's nowhere near worse than in the 90s and 80s when they was knocking down doors with goddamn tanks, house doors with tanks in the middle of Washington, D.C. and beating up my grandfather and grandmother right in front of me when they absolutely ain't done nothing besides go to work. Yes, some people are here working, but most of the people who are here came through the borders and here illegally. They need to go. We're talking about rapists, murderers, all above. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. I'll let you finish.
Y'all gotta be able to listen. Hold on, Red. You can't use the R word.
You gotta take break.
Yeah, I apologize. You talk about everything above. Yes, we do have innocent people here, but what are y'all talking about? Does it make sense? These are federal agents. If someone run up in your house, if they after them, they do not need a warrant to go in your house. If some criminal ran in your house, they could just go up in there. These is not local police. Anything you do around these federal agents is a felony. Ain't no misdemeanors.
All right.
Ain't no misdemeanors.
That's not true either.
It's okay.
Yeah, you trying to you going please don't argue his point. Please don't argue this.
Hold on. Let's not split hairs. You know what the overarching point is, right? We don't have to split the hairs and say the exact thing. All right. So again, but I want to ask Detroit son. Thank you for that, Red. I also want to ask Detroit son because it's all pertaining to this running in the house situation that Lee is pulling up a video. I'm not sure if you put it in the back chat yet, but I
put it in the back chat.
So Detroit, who is harboring?
I'm trying to put it in the back chat, but I put it in the YouTube chat though.
Who is harboring the criminal? So like you saying that the owner of the house said, "Hey, listen, you need a warrant to come in my house," even though we know, both of us know, the officer knows and the house owner knows that this person is being chased by the ICE officer. They let the individual in the house. Who is being more patriotic at that moment?
Americans.
I would say the people that's in the house.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yo, so you telling me you got your kids in the back. You're gonna be in the front trying to stop the ICE agents while the guy's roaming through your house or the woman. Yo, that is you guys are. And do you see why I call y'all? I'm sticking with y'all anti-American. I'm sticking with it, man.
It's okay. And it's okay. Everybody got their hold on. Everybody got their own. Everybody got their own principles that they following, right? So he believes that he trusts the individual more than the ICE agent at this moment, and that's at least that's what you're projecting when you say that. It's okay. You know what?
So what?
That's crazy, bro.
Okay,
it's okay. Listen, man. I done came in here and been right about a whole bunch of stuff over the last couple weeks or months, as long as I've been here. So I'm okay if people don't understand what I'm saying, and you can call me whatever. If somehow you calling yourself a true American, that somehow make you feel more secure. Good luck to you, black brother. This country don't give a shit about you think you're
Let me ask you a question.
Claiming to be.
Sir, let me ask you a question.
Sir, you're overweight. You're secure.
Hold on, y'all. We have to slow
You're
down.
very.
Hold on.
You're not ready to fight anything. Stop, man. Well, last time you read a mile, bro. Stop it, man. Come on, bro. You're very healthy. Burger King, McDonald's is all available to you whenever you need it, brother.
Lee in Detroit.
Feels good to be American.
Lee and Detroit.
Whatever your choices in life, I support you,
I'm
man. If you
trying
want
to
check out guys and see how they do, I mean, that's on you,
y'all. Come on, y'all.
Detroit, I'm still trying to run a show, not just an argument that you just want to argue. I want both sides to have your points.
I'm not trying to argue to argue.
But when you over talk, that is.
I'm not trying to argue to argue. I'm not going
cutting me off. I'm trying to run a show. I'm trying to get you to have your point of view out. Unlike Lee's point of view out, Red's, everybody's point of view. We do not have to instantly cut each other off and just turn into an argument match. We cannot hear each other. We're not getting anything done when we do this. Please have patience and even if it's long-winded, we have long shows. You're still going to get your voice out. Please, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York. Good day, cuz.
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, cuzzo, am I coming through clear? Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. Let me take my shoes off before I walk into your room. Peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Sugar Bum, Bomb, Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, The Voice of Venus, The Verbal Assassin, Pink, Black Beauty, The Victorious One, Zero Tolerance, Renee, Keisha G, Reese, all the queens, man, all the queens. The Supreme Goddess, PH Diva, the Real Prism. Hey, Cuzzo, drop him, man. Put him in the back.
Hold on, it's okay. I don't know why y'all don't have patience. Y'all be okay. It's okay.
You know, and here's the thing, right? I'm just coming up here giving the queen salutations because y'all kings been babbling for hours, right? And y'all haven't acknowledged the queens one time. But since I come up here to be a gentleman and acknowledge the queens, the brothers is showing a lack of self-discipline, right? You want a man to come up here and acknowledge you? What's wrong with you? You need to do some self-examination, man, some self-reflecting on what's really going on. So listen, man, before I was rudely interrupted, right? This has been a great show. A lot of good points been exchanged back and forth. My issue is it's kind of disturbing when I hear the same brothers who had a problem with Trump in January 6th are now justifying the insightful rhetoric of the governor of Minnesota. That's kind of disturbing to me, because if we're going to say that Trump had insightful rhetoric with the things that he said in his speech, then we got to call it even on both sides and acknowledge that when a governor of a state is using terms like chaos, disruption, brutality, accusing federal agents of kidnapping and committing brutal assaults, right? That's insightful rhetoric. And we got to call it how we see it. Because first and foremost, if these federal agents was in his state committing these atrocities, committing these crimes, he has all the power that he needs to bring them to justice. Because while federal agents do have immunity, they don't have immunity against committing crimes, right? So we got to understand that the governor is not a victim, and he shouldn't be displaying a victimized mentality when he can do something about people committing crimes in his state. So I think it's kind of interesting that the gang banging that's going on, which is why I never subscribe to being a Republican or a Democrat, red and blue and all those different kind of things that y'all subscribe to, because I understand that when you do that, it can kind of cloud your judgment in a reasonable way and have you co-signing things that you would ordinarily go against, right? And I'm gonna land it with this, because this is what y'all was talking about last. As far as those federal agents going up in residences and arresting people without warrants. Now, yes, Detroit is correct when he says they do need a warrant. However, what Sharon was describing is what federal agents would articulate as exigent circumstances. Look it up, right? So if I have exigent circumstances, meaning I'm in the process of apprehending a criminal and he runs up into a private residence, and I can articulate that I have to immediately go into that residence to effect an arrest in order for me to avoid him being a flight risk, I can do so without a warrant.
Facts.
So in order to have these conversations, right, what I need y'all brothers to do is kind of get educated on the different federal laws and state laws so that y'all can engage in insightful conversations and be informed before you speak. But peace and love to y'all, man. Y'all rock out.
Hey, Sharon, you ever like showed up at the playground and you see one guy beating up on the other one and the other one jump in and separate them? You know, you like, dang, you beating them too bad? That's what that $50 was. I was out here beating them bad in Chicago real estate. We got to get you up out of here. He beating them so bad like that. That was funny.
Hey, is Brownsville still here?
Y'all slap the like button.
Hold on,
Everybody
we
slap
spoke already,
the like
brother.
button. Slap the like button. Hit vote on the polls. Any other chats that we streaming to, y'all just drop likes. Let's get the likes up. Let's hit the vote on the poll. Everybody do what y'all doing.
I just want to be consistent. That's all. That's all I ask for, Sharon.
So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get Pan. He been patient, and then we're gonna welcome Omni into the show. So we got Pan, then Omni, and then Josh. You can ask Brownsville your question.
What about E? I go after bro. I go after Josh. I guess this time.
And it'll be very brief. And this is to Detroit and KT with all due respect. Now, you already know that law enforcement has violated the rights of Black Americans. Now that the whites and the immigrants are being allegedly violated, why do you feel the need to booty clap for them? Just let them experience that karma. With all due respect, brother. Serious question, though, brother.
Damn.
I don't know how you gonna follow that one up.
He said he knew about the booty clapping. That's what he said. He knew about the booty clapping.
No Diddy.
That's what he wanted to talk about, man.
Listen.
That's his favorite phrase, man.
I was waiting for Pan to speak.
It's
like Homer with beer.
I was waiting
like Homer with beer.
But really, why do you feel the need to cape for them when
They're
their
caping for
karma?
nobody, bro. If anything, white people are seeing that this shit hits their ass at home too. So
we already know
white people. These are not white. Okay. Yesterday conversation. White was only for Black Americans.
Hold on, E.
Didn't he ask me?
Hold on, E. Yeah, he has Detroit, and then after Detroit go is my go, and then you
But
can do whatever you want.
But this is a continuous of the last conversation. So white is only Americans. Ain't got nothing to do with other people in other countries. Immigrants, go.
I mean, if you ask, listen, to some people, being an American is only being white. If you ask most Black people, if a Black person asserts themselves as being an American and proud to be an American, suddenly he's a white man.
Facts.
But you notice no one was able to answer the question.
Like,
that's not what I consider.
But this is my thing. This is my thing, right? Just
I'm
like
listening,
Brownsville
brother.
just said. On one side of the aisle, and it's crazy that everybody is an independent nowadays, but that's neither here nor there. On one side of the aisle, you know what I'm saying, when January 6th was popping off, oh my God, this is the worst shit ever. Trump, he's doing this. And then all of a sudden we got Tampon Tim, and he's called that not because we think he's a girl. He's called that because he suggested that, boys have tampons. It's crazy. But yeah. It's real goofy. He's real. Like, if you look into the history of Tim Walz, he's a real goofy individual.
And this almost been our vice president.
But
go ahead.
He was almost our vice
No,
president.
but I'm just asking.
But this is the thing. No, hold
why
on,
do Black
Mulatto.
men care when white men and white women and immigrants?
Stop stealing his time.
I agree with you on. I agree with you on that, Mulatto. Because this is my thing. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman was gunned down by ICE. That ICE officer, everybody on the last time I was up here was like, oh, he wasn't hurt. Turns out he went to the hospital. They found internal bleeding. So my thing is, my thing is that, why is BLM getting involved in this? What did that have to do with anything? When it comes to Tim Walz, talking about it, he literally was trying to put up, it was literally in his speech trying to put up his National Guard versus ICE officers, ICE agents, right? That is surrectionist talk. Like, that's successionist talk, sorry. That's, this is my state, we're going to hold it down, we don't need y'all involved, we're going to keep the federal government. It's as though he wants to succeed from the union.
Yo, is Tim Walz the skinny white dude? Sorry, not to cut you off. This skinny white dude with the
fat dude. It's fat white dude.
He out of shape. He bald and balding. He's kind of like Caucasian.
Oh, okay.
Jefferson,
because they got the dude. Did y'all hear? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
But I'm saying,
unlikely our topic. Go ahead.
What do you have to understand about the Democratic Party? History doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. When the immigrant situation started to pop off, the first thing that they were talking about wasn't anything about human rights. They were saying, who's going to pick our crops? The same Democratic Party that back when abolitionists came through were talking about Black people. Who's going to pick our cotton? You know what I'm saying? If you get rid of all of our slaves. They're repeating the same mantra over and over, just in different ways. They're worried about who's going to make the strawberries. You know what I mean? Like these
And
are the
that's why
people that
it's important to
instituted
let
Jim
them answer
Crow.
Well, we got to let the Democrats answer.
Policy was, I mean,
Let them land.
Jim Crow legislation was Democratic legislation. They're just trying to get it through a different way. That's why they wanted all of these immigrants here in the first place. That's why they gave them a cushy environment. That's why they gave them all of that stuff for free: the housing, the busing, the food, even the healthcare in certain cities, was because they. And why is no voter ID a big point of contention? You should want the populace to get checked out via voter ID. The only reason you don't want people to show up with their IDs is because undocumented immigrants, more likely than not, than any other demographic of individual, can't have access to it.
Exactly. And to be honest, and I agree with what you say. You agree with what I said.
What make you think it's your turn?
But you kind of let.
It is not your
I'm just trying to
turn.
get people to. I'm trying to.
But
get
brother,
people
hold
to
on. You let KT
Go ahead.
out the
If you
headlock.
gonna let Pan jump, I'm telling you, the order about to leave. Shadow, you better talk.
I don't know who.
Well, just on clear. Jackson,
We don't
I'm
need
just
no
looking for
clearness.
an answer.
What
I'm not
Omni
jumping the
said was
line.
good. He ain't gonna
Hey, hold
answer
up.
your question.
Ground
You've been asking
Could I
that question for
respond
a
on the
whole
Demo-
week.
Yeah,
Can-
what?
None
Like,
of
what's the
that.
purpose
I'm
in
not.
booty clapping for the immigrants? Why do you care, KT
Nobody's
in
booty clapping
Detroit?
for immigrants, bro. You just consider
Actually,
if we
you are,
don't suck
brother.
the government's dick, it's
Every day
booty
you
clapping. I
advocate
get
for
it.
the immigrants.
So listen to me. As a
Go
Democratic
ahead,
This
brother.
is
Party,
why
and
you
I'm
don't
not
put
even
me
a
behind
Democrat,
Shadow,
right?
because Shadow let other people talk for his turn. See, if I was next, I wouldn't even
I'm
let
No,
that
see,
happen.
but y'all
he
get mad
wanted
when
to
I
hear
have
the
an
Let
Democratic
KT go though.
response.
Let
Like,
KT
what
go.
is the
Y'all get
opposite
mad
It's
when
not
I.
response?
about KT turn.
But
Nigga,
see,
this
if I
ain't your
start
show.
acting out, if I start
You
acting
ain't
out,
gotta
y'all gonna
act
be
out,
mad.
just use your voice. Like I tell my 2-year-old, use your voice. Now it's your turn,
So
Shadow.
Hold
look,
on, son. People
God damn
want
it,
to hear. Hold
Chicago
on, Josh.
set the
People
order.
want to hear what Pam is saying. So, Pam, why is this question so important to you that Detroit and Shadow have Yes, to brother. answer this question? Go ahead. The question is so important because
Slap the taste out of your
Detroit
mouth.
and KT.
I'd like to see you try it.
Damn.
That's tough.
You sure that's what?
I thought he said let him go off.
He said let him
Hey,
go
I'm not
off.
gonna I'm not gonna lie. I was about
Hold
to pull my trigger.
on, Chicago Rilla with the 20 ball. Let Pamela go off. Oh, that was for him to go off. My bad.
Bring him back.
You
Damn.
slapped
Hey,
the
look.
shit out of
Hey,
Pam
peace
for
be
no reason.
upon.
Reading is
Peace be
fundamental.
upon
Yeah,
Chicago
you slapped the
Rilla.
taste out of his mouth for nothing.
Hey,
Look,
fuck that. Hey, fuck that. Pull my
peace
trigger.
be upon
I got one in the
Chicago Rilla.
chamber. Pull the trigger.
But the Go
I
ahead. question is
got one
this,
in the
and
chamber.
it'll be
Pull
so
it.
brief. All right, go It'll be ahead.
Pull
so
it.
brief. Go ahead, Pam Mulatto. Go ahead. It'll be so brief. The Go ahead. question is, why
Slap the
do
taste
these?
out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Damn,
Oh,
brother.
You have one answer.
All right,
Wait, but
Shadow,
right,
it's
that
your
was a
turn,
credit for
Shadow.
him? Wait, but that gives him a $20 credit though, right? To tell him to go
No,
off?
that's not how that worked. That's not.
Oh,
He said let him go off. Nope. Tell
I'm over here
Chicago
thinking
Rilla since he got paid
that's a
today, send another
credit.
20. It don't work like that. How you gonna set the rules on our show?
Oh,
It don't work
wait,
like that.
hour.
Go,
Slow
go,
down,
And
E.
go,
hey, I'm about to
Shadow.
put two more in the chamber.
Fuck your shit, either
Hour.
Shrine.
goddamn.
I'm about to
You
put
gonna have
two
to get
more in
under
the
225 before you 225 for 8 before you say hour, bro.
All right, go ahead, Shadow.
Hey, Shrine, I'm about to put two more in the chamber when I'm done. Is Brownsville still here?
He's here. Go ahead, brother.
yeah, he's listening. I'm sure he's listening.
All right. So, because I want to know with reasonable suspicion, if an officer has reasonable suspicion of a crime being committed, do they have the right to detain? And if so, that means while ICE is doing everything that they're doing, each of these arrests, each of these detainments are still lawful by definition.
Yeah, but ICE ain't
Because
the
we keep
police. I don't know why we keep trying to put rules
no
on the
ICE
police.
ICE isn't hold on ICE isn't
They
police,
got their
but
own set of
they can
rules.
they can literally arrest you for anything under 18 USC. Literally. They can
ICE is
arrest
law enforcement though. Like
they are literal federal law enforcement.
people keep saying they not the
They
police. I don't
they
know
have
what
the
the
right
fuck.
to arrest you under anything under Title 18. Guaranteed.
They not the police. Okay.
What I'm saying is
Even with
that
detainment, though, even with detainment, Josh, you have to have RAS. You have to have a reasonable, articulate suspicion. So them just walking up
No,
and
you
saying,
don't have to
"Oh, we
articulate it.
believe."
Here we
No,
go.
they have to
Submit.
have a reason.
You know the
suspicion.
But Shadow,
of all people here, I know the fucking law when it comes to ICE. Like,
so
that's
no,
why I'm
but
getting
hold
mad
on.
because y'all niggas are playing.
But Shadow, the crazy part about it is everybody keeps saying they think that these people not doing no background. They just pulling random people off the street. They know who they looking for. Like I don't know why we keep making this point. Like, oh, I saw somebody who got brown skin. Let me just detain him. That's not how that works. They say, hey,
but ICE can't even do that. ICE has the right to do that legally.
Real quick. E, you remember when everybody thought that ICE was handcuffing babies in Chicago?
Yep.
And it turned out to be a father playing cops and robbers with his child.
Yeah.
Are Native Americans brown folk?
People would take
almost,
it. That just
go
goes
ahead.
to show that people would take any video they could use. Any
but
video they could use.
the point that I'm saying is when they go knock on that door, they know that person resigned there. They not just showing up at Sharon's house and say, I think somebody there. Come out so I can check it. Like, that's what I tell people. It's like everybody don't understand that they got evidence, they got all these things, they know where these people at. It's not just some random houses like old Tim Tampon saying they walking down the street down in Minnesota.
Y'all,
and you got Mexicans there,
y'all missed my
and
whole.
you got foreigners
y'all missed
here.
my whole
Like,
point.
that's not what's happening. That's all
No.
I'm saying. This is
Even with consent, you can literally forfeit any constitutional right by consent, including the right to search and seizure. If someone who's not just owns the home, but is present in that domicile, they can say if an officer asks for permission to enter the house and they give you lawful permission, they literally have the fucking right to go in there. Like all this bullshit y'all talking about at once, that's not true.
But you miss. Hold on, you missing a
argument
part.
right now?
How do they know that they're there? Because they already did the research. Listen,
Well, no, you're incorrect because it's people who have died that are not. They are literally American citizens under the
People
guise
that
of
have
we were trying to
died?
check. Yeah, the guy in L.A.
He did not die that way, bro. He shot into you're Sharon, tell him. He talked about Sharon. You know who he talk about, right? That is. Go ahead. Say, who died? How did he die? Tell us how he died. What happened? No. KT, go ahead, KT.
He was shooting his gun on New Year's.
So why you just try to? Why you just try to make it
I
seem?
didn't try to do nothing. I said they killed him, nigga. Why are you being emotional?
if somebody was shooting Omni, you hear that, Omni?
Yo, this is crazy.
That's crazy, yo. Oh my God.
So he was in commission of a crime then?
Hold on. All right. So, KT, what are you talking about? You talking about the young man that was shooting his gun in the air in the public?
Yeah. I nobody said nothing about whether or not he was illegally, whatever. That's what I'm saying. Y'all take this to somewhere nobody said because y'all already in these.
What are you
corners
saying
of
then?
This how you attack.
Hold on. But you are representing the situation as if he was just strolling down the street. They say, "Hey, you dark skin. You are in LA. You must be a Mexican that crossed illegally. Come here." And somehow he tried to run away and say, "No, I'm a citizen." And they shot him. Is how you representing it?
No, I'm saying they're ICE agents and they're killing American citizens. Your focus should be immigration.
Bro, that's not the same fucking thing.
Why y'all?
Isn't?
So KT, how do you feel about the Carl Thompson?
What I'm saying is that it's not matching. This situation of this ICE off-duty ICE officer shooting this guy is not matching what ICE is doing in the street. It's not the same thing. So you shouldn't use it because first of all, he was off duty. Second of all, the young man was shooting a gun and possibly the officer got nervous because he had a deadly weapon and he got scared.
Firing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He was firing a deadly weapon.
But you don't understand, Sharon. It's law enforcement's job to get shot. Law enforcement is just supposed to get hit by cars.
Was he getting shot at? There wasn't any Omni. Were there any bullets? Were there any bullets by that off-duty ICE agent?
Yes, dummy. They shot him 3 times. He shot him 3 times.
You're lying.
Bro, it says that he shot him 3 times.
Hold on, so KT to go. So KT to go. Let me get this straight. So if you was a police officer and you wound up pulling up on a man that was shooting his gun in the air, you saying your next move is to do what?
Nothing. I'm from the South. We shoot guns. We shoot guns every New Year.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
So y'all acting. That's what I'm saying. It's this real idiot shit.
Detroit had to
Bro
take the
is a
camera off on that
coward,
one.
yo.
That's crazy.
Hold on, y'all. Hey, everybody
Jesus.
got their right to
Detroit
their
been
own
off camera.
If he was a police officer, he wouldn't do anything. So
in the South, are there not literally places where they're shooting
Bro, you're a
guns every
coward,
New
bro.
Year's?
Hold on,
Bro, you're a coward, bro.
So
Stop
are there
talking.
not places? Stop talking about coward. Come on, bro. You wouldn't even talk like this if we was in person. Don't talk coward shit.
Bro, you're a coward, bro.
You're internet gangster, bro.
Listen, we cannot walk things down.
Calling you a coward.
Please stop with just insulting people, please. It doesn't help the conversation. KT, they were not in the South. They was in a place where guns.
No, I'm literally asking y'all because they went to, oh, you're a coward. This is crazy. Is there not literal places that this happens?
Hold on, KT.
Is there not
It's
literal
cowardice.
places that
I
this
don't get why I can't say that.
Because it doesn't help the conversation. So again, so it doesn't matter if he's a coward. It doesn't help the conversation. So he was in a state where having a gun is illegal. Does that not change the scenario?
No, like literally, guns are not legal for most people to carry. You have to have some type of ID. There are many places all across America where guns are illegal. Every New Year, people, as tradition, shoot their guns off. Police are not arresting people, especially killing people on the basis of him shooting a gun.
Again, I'm gonna ask you one more time. He was in a state where that gun was illegal, no matter who he was. That state do not allow people to have guns. Period. So him having a gun is already criminal offense. So now him being outside with that gun, shooting the gun, you don't see the issue with that.
That's sad, man.
No, I find issue. Listen, if we're gonna make a comment, let's be factual. Guns not illegal in California, so I don't know where that's coming from. That's the first thing. Correct?
He had an AK-47 though, bro. He didn't just have a pistol.
Not illegal. He just said that.
Yes, that
guns
is.
are legal in that state.
AK-47 is
He
illegal
just
in
said
California.
guns. He didn't say AK-47. He literally just said guns are illegal. So I'm just saying, let's make correct statement. All right.
Okay.
Second of all,
then we all listen to the video here, though.
Please, y'all. That doesn't fucking help. Because I'm tired of people just trying to pinpoint one inaccurate thing when you don't understand the whole fucking conversation. And then when we allow them to do that, it doesn't help the conversation. Stop allowing those people to do this. He know what I meant. So we don't have to say, hey, but it was the exact. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. We know in that place, you know what?
You're right. Keep going. That's why we can never move forward in these type of conversations.
That's why I be just wanting to call them what they are, because you're never able to move forward, man. They just constantly gaslight you to death.
All right, so I won't have them up then. That makes you feel better.
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like,
when you just dismiss people,
it's just show. My bad.
We still gotta allow people to talk, but still we cannot give them outs. Because when we start interrupting it and they say BS and they try to hone on this one thing while we in the midst of a heated conversation, he want to hone in on the one thing that I misspoke instead of the overarching point. And we keep giving people outs on this bullshit because we in the heated.
Same thing happened to me. I know exactly how you feel.
Go ahead, Otis.
No, I don't really have much to say. Well, peace out and help. Well, not peace out. Welcome and peace out to the I keep saying peace out. This weed kicking in. Peace to the chat and the panel.
But Otis,
I'm tired of y'all blaming it on the weed.
Hold on, either man. Detroit wanted to talk on what KT saw. Maybe Detroit has a more coherent argument. Go ahead.
About shooting the gun in the air.
Yeah, which is a crime, which usually comes with a civil citation. Like they don't if they catch you in the act of doing it, then that's one thing. But what I know is that ICE agent did not have jurisdiction for what he went out there to confront. I know he did. You know, from all accounts, he's hard to get. I don't know what to watch. From all accounts, he saw the guy outside shooting, went in and went in whatever part of his house and put on his ICE gear, and then came outside and confronted this guy. That wasn't his duty. Now, if he was trying to protect people from this guy shooting at them or something like that, that's one thing. That's not what all the reports are showing. They're saying it was celebratory shots, which is illegal, but is a misdemeanor in most cases, or a civil infraction, right? Or if it's a felony, it's something that the police would handle. Hold on, hear me out. Or if it is a felony, it's something that the police would handle. His duty should have been to inform the police, and he didn't do that. I won't put what his intent is, and that's where I try to separate the facts I gather from my thoughts, is the intent. Now, you start stacking up things together and you can see people's intent. But as far as that officer, though, I'm not going to put any intent on him, but I know that, like, he should have been calling and notifying the LA police or whoever that was that this was going on. That was the proper thing to do. And if you want to call that cowardice, I mean, I don't understand that, because he didn't protect anybody from getting murdered. He murdered somebody.
So every bullet that goes up must come down, right? Like when people make this statement, like he wasn't hurting anybody, all those bullets must come back to the ground, right? So if letting him continuously shoot in the air actually harms a lot of people in this area, or potentially harms the thing. So I don't know why it's like we're anti everything at this point.
The police. Call the police. Because he is not. It's not his jurisdiction. No matter what you try to say about it.
Stop the bullshit. We have to allow people to finish.
Well, let me finish, because I was in the middle of the sentence.
And I keep jumping in people's middle of a conversation. We are going to be here for a while. There's no rush. Calm down, y'all.
So the point that I want people to understand is, if a guy was shooting a gun in the air, as a citizen, I have the right to defend people in that area and also defend myself. I don't have to call and wait for the police. I don't know why we think that if people's lives are in danger, it's almost like somebody's robbing a bank. I'd be like, oh, I got my gun on my side, Otis who, but I don't have the right to use it. That's not how we're set up. So I just want y'all to understand this. Even a civilian would have been in the right, being able to save the people around him. So now we're trying to say, if civilians by law could have saved the people around him, an ICE agent who is trained do not have that right. It's almost like we want to take the rights away from the ICE agents. That's the only point.
And civilians and Americans.
Yep.
And then they wonder, like this. I'm sorry for being disrespectful, y'all, but the stuff y'all saying today, man, is so crazy. Listen to what Eda Man just took what I said out of my mouth. I was about to say exactly what he said. If me and Eda Man and Sharon was walking down the street, we hear AK going off, we have the right to go to the threat. As Americans. Now, other countries don't have that right. They don't even have guns in certain countries where the people can do that. Bondi Beach in Australia, all those people getting shot. The guy takes the gun and didn't even have the balls to shoot the guy. The guy ended up going up the bridge, getting another gun and shooting him. I don't know what else to call it sometimes. But man, it's so disheartening that y'all don't. It seems like y'all just don't like anything law enforcement does, because if it was the truth there, and he knows his kids in his neighborhood, he hear AK going off, because we know it's an AK, you can hear the difference. He runs to it. He stopped, and then let's add that they said that he fired 3 shots at them. That's on the news. Fires 3 shots at you and they told him to put the gun down 3 times. So let's add all the context. So he knew that they was telling him to put it down. He didn't, and now here we are again trying to demonize the police officers for doing something that should be deemed as heroic. But
all right, skip the line, Lee. Thank you. Go ahead, Detroit.
What's it out?
It was you. I believe you wanted to address Eda Man, but you got skipped. But go ahead, Detroit. I know Omni wanted to talk about it, and then we can bring Brownsville in it right after that.
I got to go in 5. But
all right.
Boy, can't get out.
Yeah, brother. Your estrogen. I think your estrogen building up. I mean, your microphone.
Dang, you gotta skip him. Omni.
Yeah, I got 5 minutes ago, so
Keep
I'll
it
just make it
going.
quick.
Oh, there
Listen.
he got. He got it. He got
Okay,
it.
he got it. You got it.
Oh, he don't have it. Look at him. He's sideways. Oh yeah,
Okay, that's my goal. So all I'm going to say is that in most places, it's not a civil infraction. It is definitely either a misdemeanor or a felony charge for celebratory gunfire, which means it is definitely a crime and definitely requires law enforcement intervention. But I got a meeting, so I got to jet. Y'all have a good one, fellas.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming to our show today. We appreciate you, Omni.
Go ahead, Brownsville.
Awesome.
So to speak on that specific incident, right? According to the report, he was off duty inside his apartment where he was living at. He heard gunfire. According to his words, the gunfire kept getting closer to his apartment. So he puts on his gear. He goes out to investigate. Obviously, he's going to be armed. He's a federal law enforcement officer. He said he approached the individual and gave him verbal commands to put the weapon down. He said what happens next is instead of the gentleman putting the weapon down, he pointed the weapon at him, which is then when he engaged with deadly force. Now, you can say, Detroit, well, I don't believe the officer's account. And that could be a fair assessment, right? We haven't seen a video, so we can't confirm what he said, right? But just according to what he said, any reasonable person would have responded exactly that way if what he says is true. Peace and love.
Can I have one point of clarity? Did he have on his uniform? And I yield. Did he? When you say he put on his gear, do you mean his uniform along with his belt, his gun belt and all that?
He said he put on his gear,
ICE uniform,
and he identified himself as a federal agent.
Okay, thank you.
And he said once he identified himself, he gave him a verbal command to
Three
put
times.
the weapon down.
It say that he fired at the officer 3 times. So
Hold on, let guy Detroit.
Okay, that's the officer's account, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then there's gonna be witnesses account too, right?
If there were any present, yes.
If there were any witnesses, which according to them that he was with family, or at least whatever. We can say it was New Year's night, so everybody might have been around somebody. Let's just say that, right?
Some assumptions.
So, okay, let's assume he was by himself, and now you assume that the officer was. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying not to respond to it, but so we're going to put all this, like I said, the burden of proof on the victim, right, and none on the officer. I get it. That's kind of what that's what I hear. And it's okay. I mean, if that's what you feel, look, listen, man, like I just know that there was no toxicology done on that officer at the time of the shooting, which is usually something that would be done when you have a discharge and somebody was off duty. It was New Year's Eve night, so I'm assuming that everybody had some kind of toast, some kind of way going on. So these are all the things that we don't add in, but we know that somebody's dead, and the burden of proof, I know in court, is going to come down to, he's presumed innocent until proven guilty. So that's one thing. I don't know how this is going to go in court, but I know that if law enforcement, actual jurisdiction, jurisstated law enforcement has showed up, I can't say that this would have been the outcome.
But you don't know for sure, right? So that
none of us do, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is you're making assumptions right now, right? And what I'm telling you is the officer who was there submitted a report, and that's what he said, right? So if he said this is what happens, then any reasonable person is going to believe that until they're shown evidence to suggest something else happened.
Right, and I guess that kind of reasonable person, I guess maybe I'm not that reasonable person then, but I'm in a city where I've seen police officers report one thing and then investigations come out and say another.
I got 2 questions. Yeah, no, you're right. I got 2 questions though. Do you believe, Detroit, in the phrase "play stupid games, win stupid prizes"?
Yeah, is this the same dude who just got all these cracks about my body? Is asking me this shit. Same dude who went over there and started lifting weight just a second ago to show he was strong.
Are you emotional? That's cool. If you're emotional, and you smoking weed. Look, you were making jokes about me smoking and you smoking. Don't get emotional. Don't get emotional. It's okay. You are fat. That's okay. It's okay to be fat.
I'm not in my 20s. I can't be emotional no more, dog. I'm
37. What you saying?
Hold on, let's
you were on that shit.
But I do want to talk about the topic.
Hold on. Let's
I just wanted to ask him 2 questions.
Please, let's be.
Are you gonna answer the question?
Sean,
Okay,
can I
so-
do a follow-up
Go
with
ahead,
Brown
brother.
Show next?
And get in front of my big mic. Do you believe in the phrase "play stupid games, win stupid prizes"?
As a model for life?
Just do you believe in the phrase? That's it.
It's a colloquial phrase. What do you mean? Do I believe in? Do I believe it is said?
I mean,
say it? Do I live my life by it? What you saying?
I'm saying okay, and I see what Sharon. Okay, right.
I mean, just
so
you
I'm
asking a very
no.
question.
I'm learning that I shouldn't just throw things out as a better way to go about it. So I'm trying to figure you out, right? So what I mean is, do you believe that if people do stupid things, bad things will happen to them? So what I mean is, like, if a kid wants to, or a man wants to rob liquor stores, eventually something bad will happen. Do you believe in that mentality?
For the sake of continuing this, yes.
Hey, so in a situation where you're shooting a gun in the air, right? Usually, me and you could probably agree that a gun should be used for self-defense purposes, correct? Not celebratory purposes, unless you're inside of a gun range and you're doing it safely, because we all understand that bullets take lives, correct?
Okay.
Hey, so is it so far-fetched to think that you hear guys shooting outside? He's not a gun range, right? Outside is not meant for shooting. Period. It's not, unless something crazy is happening, right? So he's playing a stupid game. He's shooting into the air. Somebody said bullets, gravity. The bullets come back down. They can hit people, brother. I just don't understand. Like, okay, so are you saying? All right, so I'm gonna land it here. If this was your community, would you want this happening? And then I'll land it there, and you can finish talking with whatever the conversation. I just wanted you to answer that.
Yeah. At no point have I said that I thought it was righteous for this man to be out here shooting celebratory fire, for the 4th of July, or for New Year's. No, that's not what I've said. Why it's being stretched to that intent is because that would more align with I'm some kind of just, don't believe in any kind of law and order type of person. What I'm saying is even law and order, right, needs to follow law and order. And when you have law enforcement officers who don't follow law and order, then you get a whole bunch of bullshit, and then you'll get some you'll try and validate that what he might have been doing was heroic, or some kind of, he was doing something, above and beyond the line of duty, just trying to make, and that has been the play for a long time. What I'm saying is, even in my city, and I'm sure most major cities, I don't know about most major cities, I say that, because but even here in Detroit, we got Shot Spotter now. So I think a lot of that celebratory shooting, a lot of these dudes don't be doing it as much now. But even so, I don't remember the response of law enforcement being that the person who was shooting those shots ended up dead. Like that's crazy to me that is like.
But
good segue.
But right there,
that's a good segue.
I mean,
that's a good segue.
Yeah, but
I need to ask Brown.
He kind of like torches everything, because he says that you take away all the nuance, right? Remember what we said. We said that he told him, he identified himself as an officer. He told him to put the gun down. It wasn't just you're firing in the air, you're shot dead. That's how you kind of making it seem. And when you make it seem like that, that is wrong, what you're talking about. But that's not
what I'm saying is we have one side of the story from the officer, right? and it's going to be harder to prove the other side correctly. Because the gentleman has passed away, right? It's not like he got wounded and can testify, right? So we, as a even if you were a juror, like we have to take this into account that there's more than just the one side to it. And I get it. I have no problem with law enforcement. Hold on,
that's not true. If you ever sat on a jury. You
What?
can't make up you can't make up a story on the jury of the other side.
What are you talking
Yes,
about,
you
man?
can.
What are we just
Oh my God. Y'all
Let
have
me
never
let me respond to something Detroit said real quick, because I heard him say this 3 times and it's just totally incorrect. Detroit. So the young man who lost his life tragically in California, he did not lose his life because he was engaging in celebratory fire. According to the report, the reason why he lost his life is because he pointed a deadly weapon at the federal agent. Right? Now, if we find out that nuance is incorrect and the officer lied, right? That's where you can make your argument. But to make your argument now is dangerous and it's very, very premature, right? Because basically you're under the assumption that the federal agent is lying, right? And he just took this guy out and lied on his report.
That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, listen, and I'll say it one more time. That man did not have jurisdiction. He did not have jurisdiction for the crime that was being committed. He was supposed to contact law enforcement.
Brother,
That's not here's the thing.
Y'all want to put this above and beyond scenario and shit like that. That man was supposed to notify police. Police did not get notified until after he shot that man dead.
But that is not true. What
I'm trying
you just
to
said, Detroit.
I know,
Hold on, eat a man.
We know it's not true. He didn't lie 3 times.
What you just said, Detroit,
I
is
am not a
true.
fucking liar. No, don't call me no fucking liar, you soft ass, punk ass, pussy ass motherfucker. I am not no fucking liar. I don't care about none of this other shit that y'all be talking about online.
Oh, now
I
he
am not
want to
no
fight.
fucking liar. I just told you flat out facts. You have presented no facts, and they're gonna sit up here and call me a liar while you sitting there saying absolutely
Gonna do
nothing.
that 20 push-ups?
Just being contrarian than a motherfucker.
Okay,
right? None.
So let's calm the emotions.
Refute my statements instead of calling me a fucking liar.
Right, we're engaged in the conversation.
How about that?
Well, I'm still gonna respond just because he's in his emotions. I mean, I'm not gonna respond. Listen,
right, but if you call me a liar, you are fucking all
he
those
definitely
things I said.
lied. Like this idea, he keeps talking about
you know what I'm saying? So once again,
so he's talking about this jurisdiction, right?
Let him do
everybody
it,
else
Detroit.
on
Let
this,
him do
everybody else on this panel has a burden, has a we assume y'all are being factual with us, but now all of a sudden I say something that don't add up with what you believe in. I'm lying. I'm lying.
Okay.
Go look it up. You ain't looked up none of this case and said nothing about this case at all, except for bullets in the air come down, don't they? Like, then you go sit here and call me a liar?
All right, now you and your feelings. So
God damn it.
the whole point,
Yeah,
hold on, Shadow.
nigga. Like, what
So
the fuck
first
that
of
mean?
all, what you lied about, let me tell you what you lied about is jurisdiction, right? This idea that this idea that a civilian,
boy, these caking ass niggas.
Boy, that nigga in his feelings, boy. Listen,
they be
I
out here
told
like
you, I don't know
crazy,
why I
bro.
bring the whole out of
They
these
be
dudes.
out
Like,
here, bro. That's all. That's what it's. It's the energy, dog.
Listen, that nigga got that hole
My
in him, bro.
grandparents and my ancestors taught me well to spot out them circles around the eyes of a coon when they start talking and shit.
So listen, I'd have been on these panels for literally 2-3 weeks with Detroit. And
and now you a specialist in liars now, right?
Listen, he done shot after
Bring
shot
the facts
after
of what I
shot.
said.
Now,
what did I lie
now
about?
I'm about to tell you, but you so triggered, you can't even let me respond.
Let me get back to the conversation, please.
Okay.
Let's get back to the conversation.
All right. So this idea that I need jurisdiction outside of my house is crazy. I'm just telling you, as a civilian, Otis, you have the right to investigate what's going on, especially if you feel like gunshots are getting closer to your domain. So he keep throwing this quote unquote, hey, he had to have jurisdictions to go in and investigate what's going on by his house is crazy. I'm telling you, Otis, it is a crazy statement to keep saying, well, I can't do anything if I'm outside of my jurisdiction. And I know you as a sovereign citizen know that you got the right to protect yourself in your domain. Listen, I know, Otis, the reason, Otis, I know you think this is crazy is because I know you done studied the law, Otis, and you done
Imminent
studied
threat.
it. Hold on,
Imminent threat.
brother.
God,
And
Otis,
the crazy
imminent
part
threat.
about it, hold on.
Right?
I listen, we done
all
heard
of
so
that is
much saying,
bullshit.
hold on, Kate the goat said, was it any bullets by him? Was it any bullets by the officer, right?
You
And now
literally
he's
said he
saying,
shot at him.
hold on,
He
listen,
didn't shoot at him. Even his report said he didn't.
listen, so I'm telling you, me, like, let me ask Otis this question, and I'm about to leave anyways. Otis, if somebody shoot an point an AK-47 with you, let's say he did not shoot that gun, do I have the right to defend myself as a citizen of the United States? As a United States.
Yes.
Otis. Okay, but he didn't have jurisdiction. You hear the jurisdiction argument is BS, bro. But I appreciate y'all having. I like that I got Detroit out of his feelings, boy. Ooh, we like to see that side of the man.
Detroit don't fall
Platoons
for it.
usually want to do.
Detroit
They
don't
want to get a
fall for it.
rise out of people. They don't want to come to a common
Look at I
ground.
got him leaning into the
They just
camera.
want to get.
Listen,
They just want to
listen.
get. They just want to get a
Hey,
rise out of
ever
people.
since
Yep.
Detroit, listen,
Somehow
Sharon.
they think they gonna get some kind of
Sharon,
biscuit for
listen,
it, right?
hey, listen.
That's what they think,
Ever
right?
since,
That's what they,
listen,
Sharon.
listen.
Yeah, them Sambos be
Listen,
thinking they gonna get a
Sharon,
biscuit some kind of
the
way, tap
crazy
dancing and shit.
the good thing about
Yep.
this, Sharon, listen,
Yep.
Sharon, when we
That's
first
why
met
Anton and y'all fit,
Detroit,
because it's like
he
a
had a
pack of, what do you call a
job,
pack of
he
tunes?
was working. Yeah, you can drop me. Chicago, yeah, drop me. $50. Hey, listen.
Oh, man.
Hey, Sharon, he had a job.
Chicago
He was a
really said, I'll drop
hard-working
you a
man. You remember he
man.
had a
Don't
tie
drop
when
him,
he
dog.
first came
He
up
already
here?
dropping himself with this
And then,
crazy.
and then Sharon, he had that tie on, and he been in the car since. He ain't listen. I'm telling you, he been to work since he came up here. We done tricked this man out of his job. That man on vacation to talk to us online, man. All right, Detroit. I feel it. Go ahead, Otis.
I appreciate it.
Go ahead, Anton.
I would like to address.
He called me Anton. He called me a millionaire. Oh, that's cool.
I would like to address.
Biscuit chasing.
Detroit, will you stop falling forward, please? Come on, let's have a conversation.
I'm sorry, dog. I'm
I'd
sorry.
like to address,
I apologize. I do
would like to
apologize.
address individuals who have the thought process of yourself and KT, for real conversation. One, it's hard for me to have conversations like this with individuals like you, with all due respect. That's why I just rather just drink and smoke with you. I see you partake in the smoking as well, because people like yourselves always negate the first criminal act. We always reflect, you guys always reflect on the second part, the what if, they effed around and found out part. What about the first part when, again, not to allegedly firing celebratory shots in the air? Yes, a lot of people do it. It's against the law, but a lot of people do it. So with that being said, acknowledge that was against the law. Now, the odds of a police officer, hear me out, the odds of a police officer or any officer in a uniform, let's get that part straight. Any officer in a uniform. It's dark outside. I don't know what uniform it is, but it's a uniform. And he said he acknowledged himself. So with that being said, any common sense individual would just put the weapon down. You got caught having celebratory shots. It happens. Put the weapon down. If you do anything less than that, you effed around and found out, unfortunately. Let's just keep it real. But the first offense, criminal offense, was shooting celebratory shots in the air, which is a criminal act. Now, do a lot of people do it? Again, yes. And a lot of people get away with it. Unfortunately, he got caught and he took it way too far. So to even address it after that is idiotic to me. Because again, a civilian, even though a lot of civilians don't even act on it, 99.9% of civilians don't act on that, but you do have the right to come out and make a citizen's arrest. A lot of people don't, but it's on the books. It's in every city, every municipality. It's across the board. You have the right to make a citizen's arrest. So don't use that excuse that he didn't have the jurisdiction. You don't need it. A citizen can do it. I land my plane.
But when he went and put his gear on, was he still a citizen then, or was he on duty?
Okay, I asked you a question. He was on duty and he had the right. He has a uniform. Now,
so wouldn't on duty call the local?
Whether he's on duty with the uniform or not which it doesn't matter. So now you're about to do what you always do, which destroys the conversation. It doesn't matter if he has on a uniform or not. He has the right to go into that situation and alleviate it, to deviate it, whatever the word I'm trying to say. He has
that's not true. Your rights change if you're an officer or a civilian. That's why you're a civilian.
This is fucking crazy.
Correct.
Thank you, KT. Jesus Christ.
And look, y'all gotta hold y'all to rest. They are in the box. We will open it back up to is everybody talk, but let them have their conversation first. And I will definitely get you in there, KT. I'll definitely get you in, Josh. Go ahead, Detroit and Otis, please.
Otis, I don't know if he was finishing now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm done. I mean, I see what I had to say. Go ahead.
Okay. But yeah, so I'll kind of lean in. Maybe I can segue for KT. You know, it is different whether you're a civilian or whether you are on duty, right? If you're a civilian, in most cases, those things are like it happened upon you, not you went out here into it. And I understand his statement was saying that the shots sounded like they were coming closer and closer to his domicile, right? That's what he was saying. It sounded like it's an apartment complex. And you know, I don't know where it was, but it sounded like from what you're saying, he said like he felt like the shots were getting closer, right? Right. So was he once again on duty where he was already in his official capacity, or did he have the time to go and put on his uniform and then go out there? If he was out there walking around and this guy was out here shooting up shots, he's a civilian. That interaction would be different. You know, I'm still going to be critical of the people living more than I am the people that are dead, because the people that are living actually have the ability to speak and talk about what actually happened, right?
Okay. What part of what I said you didn't understand? You outside. Let's use you. You're outside. You're letting your weapon go. Pew, pew, pew. Me, myself, whether I'm an ICE agent or a police officer, I get out my bed, put on my gear, as Brownsville said, and I come outside.
Without calling the police, right?
Then I give you the demand to drop the weapon or whatever I said, and you don't, and you found out. Now, that same
and once again.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Hear me out. The same situation. Let's switch it up. I heard gunshots. You outside shooting. I'm not an officer. I'm nothing. I'm just a civilian. I get out my bed. I go get my little 9. No other gear, just my 9. No police officer uniform, no nothing. I'm in my pajamas. I go outside and I see you. Sir, put the weapon down. Put the weapon down. If you draw on me, I'm shooting your ass, allegedly. What's the difference?
Actually,
whether I'm a civilian or on duty. Because if you're saying just because he's an ICE agent, he put on that uniform don't mean nothing, then that's a crazy conversation. I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Please tell me you're not saying that, because the authority uniform is an authoritative uniform. They have the right to carry. They have the right to make arrests. So if you're saying that it's not true, then I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're not saying that, are you?
That is not what I'm saying. And that is not what this event, listen to me, that's not what this event played out to be, though, either.
Yes,
so
it
don't
did.
conflate the two.
That's the whole point.
You're missing a step in those two. I'll give it to you.
Mute.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother.
Everything you saying is not relevant in court, and they would throw that shit out. Everything you saying is after the fact. That's irrelevant.
You are missing a.
Was what?
Hold on, dog. Listen. Okay, go ahead. Finish everything you got to say, man. But I thought we were just. Okay, I mean, okay. You missing a part out of both of those analogies that you just gave, which was somebody's in their house and comes outside to address some gun shooting that's going on. You gave the scenario of a civilian inside, saw what's going on outside, go outside with their 9, or an officer saw what's going on and go outside with their gear. And I'm saying either one of them, right, going and putting themselves out there is going against what the law actually tells you you're supposed to be doing. He wasn't in an imminent threat. He put himself in an imminent threat when he went out there. And then whatever happens from there, that's the part that we don't know. But I know that officer did not call or contact, once again, I got called a liar on here. So I'm not going to sit here and try and prove that I'm telling the truth. Somebody prove that I'm lying about
You're doing it right now. You're doing it right now. You hold my breath.
I'm lying.
You're doing it right now. You're being disingenuous. Did you hear me not
How
just
am I
say
being disingenuous?
Rest? You can make a citizen's
How am I being disingenuous, dog? I'm going off of your analogies that you gave, and I ain't even finished with that either.
Rest. You making a statement that I came out my house is irrelevant. That's why he talking to people like
that
you.
Is not irrelevant in court.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's not irrelevant in court, and it shouldn't be irrelevant in this conversation, dog. It shouldn't be.
Sis, I have the right to make a citizen's arrest. Again, for the record, 99% of people who don't utilize it, they don't, but they have the right to.
Detroit, may I get in for a little bit? Can I point this out real quick? Civilian arrest doesn't give you the legality to kill somebody. So even when you saying like, no, hear me out, Otis, hear me out.
You an idiot.
You're saying because you can make a citizen's arrest.
I'm telling you, they talking to them, you're gonna go crazy.
You a straight contrarian. You and this dude.
You have the right to.
I'm a contrarian because I'm asking you to answer a question. Jesus, that's what I'm saying. Y'all throw a lot of things and y'all just don't. Y'all throw these to not answer the question. So I'm gonna ask again, Otis, is it legal for you to kill people because you can make a citizen's arrest?
You're the worst contrarian. You say it was the first thing to come to your damn mind. That's not educated.
But you're not answering the question.
Oh, that's what they call Otis, contrarians. Good to know. Okay,
so
I'm gonna look that
somebody answer the question.
Always contrary to some shit. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know how it's contrary to ask a question, but nobody's answering the question because I'm being factual. The facts are you're not permitted. Are you now? Because you can make citizens arrest. Does that give you the legality to kill people?
I answer the question. Yes, if they draw on you, or if I feel, or if that citizen. Let me answer the question clearly. Let me know my tone. You have the right to defend yourself if you're making a citizen's arrest. If the citizen is telling the person to put down his or her weapon, and that citizen who has the weapons turn around aggressively with the weapon pointed at them, you have the right to shoot. So I'm answering your question. Period.
You're not legally covered by murder, right? That's all I'm asking. Can you murder this person?
No,
you can
not.
say it's an act of self-defense, but you're not given legality to now shoot people.
Hold on.
You see what I'm talking about? You hear this?
It's wrong. California Penal Code pulled up here too. So
Hold on. So, KT, you saying that if somebody was walking down the street, see a man shooting a gun, he said, "Hey, put down your gun." The guy turns around and points the gun at this man, and he shoots this man dead. They are going to call that murder? That's my first question.
He'll be arrested for some kind of he killed somebody. Self-defense. Even if you want to say self-defense, what is self-defense for murder?
So he would not call it. So they would not arrest him for murder, right?
No, they might. At best case, they'll arrest him for self-defense. That's what I'm saying. If that's y'all argument, y'all sticking to it.
So if that is the case, you should add it into this scenario. It's
the one who brought it up. I ain't added in.
You are added it in when you are not paying attention to the whole overarching conversation. He said, as a citizen, you have a right to arrest another citizen, right? So if he is a law enforcement and he announced himself as law enforcement, and then this man is a threat with a deadly weapon, a firearm, an automatic firearm, you are now saying that federal agent doesn't have a right to protect himself?
That's what the fuck, Jesus Lord. We're going to say this. Please don't tell me what you think you said or what you got. Just repeat what I said. Just repeat what I said here, bro. He tried to bring up citizen arrest as if that citizens can legally just kill people. That's not the same. You have a different amount of jurisdiction as an officer, correct? Because that federal agent, he is under federal sight, so he doesn't really have to answer for that murder, does he?
I'm not understanding.
Should be in certain rooms.
Okay, hold on.
So it's a difference in what you can do as an agent from a civilian, right?
Okay, so then again, the reason why, do you understand why he brought it up?
Jesus, do you understand what why I brought it up? I'm pointing out it's difference between, he said, a civilian and an officer has the same thing. They're different.
A civilian and a citizen. So now, why did he bring it up?
No, a civilian and an officer, an agent.
Right,
They have different.
a civilian and an officer. So, okay, is it different between those two? Why did he bring it up?
Because he literally was trying to say civilians can do this. Why don't you think an agent
Civilians
can do this?
what?
Just citizens arrest, and then he led into
Okay,
like, shoot
perfect.
somebody
So
if they
now,
felt that.
okay, so now why? And what was the comparison? He's saying so now, if a regular civilian can arrest a human being, what makes you think a law officer that announces himself with somebody with a deadly weapon, points it at him, doesn't have the right to use deadly force against that person?
So that now we can move a little bit. I'm gonna progress a little bit for you, okay? Now this is the main problem with that. You're just accepting his word as fact. That's what all of y'all are not acknowledging. You're saying because he said this is what happened.
Slow down. We did acknowledge that. That's the only thing we have to go on at the time. And Brownsville even brought up, if the information comes out, we get different evidence, and then that's when we'll have to change our assessment of the situation. And
No. This is just it can be no implication without facts. We cannot sit there and say because this officer said it, that's the facts until it's proven different. That's what Detroit was pointing out. Like, it's not y'all literally making it about because the cop said this is what happened. That's the main thing. We don't even have the evidence that what the cop said was true.
Okay, that is fine.
So the only way y'all can make that argument is if y'all accepting that as fact.
Hold on, but that is what we are basing the argument on. If you're basing your argument that you are not 100% sure because you do not trust law enforcement, that is fine. But when
it's that we don't have no evidence.
Okay, I'm giving you that. But when we are going with the conversation and we dealing about what we have, we can only have a discussion on the things that we have in front of us and discuss it that way. We cannot add in what ifs into a conversation about something that factually what we have.
No, we don't factually. Where is there video of anything? That's what I'm saying. Oh, somebody's saying something is not facts. It's not a fact.
Actually, hold on. No, actually, it is a fact that he said that. The officer said this is a fact.
Yeah, the fact that it actually was there. That's not true. We don't know what happened there in this situation,
fine.
Period.
That is fine.
I could tell you right now I got $40 billion.
Okay, so
that don't make it a fact.
However, we are having a conversation on the facts that we have available now.
No, we don't.
That is what's what I'm saying.
The opinion is not a fact, Sharon.
What I'm trying to get you to understand, we do not have this what if available. You are saying what if.
That's literally what you're saying. Y'all even started with when he was shooting in the sky. That could hurt people. That's a literal what if. Nobody was hurt from the bullets.
Not that physics.
Hold on, please. That is not a what if. This is crazy. That is not a what if. I'm talking about what we have in front of us. You talking about we don't know if it's true, and I get it. You have it.
All right, so explain any of this to me without using anything the officer said. Go.
And then once I do that, I'm not using any facts.
No, the officer's statement is not facts. That's the point. Jesus Lord.
Right. So what I'm saying, the fact. Here's the fact. You were talking about what's true, right? So what is true? We don't know the full truth of the situation. The fact is we have what the officer gave us. The facts is what we have. The truth of the situation, we need whatever on the other side as well, so to make it understandable. But that is a fact regardless.
His statement.
Hold on.
Yes, his statement is a fact.
If that's the case, then aren't the witness statements facts too?
Yes. No, not in federal court.
Okay,
hold on.
No. We're talking about federal court.
Hold on. Whatever that person says, that is that person facts. Yes. If we say, hey,
that's not
this
fact,
person,
though.
hold on, so we can have an understanding of what we say instead of trying to be dumb. I'm getting tired of y'all keep trying to make everything literal instead of acting like we do not have an understanding.
Nigga, that's how you don't be dumb.
Of the conversation.
Think before you speak.
So again, he is saying that if somebody else have opposite facts, whoever witnessed it, they have opposite facts. Yes, that would be a fact. So we had to put those facts.
No, it's not. What the fuck are we doing here?
Why you keep interrupting him, man?
Nigga, because if you say you got 40 billion and I say you don't, that's what the fuck.
Don't do that, KT. Let's
hold on. Let me get this right. Detroit, you see something, And you say this is a fact of the matter. I see, so I say this is the fact of the matter. Those two things ain't facts, and then now we can argue those two things to find
That
out
is
which one is
correct.
true. Okay,
That is correct.
So what? Okay, so now we are all on the same playing field, right? We have the facts. What the cop said, and then we want to have facts of what what the witnesses say, and then now that could go in front of a judge, and then now we can find out what's the truth. Correct? That's how this shit works.
That's correct.
Okay,
That is correct.
But I just have to point out.
I don't understand why we having this contrarian spirit. Like we don't understand.
It's
how
not
that-
contrarian. At no point has anybody talked about the witness to the other side. It has always been, as soon as the officer's statement came out, that was the fact that we running with. That's what. That's my point.
Okay,
that's my point.
Okay, so have you RKT have gave us what the other people said? Yes or no?
His mother and
Have
family.
either one of you said
No.
what the?
You know what? No.
Okay, all right.
I have.
Because you were
But I got it
arguing
right now.
the facts on this.
So instead of fucking crying and saying we don't know, tell us your version of the facts.
Okay, his mother and family said he didn't point no gun at them.
Hold on, because y'all keep saying what if. We gave y'all what we got, y'all didn't give us what y'all have. Stop
No,
saying
you're talking about
ours is
the
not
what
true
if.
because you didn't present it yet.
Sharon, you literally stating that the only proof you have is what somebody.
This man, please.
I got you. Okay. I got you. So even with the case with Renee Good, let me say this. When I see the officer doing things that are outside of SOP or outside of just kind of like what we like, just normal stuff, just like what I feel about the officer not calling the police, I'm going to have my stance on that because I do hold them to a higher standard. But as far as what the witnesses said, yeah, they said that there was never an exchange of gunfire. This is family and witnesses that were around there. I'm pulling it up. I'm sorry, y'all. Just had it up. There was no exchange of gunfire, right? That's what the witnesses are saying. Witnesses are saying that he never stated that he was law enforcement to the gentleman. Okay. And the celebratory gunfire part, I'm not like riding on that because I like, once again, he was committing a crime when he did that. But as far as what led to his death, right? The witnesses are saying something different. So now you got witnesses' statement, you got his statement. Both are conflicting. That stuff gets handled in court. But what I do know is that if he didn't call the police first, the officer who ended up shooting this guy, he was already stepping a little sideways to begin with. I'm critical of that. And if you can't be critical of that, just whatever. But I mean, that's the fact.
Okay. Okay. So let me also hear KT to go. Let me hear your what is your opposition of what happened at that night? What's your proof of that?
Same thing you said. I'll just point out the family and the mother in specific and family. They've came out with reports saying that most of this stuff that they're saying is from the police side of the report is not things that they witnessed at all.
Okay. I don't know why that is such a difficult thing to just bring up the opposition of what the other person brought up. Shout out to H Double. Can see you with the $5. He has been lied to and believed it. The left has been made refarded. I like how you did that there. If you threaten someone, you're going down, especially if I'm a Fed agent. Duh. I like how you put retarded. They won't allow you to put the other word. The ghetto so chill, KT. I get what you're saying, bro. But Sharon's fight as far as dissecting the information given, it is factually said from the person. Thank you.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Because I can factually make a statement. Like I could say a statement, right? And it's facts that I said the statement. It's the fact that y'all are saying because he made the statement, these are the facts. That's all I'm pointing out, y'all.
It's hard to have a conversation with you because that whole statement you just made is irrelevant to the conversation. We're only going off statements.
Right.
We're only let me lower my tone so it can sink into you. We're only going off the statements that the officer made. That's how this whole conversation is being based off of. Now, if something come up after the fact, then we can have that conversation. But as of now, the statement is what we have to go off of by the officer, which is going to be used in court as the truth, period. And that's all we're going on.
And my mistake was
irrelevant.
And my mistake,
you use that to derail the conversation. That's why we call you a contrarian, because you pick certain areas, certain nitpicky things, and you go down their rabbit hole, and it stalls the conversation. And I hope you realize that.
So let me clear something up, cuz.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so neither witness statements are considered facts, right? The officer's statement isn't a fact, nor are the witness statements facts, right? What it is evidence. Now, those of you who understand law and law enforcement, you understand that law enforcement officers are considered expert witnesses, right? So their statements are generally given more weight than any other statements, right? That's number one. Number two, when you guys keep saying this is going to be ironed out in court, that's not necessarily true, because the process is this. There's a subsequent investigation going on, one by the FBI, the other by the state of California, right? They're going to collect evidence and they're going to give their opinion on the evidence that's collected, right? And then it's going to go to a federal prosecutor who's going to decide whether or not he's going to convene a grand jury, right? So that's the process. There's no evidence to suggest that it's going to even end up in court. It may not, depending on the evidence. And what I'm interested in more than anything is if that apartment complex had video cameras, right? Because if it did, and if it determines that the officer is correct, his account is correct, then it's not even going to get that far. If the officer gave him a command and said, hey, put the weapon down, and then he refused, and instead he pointed that weapon at that officer, then that officer's use of deadly force is justified, and that's it. There's no more discussion to be had. Peace and love.
All right, let me also read this. Joe Ski 757 with the $2 says, great convo. Lead statement will be used as fact for court. Thank you so much, Joski. I appreciate that. And thank you, HW. Can see you. Thank you so much as well, just in case you missed me reading your super chat. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Detroit.
Wait, can I finally address Brownsville, please?
Yes, because you've been trying to get it. Yes, go ahead.
Brownsville, question. Is federal jurisdiction the entire United States?
That's correct.
Okay, and if an officer is off duty, can they still, within their right, still engage in official duties, even if off duty, if a situation arises, i.e. imminent threat?
Yes, absolutely.
So if somebody's firing a gun off in public and an off-duty officer is present, he can then change into an on-duty officer in order to stop the imminent threat, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey, let me shout out to the Ghetto Stoic, becoming a solution-based gangster. Yeah, all like how HT Ball 1 said. HT Ball 1 is through with me today. He is so through with me. It ain't even funny. And Renee, don't you be laughing. Renee.
Can I ask Brownsville a question real quick?
I want to Detroit. I don't know. I think Detroit, you want to jump? Let's go, Detroit. Detroit, Lee, KT, Otis.
Okay, so I just want to ask because it sounds like Brownsville legally knows what he's talking about. So, according to the California Penal Code, Section 837, is it implied, recommended, or policy that they are to call 911 to have the trained officers or officers who are in their jurisdiction to come in a case for citizens arrest?
It's required.
So if it was a citizen's arrest, it was required he call 911 before he engaged, correct?
Yes, but he's not a regular citizen.
Was he off duty at the time?
He was.
Okay. And is that different than off-duty officer and a citizen?
Yes, because
Legally,
as Shadow articulated, right? There was an imminent threat that he was responding to, right? So therefore, he goes from a regular citizen to a federal officer to stop an imminent threat, right? That was his reasonable suspicion. His reasonable suspicion in his head was, I'm hearing these gunshots and they're getting closer to my apartment. So he can, in his mind, he could have been thinking, hey, they're coming to get me, right? He doesn't know. He's going to investigate, and he has a duty to investigate at that point.
Okay.
Just to patch up a loophole, what if you as an officer heard gunshots moving towards you, even if not in your direction, but you can clearly hear gunshots moving? Would you, as an officer, engaged in that situation due to public safety and risk?
It depends, right? It depends if the circumstances, depends on where I'm at, and it depends if I'm prepared, right? So it's a lot of circumstances that has to be, processed through.
So I'm sorry.
But
would you be able to engage
in that situation, that particular situation? I think any law enforcement officer would respond to that, right? To where you're in your home, your domicile, and outside of your home, you're hearing gunshots, and it's sounding like the gunshots are getting closer to you. Then yes, every officer in the United States would respond to that threat.
I like it. Go ahead. You have one more question, Detroit, before I pass it to Lee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, one more question real quick. So then would that person, whoever it is, be responsible for informing the suspect of their intentions coming out there?
Well, yeah. So the duty is to identify yourself, right? And then give verbal commands based upon what you see, right? Now, his report, he said he did that. He said he identified himself and he gave verbal commands, which the gentleman did not follow, right? So he did not have the authority to use deadly force immediately, right? He had the authority to investigate, right? And upon his investigation, he determined there was a threat, a guy with a deadly weapon, right? He gave verbal commands, and instead of the guy complying, he turned the weapon to him in an aggressive manner, which authorized the use of deadly force at that time. That's according to his report. Now, if we get more evidence, such as video, that comes in to suggest something else entirely happened, that's when your argument has substantiation.
And I guess where my stance is on this and where my mind is ticking with this is that when we were saying facts, I guess we really were saying it as a just a colloquial for like what we know so far. So with what we know so far, we have his side and we have the witness side. So the witness side is saying that he didn't audibly give instructions to who he perceived as a suspect. So those two kind of would, to me, right now, wash each other away because we don't know until we have maybe video evidence. If that's correct, then once again, obviously the crime is for sure shooting the gun off in public. But does that crime then wash away the culpability of the officer to reach out to 911 before he engaged with who he perceived as a suspect?
So no. So like I said, the greater weight is gonna be given to the officer's account, right? So regardless of the other witnesses giving statements, the greater weight of who you're gonna believe is gonna be on the officer, right? Which is why it goes from the officer's statement, and now we have to corroborate the officer's statement, either by video, right? And if we don't have the video, and then you got 100 witnesses, all unrelated, giving a different account, now they're going to go in with forensics and all types of different ways to analyze the scene and interview all of the witnesses, right, to determine the totality of the circumstances, what exactly happened, when it happened, right? But as of right now, from the information we know so far, we have to give the greater weight to the officer until we see something to the contrary, which disproves or discredits his statement or report that he submitted.
Awesome. All right, so we got Lee, KT the GOAT, Otis who? Uda, you let me know. You jump in whenever you feel. So it's Lee, KT, Otis who?
Yeah, man. I just think we're kind of just going around in circles. Two different point of views. I feel like they're going to stick to their side of feeling like the officer must be lying or, giving a false account. So, and then there's our side where we have some belief in what the officer is saying. We understand that he didn't just go out there for no reason, and we want our communities protected. So, I guess my question would be to the people that are on the other side is like, if you had an officer in your community and, gunfire in a neighborhood is a threat. I mean, we can all understand that, I hope we do. Would you want that officer to do his job, whether he's on or off duty, which is to protect the public?
Great question. KT, you can start with his question and go ahead with your thought.
Oh, could you repeat it again? I apologize. I ain't hear the very.
Either way.
Oh, okay. Well, my thought was just going to say, first of all, I never thought I'd be saying this, but thank you, Brownsville. Because again, that's the only thing I'm pointing out. I don't want y'all thinking I'm getting hung up. Just saying this is evidence. This is, in fact, we shouldn't state it as that. If we're doing so, we're being disingenuous and we're spreading disinformation. You know what I'm saying? Beyond that, my point of contention, if anything, and I'm with Detroit. I'm not debating whether or not what he did was a crime from the beginning. My 2 points of contention is, one, was the outcome justified by the crime? And the second part would be, and I understand that is like exactly what Brownsville said. Police officers are taken as the quote unquote evidence, even if they don't present evidence. We've seen many times for many decades, for plenty of times in this country, where officers are abusing their authority. I am not a person to say, I can't remember who it was, Maya Angelou, somebody said, it's my bad. But not Maya Angelou, I believe she said, if somebody shows you who they are, believe them. The police force in our country has shown us that they will manipulate things to get away with things. Federal agents who have far more, less ground for us to even really do anything to them, because remember, these people are technically outside of state jurisdiction. Like, the states can't really do shit. So when we got people who are federally out here, and basically the only person who's really reeling them in or having any type of any oversight over them, who's watching the watchers in this case, would be Trump. I don't feel that us acting like, oh, well, because they were police officers, they're in the right and we should support that. I don't think that helps the things he wants implemented in the future that seems to be taking away more of our freedoms as Americans. I land my plane.
Go ahead, Otis. DB is shiesty is diabolical.
Unfortunately, these type of conversations are going to always have two sides. I personally, majority of people know my stance and how I feel about law enforcement. I have nothing against them, but my views are, I don't even try my best to even get involved with them. But I have common sense enough to know that if you're outside doing something that you know is illegal from the get-go, you know it's illegal. Yes, a lot of people do it. It's celebratory. It's a tradition. but it's illegal. You know it is. You know in your heart there's a small percentage chance that you're going to get caught. Just a small one. And when an officer rolls up on you, whether he's ICE, whether he's an actual police officer, whether he's the security guard that just got off the shift at McDonald's around the corner, and they give you a lawful order to put the gun down because they're making an arrest until the whatever, and you don't do that for whatever reason, you made an aggressive move. Unfortunately, you found out, and a life is gone. Unfortunately, but the first criminal offense that people want to glaze over is that he was shooting celebratory shots. That's where it all started. And I don't understand this. I don't. And I land my plane. It's just crazy to me.
That was awesome. Hey, you got if you got something.
I think we got past that point. We could see that both sides are gonna feel a certain way. You know, if I'm a witness, then I'm gonna feel a certain way. If I'm the officer, I'm feel a certain way, and then we both are presenting what we witness, right? That's never been my point. I guess this all started, honestly, we were talking about ICE, you know what I mean? But I guess the segue back to all of that in turn, to me, first off, I feel like, if that guy could have been a part of ICE before, but I know for sure there are more people that are involved in ICE now, right? So I think if we didn't have this ramped up thing with ICE the way it is, then this gentleman might still be here, maybe in jail, you know what I'm saying? But probably would still be here, right? Or at least maybe the first officer on the scene would have been maybe state or local officials. But as far as just, this case, I wish I could go back to that feeling that I used to have in this country, that when shit happened with the police, that they were out here just protecting and serving. I wish I could. I had that feeling as a youth. And then the Malice Green case came about in Detroit. And then the Rodney King case in LA come about. And you see where people have used the badge for decades, if not a century, to hide their intentions. Intent means something. It needs to, correct? And I think everybody on this panel agrees that intent has to mean something. So when we have these vagaries, when we're talking about like actual, I don't even know if that's a word, whatever. When we have this vagueness, when we're talking about when we're talking about police activity and everything like that, it just broadens that shield that they were hiding behind a lot of times. So I am more critical. I have family members that are I hate to say, homicide detectives for years and stuff like that. And even, having conversations with them, you see like the burden is on the officer. They hate talking about when officers do shit outside of like certain steps and rules and standard operating practices and shit like that, because it makes it harder for them. You know what I mean? So coming from that angle, I maybe I am going to be more critical of the police, just experiencing some of the stuff that, and it ain't got to be something you experience yourself. I didn't have police fuck with me, but not to that degree. And I ain't been out there in the street shooting either. So it ain't coming my way that way either. But I know that doesn't stop me from learning from some bullshit that might go on in my community. And that goes back to the people that's protesting in Minnesota, because no matter what, it might not involve them, but it's in their fucking community. So I don't even got the thermometer to check the temperature of the citizens of Minnesota, but I could imagine if that shit was going on, and especially with all this snow we got out here and that shit going on too, no, I'm gonna be hot. I'm going to be hot. Now, as a black person, as a black man, niggas, don't get out here and protest right now. This is not our battle to fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling all y'all, just like if you don't see people out here protesting and stuff like that, just know that we've done enough. We done did enough of our protesting. You know what I'm saying? So when you see these white people, it's because they really are afraid of some shit that was promised to them, that was only supposed to happen to other people in this country, and that shit is starting to happen to them. That's my overreaching point for this whole topic. I'm gonna leave now, but Lee, I appreciate your patience in the back of the class. Sometimes you don't be wanting to hear me out and stuff. I see the stirring and shit. But it's okay, man. I got things to drop.
Don't run, though. Right quick before you leave, though. So you kind of change your thoughts on all this, then, right? Because now you're saying don't protest. The other day you sound like you was gonna be on the front lines.
No. I've never told no black people since all this shit is going on. Okay, I tell you what. $100 in the chat if you can go back in any of these panels and see where I tell black people to go out here and protest.
No, you're not going to say that. No, you're not going to say that directly. You're not going to say that
I'm
directly.
not saying that at all. I just told y'all whatever. I just gave instructions. I just gave instructions for black folks not to get out here.
Right now you're saying that. Now you're saying don't get out here. But when
I never said get out
now, don't cut him off. Let him finish. Let Chad finish.
Go ahead. Because you know what time it is. When this initially happened, my argument was niggas finna get out there with these white folks and y'all propelling them out there with your support of Renee Good. I said that from day one. And I said, make sure you're out there with them while you was up here defending her. Now look at y'all. Now y'all backing up.
Nope.
It's not, we don't ice this, ice that, law enforcement, we don't like the police. Everything's changed.
Nope, not me. You ain't heard me say that. You need to talk to some independent Negroes like myself, dog. I have always said that white people are going to have to fix the problem of this country. They're going to have to. You know what I'm saying? Black folks then gave up so much to get to where we are. You know what I'm saying? That, like, honestly, you know what I'm saying? The lives, the dog bites and all that shit. This is of their own making. All that dogma came back and bit them in the ass. Wow. All these white folks that didn't think that this shit would come back and hit their neighborhood, and it came back and hit their neighborhoods. So now they are the ones who are getting out here. Now I commend the ones who are getting out here. You know what I'm saying? You finally done, you know, whatever. But it's been plenty of people probably in this country that knew that this country was full of shit, man. You know what I'm saying? And that they was gonna have us on some deeded ass mission.
I told you, Sharon.
That's what Trump got. That's what Trump got us on. Some deeded ass mission.
Yeah, you done kind of changed it up, bro. Which I don't have no problem with that, but you've changed it up, bro, from the initial stance. But that's what's happening.
No, he didn't. It was me that I was the only person up here.
Listen, man, first off, y'all ain't never asked me this shit. If y'all had asked me, trust me, I talk long-winded. I had a detailed explanation.
I clarify. So when Goat came up here the first time this situation came up, he said, so what are you going to tell your people? Because you're giving advice about all these things, but you ain't going to tell your people to go out there and do what this lady done. And that's it. And that's where he's getting that. So KT and Detroit, y'all was on the side of arguing for the young lady, and Goat's whole premise to the situation.
I'm still on the side of that. Listen, oh my God, listen, y'all are so. I don't know why it's like
you on her side, but don't
can't be finite. No. I don't know why you can't be finite when we talking about this stuff. Okay, I don't recommend no black people going out here and protesting. I don't recommend police shooting a lady in the face in the car. I don't see why, bro. I know we got a lot of Christians, even if you don't believe in religion. And I ain't no church going person, but I got God, man, this shit is crazy to me that people can't understand wrong is wrong is wrong is wrong, no matter which group, subgroup, subcontinent, whatever you want to talk about is doing the shit. It's not, and everything that
the reason why Detroit is because Goat initial points that what she did was wrong, and that is it led up to the situation where she lost her life.
Nothing she did out there warranted her dying,
and that's Goat's problem. That's what he's saying. Now you saying. Okay,
right? Because again, the whole point was you're going to motivate people to protest.
Thank you, KT.
What'd he say?
He said,
"That don't mean tell your people to protest."
Yeah, let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. If you're going to tell your people that ICE is wrong, ICE don't have no power. We can't let them do that to us. They're gonna come back and get us one day, and all that shit y'all was saying. I'm saying, why wouldn't you tell your people to protest it if I was that adamant like y'all were pretending to be, then yes, you need to protest it because it's that much of a problem that you were pretending that it was. You were pretending that it was that much. You were pretending that it was that much of a problem. You were pretending.
This administration, listen to me. This administration wants to bring it to black folks the most. That's the part that I think that y'all don't like really understand. They would love to bring all that shit into the streets of
Gotta get the talk like
Detroit,
crazy, yo.
of Chicago, of LA, of New York. You know what I'm saying? Minneapolis is one of these little soft targets because they've been blue for so long, and they ain't like you know, like they not. I don't know how to put it, but
with all due respect, you know I've rocks with you. You're not addressing what Pastor just asked you. He asked you a specific question.
That was Taz.
Okay.
I apologize, Taz. I apologize. I apologize.
I'm about to say, where the hell is Pastor at?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I apologize. I mean no disrespect. I apologize.
And I apologize for not answering the question. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
He specifically asked you with the quote unquote in air quotes rhetoric you were spewing about ICE this, yada, yada with the woo. You didn't say go protest, but what other choice or what other option do we have as a people, but not to protest? Address that. And what alternatives would you say if you say not to protest? Go.
Vote and vet your vote correctly. Don't just vote off of like what you see online. Go and vet your vote correctly. Some people don't believe in the vote, whatever. And get locked and loaded. You have the right to defend your home. The motherfuckers coming in, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's
You
what
are hilarious, man.
If you black, like I'm not recommending you getting out here and protesting. You protect your own. Do everything that you need to do to protect your own.
But
if you think that protesting does that, I can't stop you from doing it. I wouldn't recommend it. You know what I'm saying? Not against this administration because they don't believe that any protest is peaceful. They have turned every protest into they have. Go ahead.
Hold on. I want to ask Goat a question. I want to see what's his consensus on this. Did you see the Tim Walz speech that he did? And if you did, do you think he was inciting riots the same way how January 6th with Donald Trump?
No, I haven't seen Tim Walz speak, so I can't speak to it. I wouldn't be surprised though if it was considered that way. But
Okay. That's what I wanted. That's what sparked this whole conversation with the ICE situation. We was going running through all the different ICE situations. But I see KT the GOAT. He want to jump in. Go ahead. So KT the GOAT, if you are not advocating for us to be protesting in the street and possibly putting our lives in danger, what is it that you are actually trying to put out there to the world?
No, I was trying to clarify earlier too. I think Taz was kind of mixing up because I did say we should protest. I believe full-heartedly we should. I know people would say sit it out, but it's just as y'all was pointing out. What do we think this is going to lead to? I pointed out plenty of times what it's going to lead to, and I'm in agreement with Detroit. I think the main goal is at the end of the day, get rid of them niggas. I think a big part of that plan is get rid of them niggas, and I believe a lot of the things he's doing is to provoke us and to react in a certain way. Now, I will say I don't know if peaceful protests will work. I'll be very honest with that. And I'm not saying like now let's just get out here and start murking motherfuckers, but I'm saying like maybe some more Black Pantherish. You know what I'm saying? Utilize your gun rights. Because I'm a big proponent. Like my grandparents taught me if you don't use your rights, you lose your rights. And that's what I'm slowly seeing us doing. If we're even if I'm not siding with this white woman, because I want y'all to understand, I'm not siding with this shit with Renee because she's simply a white woman. My point is, if they're doing this to white people, then I don't understand why. Because it's just never been that way in this country. They particularly treat them better than us. I don't understand why, if we see them acting that way towards them, that we think that somehow, even by just avoiding it, it gets better for us.
Yeah, I don't use racism as a fucking joke, right? When white people are running out into the middle of the street and jumping in front of police cars and like putting themselves in the way of law enforcement investigations, nigga, that ain't what we do. That ain't part of our conversation. George Floyd died with a motherfucking knee on his neck with an officer looking into a goddamn camera. That's a lot different than somebody running and getting shot in the back or some shit. So please stop putting these people who are going and literally attacking ICE officers next to people who might get pulled over in a traffic stop. It's not the same.
Yeah, no, our people was marching, getting dogs and water hoses put on them.
If
And
you gotta
they
go
were
out,
saying, and no,
that
the
is
same
insulting
context,
because
the same,
those,
listen, their same
those
defense
were
was they
I
weren't adhering to what we were
I
telling
can't
them to
let
do.
you do that. I can't let you do that to Dr. King and them because Dr. King was non-violent. He was not out there antagonizing nobody, which is what made his protest
No, I
powerful.
said you brought up Martin just in specific to say this the one non-violent. We got Malcolm X, we got Medgar Evers, niggas who were quote unquote violent in some sort, is
Right.
the police put it.
What type of
So that's what I'm
violent
saying.
protest? Show me the violent protest that they were leading.
That's my point. They weren't, but the
Right,
police said they were, and that's
right,
what they used as
yeah,
justification.
but I'm telling,
My
but
point is, y'all
eyes
niggas
see.
is getting out here and saying
This is
the
crazy.
police said, and that's why we shouldn't listen.
I'm not
As
telling you the
Brownsville
police
pointed
said.
out, that's
I'm not
evidence,
telling you
y'all.
the
That's not
police
fact.
said. I'm not telling you the police said. I literally just got done reviewing a video of multiple of these ICE incidents. And I can tell you, yes, ICE is involved. They're doing some bullshit. But when you got people throwing snowballs at them, jumping out in front of the road when they're driving down the street, hanging on to the back of the car, doing whatever they can to impede their investigations.
So now murdering them is just justified.
You lose your part of the conversation, and I would hope you recognize you're going to empower ICE. While y'all sitting up here doing all this fake ass crying, nigga, they finna get some immunity type deal because of what is happening, and you acting like you don't see it.
Fact.
No, I'm confused though because you acting like if you don't fight it, it somehow gets better.
Yeah, you're supposed to fight it on the side of the street. You're
Right.
supposed to fight it
Wherever you fight it, because that's the thing y'all keep leaving out. If y'all keep going off, this is what the police said, and this is why they were wrong. And now we're trying to justify that these murders, because this continue at this point, there's literally it's a lot of people getting earthed out here off of them.
lot?
The point, yes, a lot. Like more than 10 people in the last, since the year to December of last year to now, more than 10 people murdered. We're not talking about just like literally. Huh?
Never mind. Go ahead. Never mind. Go ahead.
I mean, that happened under Obama too, bro. That people die under ICE detention, bro. It happened.
No, we're not talking about the same rate. That's what I'm saying. They're pointing it out now because it's happening at a higher rate. That's what happens when you start hiring more.
Wait, but I'm saying if I successfully arrest 100,000 people and 3 get killed, that's a lot. I'm just throwing out numbers.
You wrong though. See, look how you have to fabricate and make up some bullshit. Because how many cases? Listen, we can point out, and this with nobody getting earthed.
Brother, you
That's
said
just
10 people in
and what
a
I
year.
said, that's just the people getting earthed. That's just people getting earthed. That's no longer in this world. There's
So
many
100 people?
thousands. We can point out thousands of times that they're grabbing American citizens and saying, we did this because we thought you were an immigrant. These people are saying we're not and proving themselves not to be, but they're still remaining in detention. So even without that, that's what I'm saying. It's things that's happening to where they're going to. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a handful of times you're using like minority, which I don't even agree with that. If you're an American citizen, you should not be detained by ICE. I agree with you on that. I don't even know who would disagree. Like those are bad points. Nobody thinks American citizens should be snatched up by ICE. The problem is when you see them doing when you see them doing their job and they snatch up 100 illegals, you complaining about the one and acting like the 100 wasn't the job. Like I don't understand it.
No, I'm saying the one that died was American. They weren't even an immigrant. That's my point here. And that's
Who the one that died? Wait. Who the one that died? Give me the
Renee, the boy in LA. It's people in Chicago. It's people that have passed from this. That's what I'm saying. It's multiple people that have passed from this. This is just in the last month. So that's the bigger thing at top, right? But y'all are also ignoring how many people are being falsely detained. Some people are being sent out as immigrants, and they found out after they sent them somewhere like Guatemala, which they're not from. They're like native to Mexico. They're sending these dudes to Guatemala or something, and now they're like, oh yeah, factually this is an American citizen. However, it's not on us to get them back. These are things that are tearing us apart. They're going to cause more friction for us.
Tearing me apart by doing shit to no motherfucking.
No, I'm talking about the American society. We're not talking about you.
Yeah, but what you mean the American society? How is it going to tear us apart? We're
watching it. That's the wilder thing, y'all. We're watching people disagree. We're up here arguing and disagreeing in our different points. We're literally watching people protest, and y'all saying when? It's already here.
It's only.
You can't say how's it.
Do you see how they're protesting? Do you see
What
how
are
they're
you talking about?
Like, do you see how they're protesting though?
Yeah, no, that's not. That's what I'm saying. That's really just not like adequate to say. Like now, the results is if you impede on them, just because you impeded on this ICE investigation where you shouldn't have done it, and that's why your dumb ass dead. It's crazy. We're lacking empathy
that's
here.
real.
We're just
That's
not.
real.
It's not because that's all I can understand. When it's, I guess, when it's us not in the situation ourselves, sometimes it's really easy to disassociate yourself from it.
That could be one of mine in that situation. I'm going to be concerned about why they thought it was okay to go impede in a federal investigation. That's going to concern me. What the hell made my people think it was cool to go mess with a federal investigation? That's what's going to bother me.
Taz, your whole thing, correct me if I'm wrong. I apologize if I'm getting his name wrong. But you said the main reason that was good with the shit was when they killed your homeboy Sam, I believe you said.
Yeah,
it was the same. But that's all I'm saying. You still wanted some justice for your mans even when he was in the wrong, and you felt that was an overstep of what they did. That probably ain't what it should have resulted in. It's not me going against us by saying, bro, they shouldn't have done that to that white woman. I don't give a fuck if she is white, black, Guatemala, whatever the fuck she is. I'm just saying that's a government overreach. If we're going to sit here and stand by, we're talking about how we're empowering them by fighting them. I just don't understand how we think sitting by and doing shit, literally nothing, like just watching it happen, is somehow going to give us more strength. We're going to lose it more. I would rather die fighting than just sit on my ass and get it took. Pause.
Right. So why you ain't out there? So having said that, why you ain't out there protesting?
That's how you know it's cat. I participated in some protests.
He'd rather die, but he's not even outside.
Hold on, yeah. Let me read a couple. I got two super chats. Let me just read a couple. I'm next. Touch with the fathers. I mean, we should protest. I don't think peacefully will work, but I'm not saying violence. But we should go out there with our guns, and then what?
I mean, isn't that how the Panthers protested?
Bro, he gonna be the
Aaron to Lucas with the fathers. Let's think bigger picture about what's going on. You personally aren't thought about when decisions are made. What's the true plan going on?
Yeah, they don't want to talk about it. They want to just keep arguing with KT.
Oh no,
I've been coming up with crazy other theories.
I brought this up. Let's and that's what we're going to talk about. More theories or whatever you want to ask. Because if we're talking about what's the bigger plan, we don't know, so we can only say what we think it is. So I brought this up a couple times. Peter Thiel. This is really, it's a group of rich white people. They're literally controlling our government. I'm talking about, we can look this up factually. This is not a conspiracy of any kind. This isn't me spouting what I think. You can look up Donald Trump's main financial supporter and JD Vance's main financial, and I'm talking about JD Vance's whole career.
And that's why I say you just be wanting to argue, because remember when I said that in the beginning, that is ran by the rich? You was arguing with me then, and now you're pointing out the people it's ran by.
The rich don't run. I said if the rich are running it, we're saying that's not the system running properly. I'm saying you be tripping, bro. But anyway, the people, those rich white people, they have all had a shared common ideology, which is they believe in white superiority, and specifically black inferiority. Like they openly admitted.
Oh my God, bro!
That theory dies at the beginning, bro. Because if it's white superiority, the bitch should have been able to drive off, right?
Right,
no,
man.
No. Because let's be very frank. White superiority has always killed white people. Remember when we were back in the days with
so then it's not white superiority. It's about money. It's about money.
Not true.
Or just say white male.
How is that not true?
Superiority. Nazis,
bro,
let's talk about this.
Pushing this Israelite stuff, bro. You gotta stop this.
What the fuck are you talking about? I don't even prescribe to no Israelite.
Yeah, but that's what they be saying, bro. They be pushing the same stuff, trying to make it seem.
It's not. When I'm talking about Peter,
now we about to argue about.
That's not what fucking Hebrew Israelites argue about or even speak on. I'm just saying something we could factually point out. Even down to Greenland, like I said, even down to Greenland, like I pointed out to Sharon last week, Peter Thiel said, and this is last year, y'all can look this up. He wants to get Greenland and make it a private city. A lot of these things that are being done are Peter Thiel and a group of people around him behest. Those people do have a goal in mind that they've already admitted to.
Yeah, but we're not arguing that they don't have a goal in mind, but you always trying to make it some white and black thing. Like you said
Well,
that their main goal is.
that's
You
what their
said that
goal
they're
is.
no.
How
You
do you
said
ignore
you
that?
said that they're.
It
You
doesn't
said that
matter
they're.
what his argument is, as long as we could put out proper
Now it
information
don't matter what's
to go
argument.
against. Yeah, as long as we can put out the proper information that goes against it and prove it logically, that's the only thing that matters. Because he's not the only one that think like that. So we cannot stop him from saying whatever he's saying if we have the proper information that go against it, and one of them is more logical than other. Because that's what we need to do: get more logic information out there in the world. Because he is not the only one that thinks like this. And it is okay for us to properly walk things down, or either he walking us down, whichever way it works. But let's be able to have the conversation so we can walk each other down and get down to the logic of whatever the situation is. I am Trill Will. This is a good cook. Shout out to the Kings debating. Shout out to you, Trill Will. Appreciate that. I believe Goat want to finish up saying some things.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I think, like, because again, I didn't know where he was going with that. It sounds very conspiratorial. I think we need to be more concerned with where we are now. Like I said, you got the citizens in the street contesting in a law enforcement group that, for some reason, is not being respected as such.
Right.
And I'm saying Black people need to recognize that your life is on the line playing with them people. Fuck these tough guys shenanigans online and making it seem like they ain't that. No, nigga, they're that. Quit playing with them.
Yeah.
I agree, and that's how we end up saying that you're kind of inciting that when you're making it seem like there's something to play with. You know what I'm saying? Like, and when I hear people like Detroit or KT talk, even though y'all not saying go out there and fight them or go out there, well, KT has said go out there and protest, but those protests usually result in things happening. You know what I'm saying? People getting hurt, and if you're really trying to avoid that, that's the last thing you should want, because the real reason why she was out there, we all know why. And the real reason she got shot is because truly she was out there, right? Because it was unfortunate. It was super unfortunate when you look at it, you know, the angle of the car, the cop almost getting hit. But it's like, yo, you put yourself in that situation. And I just think we need to stop telling Americans, however we doing it, to do shit like that. We need to stop, man, because somebody else gonna get shot, man. And then what? Now whoever's funding this, because just like Diddy, and I'm gonna land it here, just like Diddy had people, he was paying people $20 an hour to wear the free Diddy shirts out there, right? Marketing is a real thing. They really do pay people to go out there and to incite different type of things to turn it into a riot, to turn it up to the next level so we can get it on the news. That's something that's normal. So
that wasn't factual though, bro.
Yeah, man. So yeah, that's all I gotta say.
The people that was wearing them shirts at the Diddy thing, that wasn't factual. And them people looking like crackheads, bro. Trust me, I was there every day, bro. So Diddy ain't paid them people. They'd have paid better people, bro.
No. You probably saw different ones out there, but at one point he had the ones that he paid out there. Like, I'm not saying they was always out there. And that's how things
get back. Hold on, but do you know that to be a fact, bro?
Yes.
You don't. You don't know that to be a fact, bro. So stop, bro. I was there for
40
days.
Did you watch the wait?
I was there at the trial for 40 days. I've seen these people. I spoke to people that was there, bro. I'm talking from a factual place.
Not only that, Lee, he's also in the actual documentary. You see him in the documentary.
Yeah.
See him what?
In the documentary, the 50 Diddy situation. Like he was there.
Word, Uda?
Yeah.
Superstar in this bitch. Hold up.
Yeah, you could clip you.
No, I'm not. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like,
whatever. I don't care about whatever with him, but I'm just saying because we was all thinking at the same time, but we couldn't really prove that to be a fact. So I just want you to say something as a fact when we was there trying to figure it out to be a fact. But the ones that was there, son, they was looking like some fiends, looking like they was in a shelter, looking crazy, bro. Some of these people look like they was slow. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but that's making my point even more, is that he paid them to be there. Yo, put this shirt on, go stand over here for just for the show. That's all I'm saying. Like, all I'm saying is that people pay for things to happen, and it happens inside of these, that's all I was saying. But yeah, shout out to that.
And when we talk about protesting, we got to understand is what these people have been doing is not protesting.
Exactly.
Impeding, jumping on cars, burning burning buildings, throwing snowballs. That is beyond protesting.
Yes.
That's the paid people right there that I'm talking about, Bracy. Those
Right.
be the ones that'll burn a car because I'm telling you, they getting paid crazy, $50 an hour, crazy money. Yo, go start some shit. It's so.
Well, who's paying like that? Like that's like my thing. Who's paying them though? Like, do you think
And
it's
they're
Tim Walz? Is people paying them, or y'all think it's Trump paying them? You know, for like for diversion. Like
It's
who's
all
paying them?
cash. It's all cash, Kulu. We ain't gonna
It's
never
all
be
cash, bro. You ain't gonna never know, but
exactly.
believe it's happening, brother. Like,
We ain't gonna never understand. We ain't gonna never find that paper trail. But we know
nah.
for a fact that it is happening.
So here's my misunderstanding, right? Let me push back a little bit on that. So this is why I can't say that. What I see is the same exact people that I saw when those riots were happening in 2020, and all that shit got blamed on black people.
Mm-hmm.
All of it, and these are the same people, the same white crowds protesting loudly out front, talking, burning shit down, creating barriers. These are white people, but the only difference is this time it's not a black victim, so they can't blame Black Lives Matter.
And not only that, it's not directed in an exact location, right? It's always traveling. So like with the Floyd situation, it was in a stable. We are all going here. So when you pop it off, it's kind of it's saturated, and so now that creates opportunity for the bad actors that's just there, just to be a bad actor. So you got the paid actors that's going to try to incite it. And then you got the people that's just there waiting for something to happen. But with this ICE situation, they have people driving around attempting to keep up with all the investigations. And so it's a forever moving protest. And that's the difference between this and something when we are trying to go against the police. Because
that red flags it. That red flags it as a paid.
With Floyd and all these other police crimes, you got to be organized and you got to file it, right? So like even the one I was a part of in New York, you know where it's going to be at, and you can walk from this place to this place, But with the ICE situation, they are following the police and say they are over here, and then that's why they are pulling over with whistles because they have no idea where they're going to be the next day. They up there with whistles, stopping traffic and warning the neighborhood. So it's not organized protesting. This is impeding, literally.
Well, that part, Teron, is why I think it's because it's not as organized of an operation that ICE is operating with. That's where I think, like, no matter what, let's assume that if people were this up in arms about ICE operations, but ICE was more not covert, but just like was able to like execute it more precisely instead of these sweeping things they've been kind of doing in neighborhoods, then it would probably be hard for the protesters to even know where they were. Because they went to this one house, in and out, boom, boom, done. Like most operations with police, right?
So,
but and I'm
following.
going to leave. I'm about to leave. Hold on.
So
I was going to leave here too.
I'm pretty sure
the GOAT leave like 30 minutes ago.
I'm pretty sure the GOAT could show you, but they are outside where they are located at, and then they wait for the cars to leave, and then they follow the cars.
Literally outside the federal facility,
location, right?
Yeah, they literally follow.
They like.
But that's not go out there and protest.
Hold on, y'all. One at a time, y'all. It's okay. Hold on.
Just right quick, Detroit. This is how bad it is. They are barricading the entrance. Right. So before the ICE officers can even leave the entrance, they got to move all the barricades, fight all the people off. They pull the vans out slow. They got to fight down the street to get down the street. Then it's a whole caravan to follow them wherever they're going.
So I haven't seen the videos of that. Like, you know what I mean? So if anybody want to provide videos of that part at the detention centers where like these, like, okay.
Come on, Detroit.
Yo, this guy, I'm trying to
so like real quick, right?
Go out there and protest. Go see it for yourself,
Hold on. Let me say this. At no point have I just said that and try to hold on to some fact of me being right. That's actually contrition. So if y'all want to like jump on me for that, y'all jump on me for being right too. So y'all just like to jump on a nigga, so whatever. But what I'm trying to think, because I mean I just was contrite and said something that I might not know. Listen.
Pause nation for that one. Pause.
Whatever, man. I'm too old for that shit, y'all. So 2023 operations with ICE. This is just their operations, not detention. Okay. You had 4 deaths that were reported. In 2024, like there's some estimates that as high as 9.
Oh wow!
In 2025, the deadliest year in nearly 20 years, highest since 2004. So last year, 30 to 32 people died through ICE operations.
Oh wow,
From a
terrifying.
previous, right? And already we on pace to break that record with the operations that have gone on so far. So
Oh wow.
whatever you feel about what's going on,
Can I just say something?
I don't know how that benefits any of us.
Before you say something,
If you find benefit from that, go ahead.
So I just want to say, no, it's not illegal to follow the ICE agent. The part that me, Taz, Lee, and a couple of others is saying is that once they start throwing snowballs, blowing whistles, honking their horn, stopping their traffic, once they start doing all those things, that is not protesting anymore.
I was about to say, only one of those things you even said was a crime.
Detroit, so I didn't think snowballs like fuck somebody up before.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, it's
like,
not. It's not.
That's assault.
Hold on,
But
hold on.
whistle-
When you impede, hold on, y'all. Hold on. We got to be clear about what we're saying, right? If you are impeding, that is a crime.
Saying somebody is blowing a whistle is not impeding you, fam.
I knew you was gonna highlight the whistle, brother.
I mean, following your car is not impeding you.
Yo, why are they harassing?
Hold on.
Yeah,
Please.
This is insane.
Standing in the driveway is a
Hold
crime.
on,
Standing on the
hold on.
walkway is a crime.
Hold on, please.
It's
So
okay.
you saying to me right now, both of you, KT and Detroit, if I have a criminal in my house and the police knows that, and I give that person warning, am I breaking the law?
Yes, you're asking the wrong question though. Most of these people don't have criminals in their homes. They're just protesting. So they don't have criminals in their home. They're just blowing whistles and following the ICE people.
Okay, so now when we follow that logic, these ICE agents are doing a federal job, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you are stopping them from doing a job, is that a crime?
I don't know how blowing a whistle is stopping you from doing your job.
All you gotta do is answer the question. All you gotta do is answer the question. Yes,
but blowing a whistle is not stopping you from doing your job, right?
All you gotta do is answer the question.
This is absolutely insane.
KT, I just peeped it because I was thinking like, what the hell with the whistle? But I just peeped as they saying it for real. If they doing an investigation and I'm over here blowing whistles, I could be obstructing it, blowing up the spot on the investigation as well, right? In a way like that, you mean? Like, I could be obstructing an investigation by me coming through, blowing up, hotting up the spot. What the hell you doing, bro? I'm over here trying to do a thing over here, bro.
I just want to see the same. Like, let your neighbor know before SWAT come raid their house. I ain't never heard black people say, like, when have we ever done this for each other? When have we ever
I was
done
just
this?
about to say, that's what I wanted to.
Y'all
Please, but
niggas.
Tad's about to take everything I'm about to say.
Don't let them out.
They're called lookouts. They're called lookouts.
Hold on, please. Do you believe if I give this person warning that is not against the law?
No.
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 That's crazy.
Please show me the law, y'all, real quick. We can laugh, we can talk shit, we can call names. Just give me the law.
Okay.
That's why certain people shouldn't be allowed to the party. So it's common sense to me, but they want to make stupid arguments. Now, you mean to tell me, Detroit or KT, if anybody blows a whistle, which is a certain decibel, I'm not that scientific, but if somebody blows a whistle at a continuous tone at a long time, that's not going to affect you in some certain way. Let's be real. You can laugh all you want. But if I'm trying to do a job, whistle, which is a high decibel, you joking, okay.
You can't do your job no more? I'm confused. Like, is this your argument? You can't do your job because somebody's blowing a whistle?
Yo, these dudes are agents of chaos, bro.
Hold on, please. I need to understand, KT. If I am looking for somebody in this house and you tell them before I get there, is that stopping me from doing my job?
My bad. I apologize. Could you repeat that?
If I'm attempting to arrest somebody in this house and you tell them before I get there, is that stopping me from doing my job?
No.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
So you can't still investigate after somebody told them they not there.
Yo, this guy
You can't literally go to the house and say, you're the person who owns the home. Where did that person go? Because correct me if I'm wrong. By the Constitution, I am under no obligation to help.
No.
You guys are criminals.
Hold on. We are not talking about. Hold on, you need to answer my question because I don't know.
I just did like 15 times.
Somebody in the street warned somebody else. Is that stopping the officer from doing their job?
He said no.
No. I said no. That's what I'm saying. I've answered it
Okay,
already.
so if that's your idea, then fine.
He's a criminal.
It's called obstruction of justice.
Yeah, I just said
That's
literally
exactly what it's called.
No,
So
but Brownsville, he think it's not a crime.
Let somebody that's in the law tell him.
Thank you, Brownsville. What's good,
I mean, but we know this already. Ain't like I don't know this. I know this.
It's okay. We're not just talking to us on a panel. We gotta always remember it ain't just us. It ain't.
I understand that, but you let KT talk and he just be blabbering the craziest, wild.
The problem is you think that it's nobody else that thinks like him. That's the issue.
Oh no, I know it's people that think like him.
All right, then. So let us walk it down.
Oh, I'm here walking it down with you. I just was agreeing with Brownsville. Go ahead, my bad.
So when they're working in their official capacity, right, to apprehend illegal immigrants or whatever they're doing in their official capacity, and you are there impeding their investigation by creating a distraction or diversion via a whistle or loud noise, you're in violation of obstruction of justice. So yes, you are committing a crime.
Yeah. So so there was a thing in I think I think the same state where white women or white liberal women were putting like Mexico stickers on their car and like Spanish words and whatnot just to have ICE pull them over so they can kind of like delay them. Like, would y'all consider that breaking the law?
Absolutely. All of those things, and here's the danger in what's happening, right? And this is what brings me back to the dangerous rhetoric of the governor, right? Because when you describe these federal agents as brutal and disruptive and creating chaos, and then you're telling your citizens that they're kidnapping people and that they're, utilizing their powers indiscriminately, and you describe them as these criminals, right? That is going to incite your citizens to resist.
Well, you saying the media? Brownsville.
The governor said this.
Oh, that's what Tim Walz said. That's what Tim Walz said. Okay, got you. I just wanted to be clear on what he was talking about.
But legally, what is kidnapping though, Brownsville? Like legally, right?
Oh, I'm not gonna lie to that. That's crazy.
Here we go with the rabbit hole. Here we go.
Because kidnapping is when you push somebody without their.
What Tim Walz did, like it is to me personally, I ain't see it no different than Trump in January 6th. Me personally.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. I was kind of lost there, like the whole way. Okay, so yeah, and if he did that, bro, that's definitely adding to the problem because a lot of people are just assuming that they're going against the Gestapo.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you're going against law enforcement. This ain't that. You ain't fighting the security at the club, dude.
Right.
And I know better.
But Sharon. Is Tim Walz the guy that said that they go to people's houses and asking the neighbors where the black people live at?
Pretty much, that's what he said. He said
that's what he was saying, right? Okay, yeah, I heard
going door to door to look for people of color,
people of color, right?
Illegal immigrants. That's what the man said. That's crazy.
The Gestapo was police, though, right?
Oh my God!
Like y'all acting like I'm.
Yeah, they were the law enforcement of the dictators.
And obstruction, because that's why I was being quiet. I thank you, Brownsville. You're correct in some sense, but if it's being very clear on what it legally says, keep it real with me. Keep it real. There's a lot of legal implications about what is obstruction. Technically, if I ask you a question and you don't answer, I can charge you with obstruction. That don't mean you actually get the charge for obstruction. So even when you say like, can it be obstruction? I'm agree with that and I get that. But the actual rules, and let me just make sure I'm being spot on with this. It says it covers this broad terms covers various actions. It mostly includes of lying to officials, destroying evidence, intimidating witnesses or jurors, 2, physically restraining officers. So that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of contention about even with I get what you're saying in terms of can they be charged with it? Does it uphold a lot? Not really, because saying a whistle isn't going to impede upon your investigation. It's not like you can't sit there and still ask questions.
So you're wrong, and the key word in that is broad, right? Because what you have to understand is those federal agents have what's called officer discretion, right? So if they can articulate that while we were going from X to Z, we had these people following us, trying to create diversions and disrupting our investigation by doing XYZ. That's obstruction of justice that they articulated, right? So you're putting yourself in jeopardy of being prosecuted, right? And why would we advocate for people to do that? That does not make sense, right? And then we also have to understand that these situations always have the propensity to escalate into violence, right? And once it escalates into violence, then you're going to be back on here saying, well, why did they have to do what they did? And I'm going to tell you this, right? Those federal agents, the majority of them, they just want to go home, right? They want to do their job and go home to their family or whatever they got going on, right? And if you create such a toxic situation to where in their mind, now they're thinking that they're in a war zone, now you've created a situation that is going to be very, very volatile going forward. And that's what my fear is when I heard the governor of Minnesota's rhetoric last night.
Brownsville, if I take a person, Brownsville, if I take a person and move them, let's say 10 feet with the weapon, that would be considered kidnapping, correct?
Not to an officer, because all he has to articulate, because they going off a reasonable suspicion, right? Now, during the course of that investigation, so if they temporarily detain someone because of reasonable suspicion, and then they figure out that this person is legal and they didn't have a right to detain them, and then they release them, that's not kidnapping, brother.
No, I'm not talking about detaining them. I'm talking about, so like when you see a person that's on this, that's protesting, right? And an officer has their gun out, grabs them and pushes them around, let's say across the street somewhere, right? Would you consider that legally kidnapping?
No.
Well, based on the legal definition, like if you move person past the foot, I think, and was it like a foot or is it inches, and without their consent, with I think a deadly weapon, is considered kidnapping legal.
But see, you're under the assumption that they didn't give them verbal commands prior to pushing.
But you have to be under the assumption that they did. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on 1 second. In a majority sense, right? They're giving them verbal commands. Move back. Move away. Stop impeding in the investigation, right? And they're not complying with the verbal commands. Now they're requiring those federal agents to go into the use of force continuum.
Exactly.
But what if it's not? What if
come on, man. Stop it with
no,
these.
because
No.
Must protest loudly and urgently.
That don't even make sense. They don't.
No, my scenario is
it doesn't
right.
They're
just on the
stop.
Cool, you're just an anarchist. You're an anarchist.
I'm not an anarchist. No, I'm not. Like.
We in trouble.
Taz, when I seen that, I was like, nah, this ain't for real. Like, he cannot be saying these words for real. Like, I was surprised.
But we watched the video, y'all.
Gotta protest urgently and loudly, bro.
No, that's not even what he said. That's what I'm saying. We watched the video. Like, it's crazy how we watched the video verbatim, and that's not what he said.
I'm watching it right now. We must protest loudly, urgently, but also peacefully, is what he says. Now, to you, peacefully is blocking the middle of the goddamn street, people being out there doing what the hell they want to do, going against the officers.
That's not what most people doing in their protest, though, are they, Taz?
Yes, but you're not holding.
No.
I disagree. That's not most. That's not most of them. Okay, but the ones that's doing it, you're covering for them.
No, I'm not. He literally sat there and said we shouldn't do violent things because that's what Trump wants. So aren't you see? Isn't he literally saying don't do that?
No, not if he's saying we must protest loudly.
No, because most of those are loud and they're loud and passionately protesting. civilly. That's what most people are doing. So why would you not address the majority and instead only address the minority? And when you do,
wait, don't you can't say that when the Renee Good is the minority.
That's what I'm saying.
No, that's not what you're saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I'm saying most people are not doing that, right?
Okay, hold on.
So why do you think when he makes a comment?
KT, hold on. KT, so you think,
Oh, Jesus.
So therefore, with that logic, KT, we shouldn't be worrying about Renee because she's the minority. Most people are not getting killed by ICE.
That don't even make sense.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Most listen when stuff started changing in Germany, bro, they didn't just instantly pull up all the small hats.
KT, do you believe that majority of people are getting shot in the face by ICE?
No, but it's more than what we're used to. It's increasing.
So why are you not talking about ICE doing their job with majority warrants and they going after illegals?
Because it's literally increasing. Beyond that, we're literally seeing an increase of them.
So let me ask you a different question.
I'm answering it.
Okay, no, you're not. Do you believe majority of ICE going after illegals and after documentations, and they are investigating people that are illegal?
No.
So you think they're going after citizens?
Yeah, for sure. They are.
This is crazy. You are just like.
So are they not going after citizens? Can we not literally prove American citizens being taken, detained, even shipped out of the country?
No. Hold on.
No, he asked where they happened. He wasn't even asking the majority.
No, I literally said majority. I literally said majority.
Exactly.
I said majority. You cannot escape. You cannot escape that I said majority. This is why it's so important that this is why the name of this show, right? Like I put the whole Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy. These people keep continuously doing that, even when they don't know that they're doing it. Exactly. They will frame the argument. They'll shoot the goddamn wall, and then they'll paint a bullseye around the hole and say, "See, I hit it right on the nail."
Exactly, and that's exactly what he did in living color.
Yeah, that's really terrible analogies. Like it's like, no offense, because me and you talked about this outside of the show before, have we not, Sharon? Listen, just because a bunch of people agree on a panel does not mean something's correct. It's really that simple.
Hold on,
KT. And I'm not. Listen.
KT,
I'm not talking about
KT. You literally agreed with it. You literally went against your own argument. Literally in real time.
I never once. Where's my argument ever been? Majority of ICE agents are killing people.
Your argument right now is that majority of the protesters are not impeding on ICE. Correct?
Yeah, they're being peaceful.
Okay, so also the majority is not shooting people in the face, but you are
said that also.
One lady being shot in the face.
No, I'm not. I brought up the LA kid. I brought up the guy from Chicago. I can bring up more people.
Understand what I'm trying to get you to understand. If we gotta focus on the protesters that are doing all the right things, then you also gotta focus on the majority of the ICE officers that's doing the right things as well, because the majority of them are doing the right thing. It's just simple logic. But you will break your logic.
But we're seeing them increasing.
The problem is you will break your logic to say, no, I don't believe ICE is doing the right thing. And there goes.
No, I'm saying we're seeing them literally.
And there goes you shooting the barn, and then you paint a target over your bullet hole.
Where you're incorrect.
I shot a bullseye.
That's where you're incorrect, though, Sharon. So what I'm pointing out is you're not seeing more violent protests, quote unquote. You're seeing more murders from ICE than you do these violent protesters. And that's increasing. It's not going to decrease by just sitting in the house. I'm just saying.
Okay, so
real quick, Brownsville left. Damn.
So you said you did a show on it earlier today, correct?
Yeah. I mean, bro, literally.
Now, in your experience, have you seen the protests increasingly getting more and more? Like, has it increasingly went a certain direction? Did it tone down or did it tone up?
No, what I see is the issue that it was with the Renee thing, bro, and that's not going to change. Different officers are going to handle things a different way. So in one of them little clips, the officer popped out and sprayed the mace right in the woman's face. You know what I'm saying? Purposefully, like trying to hurt her with it. And that, you know what I'm saying? I don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. But then in another clip, You got a woman throwing snowballs and running up to the car trying to throw stuff in the ICE car, and she gets sprayed in the face with mace. I don't have no problem with that. You can't do that. And so like they're out there, and it's too much happening for anybody to say that, oh, I'm protecting the police, so I'm protecting the people. No, you're ignoring the problem. They out there antagonizing these people, and at some point, Donald Trump is going to protect them.
Yeah. Facts.
Yeah, who was doing the antagonizing from the beginning? Let's start there. I'm with you, Taz, right? So who was antagonizing first? What did we start with having protests, or did we start with having ICE?
We're not gonna let you do that. You keep moving the goalposts.
It's no moving no goalposts. We're on the same thing, my nigga. Please stop all this.
You always negate, always you.
What did I negate? Just say what I negate. Stop saying the shit and just say what I'm negating, please. Jesus.
The first act is they are out there illegally protesting. Illegally.
You're illegally protesting. So I'm gonna ask you, did we have illegal protests first, or did we have ICE come first?
We had illegal immigrants first. That's why ICE is out there.
Yeah, did we have ICE or do we have illegal protests? Because he's saying stay on topic. We're talking about the protesters and
okay,
ICE.
illegal immigration.
So let's not talk about
illegal immigration.
Yeah,
let's try to stop abortion.
ICE or protesters. We're trying to figure out which ones are the aggravators here, right?
So now you're trying to change the story up.
No,
we're talking order of operation.
We're not talking about fucking immigrants. We're not talking about why does ICE exist, are we?
Why is ICE out there? Why are they even there?
They're supposed to be there for immigrants.
So what happened when they were going for the immigrants?
Bounds and do things to American citizens, correct?
You keep saying overstep the boundaries, and we've proven that that's been false. So move on.
Where did you prove it? You just said it's
consistently.
False. I just say I disagree. No, you're not.
Okay, you disagree, but the law still supports it. So you're just saying
the law does not support murder for somebody getting peed in traffic. That's not what the law supports.
Again, you're taking the far exception from the rule. ICE has full jurisdiction from corner to corner of the United States. Y'all keep saying they're not law enforcement officers. That's retarded. Yes, they are.
I never said that.
That has been said multiple times.
Arguments. I have not said
so
that
once. You never said that ICE doesn't have the right to stop.
No, they're fucking federal agents. They're legal. They're federal agents. They have federal immunity above the fucking local jurisdiction. So
they can go after people violating federal laws, right?
Yeah, they could go after people violating any law,
including impeding a federal investigation, right?
Yep.
Okay, end of story.
And what I've been pointing out is when you, because I literally pointed this out 1 billion times. This is what y'all are skipping. When you do things, there's protocol, correct? So when you commit a crime, there's typically a consequence that comes with that. You do capital M, you know it's a certain guideline. When someone is impeding traffic, if we're saying that this murder is justified just because she's impeding traffic, we are backing the overreach.
That's not what we said. Hold up, that's not what we said. And I'm tired of you saying that.
Right.
So you didn't literally say this happened because she didn't listen.
I'm saying first of all, she was obstructing justice. Fuck what she's saying about, fuck the BS about her impeding traffic, because that's not actually what was going on. She was literally interfering with a federal investigation. So fuck everything else. So now we go on to the actual thing. In doing so, she then put herself in a dangerous position because she decided to aim her fucking vehicle at a person. Regardless if she intended to do it or not, guess what? She did it. So when she got hit, unfortunately, we can both, again, we can stop and understand that she probably shouldn't have lost her life, but we can also have to acknowledge the fact that she shouldn't have been doing it.
Yeah, and that's what I've done this whole time. I'm with y'all. I'm saying laws are broken. I'm saying the consequence for those laws being broken are being overstepped.
When those officers told her to get out the vehicle, if she would have gotten out the vehicle, she would be here making this argument right now. But the fact that she's decided to buck on it.
Hold on. No, so the problem is this. You keep looking at the initial thing and saying that's the whole thing. You saying
wait, me or him?
KT.
No, I'm not. I'm literally saying that the outcome for what happened in the beginning. So can't say I'm stuck on the beginning.
So exactly. So what is your idea of what happened? That she did what?
Broke laws. Whatever law she broke. Impeding traffic, obstruction. She broke a couple laws.
Right, and then you forget the part that she hit him with the car and he had internal bleeding afterwards.
No, he said he had internal bleeding. This is the report.
there we
Just
go.
not know.
Yeah, there's no medical
I
records
mean,
of that.
that's what I'm saying. Like anybody could say anything.
Hold on. Regardless of that, right? Whether you want to believe him or not, because everything that is the cop saying you don't believe at all. He's lying about every single thing. Fine. But you cannot say it's because of a traffic violation is the reason why she got shot. That is not why she got shot. And this is
I'm
why
saying whatever she did, when you break the law, your consequence is not the death penalty typically.
I'm talking. You keep acting as if, right? And the only way you could win your argument is that you keep it and say, hey, it was a traffic violation. It was, she just impeded. But that's not what actually happened. You're just trying to focus on that one part.
No, it's not. So I'm gonna prove you wrong real quick, Sharon.
You keep saying the same thing over and over. And
I just said she committed assault with the vehicle.
While I'm talking,
could you just keep repeating?
So what? Is it your show?
I mean, nah, but that don't mean we can't proceed with the conversation. You need to stick to what you tell somebody.
While I'm talking, please.
I mean, first of all, you're making an incorrect statement. I think it's okay for you. Could you correct me very quickly if you feel I'm making an incorrect statement?
Daddy.
And I have said from the beginning, bro, assault. Yeah, she assaulted him with the vehicle. Let's give her that. The consequence for that is typically not death penalty.
No, you're
it's
wrong.
It's really easy.
No, you're wrong.
All right.
You're wrong. If the officer feel like you are putting his life in danger, he is able to assess it and react with deadly force. So just because you have a knife doesn't mean the cop shouldn't shoot you. Like, oh, all I had was a knife. You don't get to say, well, you don't get to shoot me. You don't get to say that. It's not up to you to decide it because you could watch it in slow motion and say,
no, you're right. It's up to the law to decide.
He could have been Captain America and did a full flip and dive on his shield. No, you're going to get capped in America if you do what she did.
Yo, you love that battle rap bar, goddamn it. Listen,
but look, anybody else would have been killed. Huh? Anybody in that situation would have got shot.
No.
No, hey, yes, they would have. We have numerous cases of black men shot.
Listen, the same guy got hit by a car. He did not kill that last person. The same dude got really hit by a car, like severely hit, like how we debating on how hard that hit was. I seen it. That nigga got hit. You hear me? That nigga got hit. He didn't even kill the last person. So no, that's a lot.
So wait, hold on. I watched the last video too. You know where his gun wasn't at that time? In his hand.
It was on his hip. You can unlatch the motherfucker. It's not hard.
He was being drugged.
Yeah, you can unlatch the motherfucker. That's what I'm saying.
But hey, you notice how you're giving a lot of leeway to bullshit, but you're not giving leeway to what's actually going on.
That's
what we're trying to tell you, KT.
I'm saying if y'all justification is that because he got bumped, he was just because he felt afraid and this, that, and the third. I'm cool. I'm getting everything y'all saying. What y'all are missing is there are things that are within the law, bro. That's all I'm pointing out for y'all. It's a law that's set up there.
You're making a legal.
Whatever, there's a literal consequence for that. We cannot avoid these consequences.
Hold on. What are you saying?
No consequences.
Hold on. What do you mean? I'm confused. So you saying that him being afraid of his life is not a part of the law?
No, I'm saying literally, even with you being afraid, if I commit a certain crime, like I said from the beginning, capital M, it's a timeline that comes with that. Jail time that comes with that. Death penalty isn't even allowed in most states.
What do that have to do with this situation?
Nothing.
This person died.
Okay, this person died. What do that have to do with this situation? Please.
Other people are dying. This is why I keep saying ICE overreach. So y'all are talking about ICE overreach from the beginning. You remember this?
Okay, why did she die?
She assaulted him with the car.
Okay, don't forget to take out the fact that he was afraid of his life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And maybe this is where I can agree on the difference. I'm not going to sit there and act like just because I could literally say like I could wake up right now, run over there to my neighbors, clap them, and be like, I was afraid for my life.
Bro.
I literally already answered the question, Sharon. That's what be weird about
Okay,
you.
then so why you trying to act that it is something that is not? If you believe that he could have been afraid of his life and an officer can use deadly force,
Because how many times in this country have we seen that be used to advantage?
You doing it?
You can't use that.
You while I'm talking, you talking. Why? I don't understand it. So if your logic is saying that an officer can use deadly force if he believe his life is in danger, why are you not holding this lady to that same standard? That
no, I didn't say that. I said I understand that's what the legal part, like ramification is, but I don't agree with that because anyone can say I'm in fear for my life.
No, you
especially
can't.
when we watch. Yes, you can't. Like the police. Yes, you
Okay,
can.
so is a car coming
and
at you?
we watch plenty of times in this country.
Welcome to the show, Supreme Goddess PH Diva.
Hello, Diva.
All right. See, Sharon, I called in because I got a bone to pick with you. So I just got back in the States. Turn on YouTube, see your show, see Otis' old Negro spiritual ass up there, and tried to send a little discreet cash app so you could drop him. But you like to try to pretend like you don't hear your cash app when somebody send it to you. And I know you do because it make it sound. It sound like change rattling around. Ching, ching. So now send me back my $20. I'm dead ass, man. I can't stand that.
I didn't see it. I'm over here fighting for my life, Diva. I ain't see it. I'm over here arguing with goddamn KT, the fake goat, stressing me out. It's nonsense. I really say it. I really see it. I got you though.
Well, he gone now, so go ahead. Let me see who I want to take out now. Let me see.
Hey, Supreme Vessel Diva. How you doing today?
I'm wonderful, sir. How are you?
Go
ahead and drop KT.
Hey, KT. KT,
you didn't know that was on the way.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Oh God.
Come on.
All right, now I'm going back to the immigration line. Bye.
She came to bust she came to John Wick and spin. Oh no, that was crazy.
Oh, it's okay. Hold on, baby. It says, "Bye, Otis, old Negro spiritual looking ass." My bad, Diva. I had no idea. So y'all got me getting in trouble.
My bad, Sharon. I didn't mean to remind you.
I want to make a quick point.
Go.
Y'all know KT was making the same argument. The same argument he used against Renee dying is the same one he tried to use against the cop when he shot the dude that was outside shooting the gun. That same argument could not possibly work both ways. But he was using the exact same context in both manners. I don't understand that.
Hey, Go, I wanted to ask you, so do you think protest is necessary sometimes? Like, do you think we should be allowed to protest in America? Like regular peaceful protests, not like rioting shit.
Yeah, this ain't about protests. I think if the question is just should we be able to protest, it's absolutely. It's without a doubt. It's an unequivocal yes.
So I asked Sharon this earlier. So at what point would you say that the people have the right to, in their opinion, if they feel like the government is overstepping in their state or their country, at what point do the people have the right to kind of fight back?
You picked up the.
I mean, if we being honest, according to the Constitution, according to the Declaration of Independence, at any point.
I'm on the garbage though, right? Fishes on the floor.
Somebody talking?
Rocket ships get the little. Oh shit!
Hey, Sharon, yeah. What were you saying, Go?
Yeah. So according to the Declaration of Independence, if that's how we feel, we supposed to send it up. That you know what I'm saying? That's but that's also contingent on you having the people to send it up with. But I'm just saying, theoretically, yes, you should be able to send it up if you're being mistreated in this country.
So would you say that these people, and mind you, law enforcement has the right to respond back via force that they use. But do you think that the people of Minnesota may feel like, right, it's time for them to turn up and fight back against what they believe is a dictator administration based off just the rhetoric? that the Democrat Party says sometimes.
Okay, so I say it like this: if that's what they decide, it's a losing battle. Again, it's not for me to say that they shouldn't feel Trump is targeting them as a state, right? Because he does a lot of shit, and here lately it's been a lot about the fraud investigation and whatnot. Now you got this shooting. He's targeted them over the years in reference with the George Floyd and whatnot. So I don't think there's nothing there to say that. But in terms of how you're going to fight him back, you're not going to fight him back by throwing snowballs at federal cars, right? You're not gonna win that fight by taking it to ICE agents. So I just think you're going to get more people from Minnesota in front of his Justice Department getting sentenced for a crime. You know what I'm saying?
So I agree with you, but I'm thinking about it from this perspective, right? Like, let's say we didn't have guns, this was like the old kingdoms and shit, right? The ICE would be like the king's guard, in a sense. So if the people didn't like how they were being ruled and they felt like the king was overstepping, the people would fight off the king's guard and then eventually get to the king, right, to change the government, and like in a sense, right? So kind of like to reflect that on this situation, right? Like they might believe that ICE, is doing what they're doing and against the rights, and they might be fighting back. Obviously, it'd be worse if they were bringing out guns to these protests and actually firing upon ICE. Like that would be, like 10 times bad, and Trump would definitely squash that shit with the National Guard, right? So I don't disagree on that part. But that's where like my mind's at, is that at what point do people, because ICE is not popular like in the United States. Like for MAGA, it's popular. But for most Americans, and there's recent polls on this, ICE is not popular. So at what point do Americans try to do what they can to fight back?
Right. So again, when you say fight back, so I'm on the opposite side of that, and it has, because you said MAGA, right? And I don't disagree that it's a MAGA talking. Yeah. But I can take you back to my Facebook when Barack Obama is in office, and some of this is starting to come down the pipe. And I was one of those questioning even back then, over a decade ago, like, damn, what's up with these sanctuary cities and the ability for people who are here illegally to get an ID? And that's because I moved to Chicago from, where was I? I was in Lima, Ohio. Moved to Chicago, got a good ass job there, but I was working with a dude who was a fucking illegal. And he's telling me how he's an illegal, he got his ID, he sends money home, everything's straight for him. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just happy to have gotten this job because I'm a felon. See what I'm saying? So for me, it just didn't sit right. And this is, like I say, 2014, 2015. And it's like, God damn, wait, so you didn't have to go through the same type of background check. You didn't have to go through the same type of issues that I went through with fingerprinting and whatnot, because nobody knows you're here. And that's where it came from with me. So it's not just MAGA. We got to understand that a lot of this started when they started flooding in the sanctuary cities, and there was support for them, giving them IDs and letting them participate in the local government, not the federal government, but the local government. In cities like Chicago, where I moved to, they were literally in on it.
Okay. So I don't disagree with you there. See, as I think that problem is more of, right, us not paying attention in big cities, what these politicians are doing, and us not actually getting the right people in office to actually do the policies that we want to see done, right? So I agree with you on that. Like, that's definitely wrong, and they shouldn't be getting IDs and whatnot. But like, is we cannot act like, and you may agree, you may disagree, but I think Trump could have been a decent president if he would have did things a lot smarter. Like if he would have been more covert with ICE, like when it comes to actually like doing things by the book, then you know what I mean. Like he's in my opinion, man, he's making himself look bad when it comes to the stuff that he's doing, rather than helping his cause. Like, you see what I mean?
No, listen, bro. I fully agree. I think what you're saying though is he just should do things business as usual, which I agree. You know what I'm saying? Like all of this stunting on Front Street, having to tweet out everything, doing all this grandstanding like that. I mean, me and my wife couldn't do nothing but laugh when we seen them sitting there talking about that oil. You know what I'm saying? They talking about the oil like, you know what I'm saying, they just passing it out on some comedy special or something. It's like, took it our money we finna get from the oil. It's like, dude, this is usually some closed door shit. I don't doubt that Barack and Bush and everybody else did the same exact shit, but they ain't do it on Front Street. He's doing this shit on Front Street, and that's the problem. He, like, even with the ICE shit, think about it, fam. Nobody deported more people than Obama, but he wasn't out here grandstanding with the shit. Nobody deported more people than Barack, but you don't know that because he wasn't grandstanding with it. It wasn't no big, hey, look at me, I'm gonna get rid of these illegals, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? But it was happening, right?
Yeah. No, I agree, and that's why I think it's either incompetence on not doing it covertly, or he's doing it on purpose for a specific goal or result. And for what I've seen, and like you speaking on it earlier, as I was at the Dallas 2020 BLM protest where they shut down the entire the entire highway and whatnot, and I got pepper sprayed and tear gas to where they had to put milk in my eyes just to stop the burning, right? So, but I noticed that during the day protests was normal. Just people just behind a fence protesting with signs, but at night you see the white boys with the cut gloves, the backpacks, the bars, pulling shit out their backpacks, breaking windows and shit. So I feel like the same shit's happening here to make the protests seem like they're rowdy, so that then Trump can use the Insurrection Act or use more force in these cities. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like to me. And I'm trying not to be, like a conspiracy theorist on this, but that's what it looks like. Because he went more covert with it. They could have been more it's 2025. The FBI, the DOJ, the Pentagon, they could easily find out who's doing all these tactical operations when it comes to inhibiting ICE, when it comes to like barricades and blocking and shit like that. They can figure all that shit out, but it's still going on. So it's almost as if they're letting it happen for a bigger issue to happen.
Yeah, I agree though. I agree. I don't think any of this is the end of the road. It's always to kick the can down the road for the next president. So although some people may view as a Trump as an outsider, I don't. You know what I'm saying? I think he's been in place long enough that whatever agenda there is, he's a part of it. And I think that's the bigger question is, do people think that somehow removing him or moving into the next election, we're going to get better, or is somebody now you can trust? Because that's what I typically see is everybody's going to just go back to sleep, and you're not going to keep the same pressure on the next president. Ain't nothing wrong with putting the pressure on Trump, but shit, if you ain't had that same pressure on Biden, what are you doing?
Yeah, I just think it's going to get worse, man. I think once Trump, because I think the Democrats are going to win 2026 and 2028, and I think that they're going to take Trump's playbook and tenfold it, bro. I'm talking about go hard, and then once, then the public opinion is going to sway. Democrats will probably lose again if they don't win back to back, and then it's going to be further us losing our rights and further pressure, on each other, and become more tribal. So,
right there,
man, it's not looking.
We right there on that when this 2029, what was it, 2028 election, and that president get inaugurated 2029, day one, he gonna do most of the shit people been complaining about this year. He gonna do all that shit with one stroke of the pen. All that shit, that Gulf of America shit, and renaming the Kennedy Center and all that shit.
Yeah, they're gonna undo it for sure.
First day. You know what I'm saying? That's why I just don't, I don't think we should get all deep into whining and complaining about every little thing, because a lot of that shit gonna be gone January 20th, 2029. It won't even be here no more.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. But that's all I wanted to ask.
No doubt. Yeah, that's my fear, all this goddamn spookism ass shit. What's up, bro?
So I look at protest riots and everything that's going on from a legal standpoint, right? Because you got a history too, so you understand the kind of reach that cops do and don't have inherently. Would you say that?
Oh yeah, that's where my position comes from. Absolutely.
So a lot of people keep making this really weird ass argument that ICE doesn't have jurisdiction to do whatever they're doing, but in my belief, had the ATF, DEA, or FBI shot Renee Good, they would still be saying Trump made them do it.
That's a fact. I agree.
I think people are taking these issues and politicizing them instead of realizing that, hey, there's consequences to set actions, and those consequences may not be pleasant, but they are the direct cause of a specific action. So what do we need to do as a people, or as people who are watching what's going on, need to do to prevent this BS from getting worse?
See, that's kind of my, that's my outlook on, like, bro, I got kids too, so, you know what I'm saying, like, fam, my kids drive, they out here, like, ain't nobody want to be concerned about ICE agents and all of that, so I don't celebrate their presence or nothing like that, but the reality is they the police, bro, and again, I understand why people pushing back, because a lot of this is new, but it is what it is, fam. Like, let this moment play out and stay your ass out the way. This is not the time for people to protest. And for all those people who keep saying, yeah, they trying to get to us and black people, this and that. Okay, so that's all the more reason to understand then. Don't let this happen in a way in which it affects you. If they pull you over, fam, and it's ICE, yeah, fam, you can talk your shit, who cares? But I'm saying, don't forget, this is law enforcement. Don't try to pull off like shit sweet. And I think that's the problem, John. People acting like they don't know just the simple parts of this. Like, fam, they steal the police. I don't care how you feel about they steal the police. Don't make it seem like we can just do whatever. We can't.
And one of the points, I love what you just said right there, because one of the things that a lot of the American citizens that have got arrested for is because they refused to prove their American citizenship. So they ended up being detained until it was then verified. Had they actually just been like, look, here's my driver's license number, you can literally pull me up. All right, we're done. Have a good day. Because at that point, immigration literally has nothing else to do with you, especially if the purpose of the stop was immigration.
Shout out to Chicago, 1288 with the 5. Where's the link? It's pinned at the top of the chat. You might be in Uda's chat. Shout out to Chicago for showing some love and support to the channel he is watching it on. Shout out to that. You could come to my channel and find the link. I did post it in the chat. I'm not sure if it went to your side. Shout out to Kev Stutters with the $2. I thought y'all wanted a transparent president. Boy, if you don't sit your goofy ass down. Shout out to Sharon Braces, gifted 5 The Wildest Wake Up Show memberships. Hopefully y'all maintain it. I really would appreciate it if you would. Shout out to Trey with the $4.99. He says support. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It means a lot.
Like I say, it's just more about being careful, bro. Like, at the end of the day, we can't use Trump as the boogeyman, but then make it sound like you want to go out there and fight the boogeyman. You know what I'm saying? If he the motherfucking boogeyman, then, hey, get your ID and hand it to that goddamn officer. I understand the willingness, the desire to protest and all that. All that shit is great. But if you don't want the smoke that come with that shit, don't do that shit. Because I got my disorderly conducts. I got my obstructing official business. I got them shits on my record. I'm telling you something that I know. Some of this shit that's being qualified as okay is not. And I wouldn't want my son out there fighting the power on the side of the road, fucking with the police. Nigga, that's why they got them courts. Pull my son over and fuck with him as an ICE agent so I can take your dumb ass to court and we can get that bag. Ain't nobody trying to fight no shit on the side of the road. And you shouldn't be telling people that shit unless you're going to do it. And then I'll call you dumb for doing it.
And that's what my concern is. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, let's just be real about this shit. That's it. Let's just be real.
That's what my concern is. People keep going onto panels, and we've had this conversation for 2 weeks now, right? And we're supposed to be looking for the betterment of people, especially our people. But then we'll turn around and say, hey, you know what? If ICE is fucking up, go out there and act an ass, and then, do whatever you got to do to make sure they don't get what they want to get. But in that same breath, you're not going to go out and do the same thing. I'm not telling people to go out and fuck with ICE because I'm like, look, because if they end up spamming you, I'm not going to be the one to bond you out. Like, sorry. Like, I'm not going to tell, but if my kids are not watching you, now they're listening to you saying, well, maybe this is a good idea. Maybe it is a good idea to stand up to the people who are proceeding in a federal investigation.
But Rosie, That just right quick, Rosie saying nobody said to go and protest, and I agree they not saying that. But if you're saying these coded sentences like stand up and fight, don't let the system step on you. How long we gonna let them do this before it get to us? Those are the things that imply you should be fighting. You should be protesting. And I'm just saying, you know, ain't nobody gonna say it outright because they know it's gonna be a collective question away. Whoa. Like, hold on, I support some of this, but I ain't saying that. People know that we're not gonna support protesting. So they're not gonna say it, but it's coded language that implies we should be supporting the protests.
Right. I agree.
And I still think
I want to close out with these great productive thoughts. Kula, you have any final thoughts on what was just being said? 'Cause I think this is a perfect place to end it on, hey, we need to have the appropriate lessons teaching, especially to our youngest. Our youngest are the main ones that's going to go outside and protest. Protesting is more of a young people's game. It is not an older person's game. So you got to be careful about who we are saying and what we are insinuating when we say go ahead and protest. Yes, baby?
Yeah, I don't think there's nothing wrong with to close out. I don't think there's nothing wrong with protesting, but do it the right way. Like if you really believe that ICE and all these people are bad, then go out and protest, you know. But beware that there are people that are out there that are trying to get you to do something that potentially could get you fucked up, you know, for other causes. So just be careful. I protested. It was fun. It was a great experience. But I didn't, you know, I wasn't fucking throwing shit at police. I wasn't, you know, in their face. I did get tear gassed and whatnot, but you know, that's just the thing of being out there with everybody. But yeah, man, you know, like it's America, you know, like protest, but don't fucking impede on the officers, man. Don't just let them do what they're gonna do, and then whoever gets in 2028, they'll go back and review everything, and those people, if they did bad, will get justice. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. You know, I close with that. I mean, let's stop living in the moment, because even as much as even the officer, he could be actually charged with this in the state in 2028. Minnesota could very well get this kicked right back to the state when Donald Trump ain't in office no more. And you see the officer having to deal with this a lot differently with another administration. So some of this stuff is the moment. And I get why we operate in the moment, but you may very well get exactly what you're looking for when there's another administration. So I'm just saying, fam, let's stop living in the moment. Let's, you know, pay more attention to shit as it goes and not in that moment. So I do appreciate you, Sharon. Shout out to Josh, chat, SBG, Brownsville, everybody. PH Diva. I'll let y'all.
Thank you. We got Russell Red, 9893. Respect to your channel, brother. I'm new here, but as a Black American, I don't care what ICE does to others. Living here in this country illegally is not Black folks' fight. Stay out of the way. Shout out to Russell. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much, Russell. Hopefully you keep coming back. It's on you, Josh. What you got?
I'm gonna close saying something similar to Taz. At the end of the day, like, y'all understand what it is. If you believe what Trump did in January 6th is wrong, then understand that what Tim Walz did is just as wrong. Even if you want to go protest, I need you to protect yourself. Don't fuck with these folks. They play bigger games. So just be safe. If you're going to go out there, just understand consequences.
Not wrong with being. Let me